Hello? Hello. Hi. Before we start, I wanted to do a quick thing. um, okay, hang on. So I have this. And I was like, wow, what better way to review our knowledge than to make a very biased tier list. Um, and then when I opened this up, I was like, oh shit, there are 3 characters we haven't seen yet. Oops. I guess it's fine, probably. Um, oh wait, I have, hang on. I was like, oh yeah, I have a music source, but it's not on the same. Give me a second. It loud. Okay. Okay. Yeah, since it's basically 8 now, but it wasn't 8 before. But yeah. So I didn't know what else to put for for this one. So this is just kind of like, well, I feel no particular emotion towards you. uh I don't know how tier listing the tier listing process goes. But I know immediately I made this. Can someone give him a break? Specifically for Alicia's here. Alicia's here twice. But specifically for Alicia. And then oh wait. Eh, is this the uh the the uh uh oh. Well, now I feel bad that I looked up a tier list, cause okay, maybe this was a bad idea. But yeah, so actually we can do like a recap once we open the game, can't we? Totally. Once we open the game. Bring, bring. Hang on. There you go. Pick a dark night. Well, it's not dark yet. Oh gosh, the volume is a bit loud. Okay. Alright. Continue from. Oh, there's autosave data. Well, I mean, I'm guessing it's the same. If I load. Because I saved right before we ended? Yeah, it's the same. Okay. So. Oh, right, also, the tier list didn't have Rocky. Discrimination against Rocky. Where's Rocky? Yeah. Okay. So, slight review of how the characters are doing. So, Rocky's only had like one letter to us, and it was because Jimmy was a slob, and Rocky is Jimmy's roommate, and also all around side character esque. Oh, right, but he was also there with Jimmy. Like, his letter with Jimmy came when they were, what, about to graduate high school? Um, yeah, so. But we haven't had that many letters from Rocky, so I assume he's doing okay. Uh, oh, Wen Zhaoren, right. Mr. Art Teacher, whose wife passed away, I'm pretty sure. And then was probably the reason why he's not feeling so great. I'm not sure if, cause it's very clear that Li Wen probably kind of likes Wen Zhaoren. Wait, hang on. The sound effects are kind of loud. Where's options? Okay. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Li Wen does like Wen Zhaoren, yeah. But it's, I don't know, it's a student-teacher relationship, so until she graduates, it should be fine. Yeah. Oh, right, and also, he had a letter where I think Li Wen was diagnosed with stomach cancer, but we got to change it so that he got diagnosed with stomach cancer. Hopefully he's doing okay. Yeah. Same for Li Wen. Yeah. I don't know what to like. This is all very favorite sport, favorite toy, favorite drink. Like her whole thing was very comedic until you know. All right, Jimmy. Jimmy graduated high school, even though him and Li Wen is like the same year, but time is weird. So this guy, oh my god. Yeah. Oh no! This is here? Unverified rumors about molesting boys in the street were published in gossip magazines. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, so he's like, okay, so he's like 23 now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and Jimmy is our antisocial, awkward nerd guy who like knows more about computers than girls. So, you know. And he talks with cow emojis and is very cute. Alright. And then it. Shit. I can't read your name. What's his name? It. Park Sangun. Him. Who couldn't catch a break, honestly. But he escaped from the hospital he was at, so. And then killed both of the dickheads in his life. And then now is, yeah, and ran away somewhere. Hopefully he's doing well. We haven't heard from Carlos in like a really long time, actually. The last time we heard from Carlos was when he was cross-dressing, and it was just radio silence. See, what? Why is this white? Is he okay? Is he doing alright? I don't know. Oh, okay. Aw. Yeah. Carlos is part of the gang, right? And is actually really close to his sister, because his sister is also part of the gang right now, so I'm waiting for them to meet. I want them to meet so badly. uh, but it probably won't happen until the very end, right? Because that's literally their whole story was that, oh, I want to meet my sister again. And his sister's like, oh, I want to meet my brother again. Ah. Yeah, Alicia is also can't catch a fucking break. Alicia. Yeah, and now like, right? She got tossed around literally everywhere and then had too many too close moments. And then now she's an assassin for the Black Dragon Gang. And she looks super cool. And yeah. and then Spotty. Spotty, the cat who has coherent thoughts, apparently. Wild. What was Spotty doing? Spotty, yeah? He beat Blackie in a turf war, and then he was like sleeping on a very fancy pipe. And then he, got milk from some stranger? Oh, but Spotty lives in the same area as Sangun, so maybe they'll end up, I don't know, in the situation together. I hope so. Part of me is like, whoa, what if all of them come together at the same time and they're like all together in the same location? That would be so cool. And I'm like, there's no way that's gonna happen. Because even though Carlos and Alicia are from Mexico, and they're both now in Hong Kong, right? Liwen and Wenzhouren, and I guess Rocky too, are in Beijing. Jimmy's in Hong Kong, I think. He went back. Sangun is probably in Korea, I'm guessing. Spotty is in the same location, so Spotty's probably in Korea too. And these two are in Korea, so I don't think they're gonna meet up. This guy, what's your name? I keep calling you Justice Boy. Chang Gyong Min? Reason for becoming policeman, justice. Yeah. It has kind of become like a cop buddy duo between this guy and Lieutenant Khan. Lieutenant Khan, who also, like, I would say also can't catch a break, but in comparison I feel like he's doing a bit better. Because he has the means to, like, I don't know, kill off the people who are coming after him. Oh, right. And then he's being suspected of murder for his colleague Minjun, which is very upsetting. I didn't realize that Minjun was gonna be actually dead. So Justice Boy is 23. Lieutenant Khan is 29. Okay. Yep. I wonder if we'll hear anything from Rocky. Maybe Rocky only has this one thing. And that's it. He appears in the profiles though, right? Yeah, he's here. What? Okay, so there are 4 more profiles, but in the tier list there were 3 that I didn't know, and I'm pretty sure one of them was Sangun, like, grown up. So Okay. So yeah. So Alicia... I wonder what the white means though. Does the white mean that's like that's it? Like that's the... or like that's the end or something? Or I don't know, what... I'm confused. 18-year-old boy. Oh right, and this time I have... well, I had water last time, but I now have more water. So... let's go! We're back. JL7042. The flight from Hong Kong to Tokyo. This was my first time on a plane, yet I wasn't as excited as I imagined I would be. Close my eyes. Oh wait, she's going to Tokyo? No, she's gonna be further away from Carlos. God damn. Anyway. I wasn't excited as I imagined I would be. I closed my eyes hoping that I could fall asleep until landing. After a while, the plane encountered some turbulence. My face tightened a little. Not because I was scared, but because I was annoyed that it disrupted my dream. I was dreaming of Carlos. In the dream, we finally got to see each other again. It was late at night. Even though we had not seen each other for a long time, neither of us said anything. It was so dark that I couldn't even see what he looked like as a grown-up. His lips moved, and he was about to say something, but suddenly the ground beneath us morphed into an enormous wave and swept me away. I opened my eyes. The boy next to me handed me one of his earbuds. He probably thought I was afraid. Some tender music was flowing out of the earbud. I smiled at him with gratitude. He had short and curly dark hair. He looked like he was about 18 years old. Carlos would be about the same age now. Okay, so this is before Carlos gets in Hong Kong. I fell asleep again, although I didn't go back to the same dream this time. 4 hours later, at the front desk of the Prince Hospital in Shinjuku, I was checking in. Coincidentally, I ran into the boy who was next to me on the plane. Also coincidentally, his room was right next to mine. He said his name was Lin Wei. Lin Wei. He was here on a trip by himself and suggested that we could travel together if it was okay with me. I agreed, but it would have to wait until I finished my business here. The sun was about to set when he knocked on my door. He told me that he had rented a car and asked if I would like to go take a ride with him along the beach. Wow, this guy wants... yeah. I said yes. His eyes were a little red, and we didn't say anything to each other on the way. He didn't go directly to the beach. Instead, he circled around Shinjuku a couple times at first. If he weren't so upset, I would have almost suspected that he had figured out who I really was. I never knew that the target this time was still a kid. Half an hour ago, I had received an instruction from Ray. The target this time was the person staying in the room next to mine, Lin Wei. He was the only child of the boss from Lin Inc., who ran the Black Dragon game. Oh my god. Whenever Ray gave me an assignment, I never questioned the reason. Although this time, I didn't really need to ask. The big boss of Lin Inc. was in his final years. Some elders in the corporation had brought up the idea of looking for a successor. Obviously, the big boss wanted his own sons to succeed him, and everyone knew it. But I knew Ray too well. He wanted to be the successor. Was Ray actually the successor, though? Let me think. Maybe? The gang had plenty of enemies in the criminal underworld. This time, Lin Wei was traveling to Japan alone, without any bodyguards. It meant that this would be the perfect opportunity for Ray to take him out of the equation. It was quite windy by the ocean. There were a couple of tourists hanging around on the beach. I planned to complete the assignment once they left. Lin Wei stood there, facing the ocean. He closed his eyes and spread his arms. He looked like a bird who was about to ride the wind and fly into the sky. Miss, have you ever thought about what we live for in this world? I fixed my hair that was flying in the wind. For me, simply being able to live is good enough. I never thought about something so deep. Oh wait, no, that's her. I never thought about something so deep. Lin Wei kept his posture. Well, do you have an important person in your life? I do. I looked at the ocean. Put his arms down. What would you do if you couldn't be with that person? I'd wait. He looked back at me. His face was covered in tears. Oh no. What if you know that you'll only be waiting for nothing? I suddenly realized that I had never thought about this possibility. Miss, I know what you are doing here. I've seen many other people like you. Lin unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the numerous horrifying scars on his body. In 2 years, my father will hand the company to me. Miss, you of all people should know how many people want me dead. All of these years, my only wish has been to be with that person on my birthday. I was born in the winter, near Christmas. I would always dream about the two of us decorating our own Christmas tree, walking along the festive streets, and holding hands like a real couple. But year after year, I could never make it happen. And I will never be able to make it happen in the future. I will not let the person I love get hurt because of me. So I can't be with that person, not in this life. Aw, man, that's the saddest setup. Where it's like, feelings are mutual, but you can't because of, like, literally every other force in existence. I'm tired of a life like this. The last tourist had just left the beach. He gave me one last smile and started walking into the ocean. The water gradually went over his waist, his shoulder. A few minutes later, I dived into the ocean. I grabbed his hand. I gasped for the salt-tasting air, feeling like I was going to be swallowed by the crushing waves at the very next moment. I lay there on the beach. I was completely wet. Lin Wei was laying next to me. Why didn't you just let me die? Isn't that your mission? Why? I didn't know. Perhaps I was hoping there was another possibility for him. It had been 10 days. I still didn't have a strategy to help him. Although I worked for Ray, I didn't really have all the information in the organization. Even in the gang, not a lot of people were aware of my existence. Therefore, I didn't have any useful connections. I was sitting on the couch in my room. A bunch of empty candy boxes were piling up next to my hand. Lin Wei must be an extremely important target to Ray. Letting Lin go meant that I had betrayed him. I might have made the stupidest decision in my life, just out of that one moment of sympathy. I heard footsteps in the hallway outside. The person was intentionally keeping them light, so I knew instantly that it couldn't be a regular tenant. My 4 years of training told me immediately that it was someone like me, and he or she was good at this job too. Ray surely wouldn't show me any mercy. Alicia. Does that mean we have to kill him? Trying to adjust the volume so you can hear the music better. Okay. So why don't you just know that it's in your pitch? One last smile started walking to the ocean, the water gradually went over his waist and shoulder. Oh, what if she dives into the ocean before he starts walking in? That wouldn't make any sense though. It's like, oh, I'm tired of a life like this. Tourists left the beach. I dive into the ocean. I have no idea. I have no idea. Lin was right. I had the blood of over 1,000 people, or a dozen people on my hands. If I were to be with Carlos, I would bring him nothing but misery. The surface was almost pitch black, beneath which hid many invisible but violent torrents. Water also was much colder than I expected. I could feel the chill in my bones. Lin grabbed my hand and he was guiding me ahead. I suddenly understood Heavenly Father was giving me a chance for redemption right here, right now. We held our hands together and disappeared into the darkness. Bad. Duh. Maybe grab his hand before he's too far in? Nah. Okay. Sorry, my nose is itchy. Salties. Guess for salties. Yeah. He starts walking into the ocean. No, that's still right. Or that's still wrong. Grab his hand first before he walks into the ocean? I climbed back up to the beach and looked at the dark ocean. The surface was almost pitch black, beneath which hid many invisible but violent torrents. Water was also much colder than I expected. I dove in a few more times, yet I still couldn't find Liyue. He had disappeared into the dark ocean. I felt as if a part of me had disappeared with him. Okay. Wait, so are we not supposed to let him die? Couldn't find Liyue. Oh, the music changed. That means we did it right. Hairdryer was buzzing. I was sitting in my hotel room, drying my hair with my eyes closed. I was afraid. I was afraid that I would see myself in the foggy mirror, and I wouldn't even recognize my own reflection. The moment when Liyue had disappeared into the ocean. For a second, I thought that it wasn't Lin who was floating away from me, but Carlos. I wanted to swim towards him. What if I had saved him? What else could I do for him? And how would I report back to Ray? The thought dissipated almost instantly. In the end, I followed my original plan. I came back to the beach at another spot and took a taxi back to the hotel. That same evening, I told Ray about Linway's final moments, but his response just surprised me. Starting from tomorrow, you are free. What? So what, she doesn't work for them anymore? What? Then what's she gonna do? She's like stuck in Tokyo.
好想再见他一面。
Only one, please.
Lo siento.
Guest with a beard. Okay, Liyue. I opened my eyes. I saw a white ceiling. I saw white walls. I saw white blankets and beds. Oh, she's still in the hospital? Infirmary? Hospital. Could smell a strong odor of detergent. How did I end up in the hospital? It was very late. There was no one in the hallway. I found the nurse station and asked for my record. It said I had gastritis. I never knew gastritis could make someone pass out. The nurse told me that I was mostly fine. I just needed to take my medication for a couple more days. But it was already too late to be discharged today, so I'd have to wait until tomorrow. She also mentioned that it was a middle-aged man who had brought me in. Middle-aged man. Could it be him? Probably not. There were plenty of middle-aged men out there. Since I was mostly fine, I decided to go home anyway. I couldn't stand the sight of the hospital for one more minute. I had too many bad memories of being in hospital. A young man was standing in the hospital entrance, looking down at the ground. Maybe he was feeling down because a family member had been sick too. I walked towards the subway station. At the last crossing, the lights had just turned from green to red. I saw two people sitting next to the window in the coffee house across the street. Two very familiar people. Mr. Yang. Miss Yang and him. Right. The homeroom teacher. Sorry, my nose. I stepped forward without even realizing it. I had forgotten about the red light. A truck charged directly at me from the side. Oh god. Its headlights had blinded me. My entire body was swallowed by the light. They went. The truck didn't stop after hitting. Oh my god. I had been left lying in the street when someone found me. It happened to be the same young man who had been standing in front of the hospital earlier. I was brought back to the hospital, but this time I wasn't mostly fine. Oh god. I probably would not survive the night. I realized I had so many regrets. Why couldn't I tell them how I truly felt? Why would I always have to be torn apart from the most important people in my life? Li Wen. Oh. 9 a.m. It was the least busy hour of the day in the coffee shop. I was wiping the glass carefully with a cleaning cloth. Mama, who loved and happily shared his feminine side, was sitting next to the bar and pursuing a woman's fashion magazine while occasionally letting out a yawn. There was also a customer in a strange hat that had been here since we opened this morning. He put out his 8th cigarette in the ashtray, put down an adult magazine that he had brought with him, left his booth, and went into the guest restroom. Huh. There was no one else in the shop but the three of us. I had left Ray half a month ago. I didn't know where else to go, so I came back to Maple House. Oh! It's not the same decorations, but not the same people. Raj had gone back to India. Hong had become a legal resident and got married. Ooh, nice. On my first day back, I had told Mama everything about being auctioned off and abused. But I left out everything related to Ray. Mama was crying so hard that his entire face was wet. He hugged me so tight and told me of course I could come back and I could stay here for as long as I wanted to. It was so nice. I tried to get back to a normal life. I wanted to save up a little more money so that I could bring Carlos over to live with me. Ring ring. A middle-aged man with a thick beard had just walked in. I was carrying a glass pitcher of water when I accidentally bumped into him at the door. Water spilled everywhere. I caught the pitcher 20 centimeters off the ground before it got smashed into pieces. He was carrying an umbrella with a long handle. It was raining heavily outside. My clothes were soaking wet. Water had spilled onto my clothes. Oh no! The black dragon tattoo on my stomach became vaguely visible through the wet shirt. I apologized and turned around to go to the back room so that I could change into another shirt. I'm in a hurry. I heard something else hidden inside his 4 short words. It was an extremely familiar sense of menace. Sorry, I thought I needed to sneeze, but then it didn't happen. Now it's just annoying. Then I noticed his umbrella out of the corner of my eyes. I didn't expect anything earlier because of the rain, but now I realized that his umbrella was completely dry. I ducked down and sprinted to the kitchen. How is his umbrella completely dry? If he was holding it outside. Huh? Was the gun in the umbrella? Multiple deafening gunshots erupted behind me. Is the gun in the umbrella or did I watch too much anime? The meticulously painted walls were littered with holes from the shotgun. I dragged Mama into the kitchen. His fake eyelashes had fallen off. There's nothing but a bloody hole where his— No! Mama! His and my blood were spreading all over the kitchen floor. Suddenly I had a flush come from the restroom outside, nothing else. He was so confident that he wouldn't even bother coming in to make sure we were dead. The bearded man must be coming after me. He couldn't be here for any other reason but revenge. I had made a mistake. I should not have come back. I should not have expected to lead a normal life. My mind was becoming cloudy. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Oh, Alicia is free. Maybe she can catch a break? No. Okay, so we can get rid of the soaking wet clothes. Because maybe if he doesn't see the tattoo, he won't know. Maybe. Let's just try moving all these to over here. He was carrying an umbrella with a long handle. The young man in the hospital entrance. Let's see. Apologized to the guest who had just came in, shot into a booth and poured him a cup of coffee. Then I went back to the door and started cleaning the wet floor. Then I heard a flush come from the restroom. The guest with the hat walked out. He walked past the new guest's booth and went back to his own. He took a ninth cigarette out of his pack and put it into his mouth. Then I noticed a flame pop up near the end of the cigarette. I walked over with a carafe? What's a carafe? Leaned over and refilled his mug. Whispered into his ear, "Excuse me, but this is a non-smoking establishment." You say after his ninth cigarette? If he were a fellow hitman, he would have understood. Oh. Oh. The guest with the hat heard my words, nodded gently, and put the cigarette back into the pack. The menace that had been brewing in the air suddenly dissipated. It wasn't a regular cigarette. There were probably some elaborate mechanisms inside. I myself had never used gadgets that were too complicated. I did sometimes hear that some fellow workers in my field would often use some unusual murder weapons that I had never even heard of. He probably wasn't here for me. But if he had insisted upon messing up the shop, the dagger under my skirt would have to stop him. The bearded man put down some cash on the table and left. Soon, the guest with the hat gathered his cigarette pack and adult magazine, gave me a nod, and left too. Soon noticed that I was being followed for the next few days. There was more than one tail on me, and none of them were just some random slob. I couldn't tell if it had anything to do with the guest from that day. I asked Mama for some time off, and decided to stay out of sight alone for a while. At the very least, I could not bring Mama into this. Oh. Drenched in sweat because of the nightmares. Well, now that my clothes were already wet, I decided to just go home in the rain. I walked into heavy rain. I walked towards the subway station. At the last crossing, the lights had just turned from green to red. Saw two people sitting in the window of a coffee shop across the street, two very familiar people, Miss Yang and him. I stepped forward without even realizing it. I forgot about the red light. The truck charged directly into my side's headlights. My entire body surrounded by light. Oh no, she still got hit by the truck though. Oh, recording now. You know what, I think I'm dying. It hurts really bad. I want to tell you something. The day of the exhibition is actually my birthday. I haven't celebrated my birthday for years, so thank you for the ticket. See the rainbow in the mountains with you. It must be beautiful. Too bad. I probably can't make it anymore. I want to leave you everything I have in my apartment. There's so many boxes of chocolate milk. You win. Your priorities. I really liked your sketch. I was only kidding last time. And phone fell out of my hand. And I kept recording the sound of the rainfall. Bad. Yeah. Extremely bad and sad. Okay. I think... Let's see. Maybe the umbrella should be over here. And maybe the rain on that side is wrong. But, like, as long as I think as long as the tattoo on her stomach isn't found out, she's probably fine. And the rain raining heavily outside with his umbrella not being wet probably give her enough caution, I think. Oh no! Lee Wen stays the same. Walk back to the new guest boot, went back, okay. Is this the same result? Oh, the bearded man kept glancing over at us the entire time. He wasn't a regular guest either. The dagger in my skirt was ready to be unsheathed. Our eyes met, then I saw him raising his right hand with the umbrella, which had been hanging from the table earlier. He pointed it at the guest with the hat and me. I never had expected that the umbrella could be his weapon. The guest with the hat reached for his cigarette pack, but it was already too late. Ah, no! Multiple deafening gunshots erupted. Dozens of bullets went through our bodies. Blood and flesh went flying off of us, painting the shop a bloody maroon. Bad and bad. Okay, so if he had the umbrella, then that's not good, because that's the weapon, right? If Lee Wen's clothes are soaking wet, then it ends up in the very sad ending. Maybe it's raining heavily outside? Oh, wait! If it's raining heavily outside and then there's a guy carrying an umbrella, maybe she'll go back with the guy with the umbrella? Let's see. And then, even though the clothes are soaking wet for Alicia, maybe it's like... because the guy doesn't have a gun, it wouldn't end up horribly? Backtracking to 2, I was stuck, very visible. I apologized and went to change in another shirt in the back room. When I came back, both the bearded man and the guest with the hat had left. Oh no. No, it ends up in the other ending. Okay. You're going to the subway station? I nodded. Let me walk you there. I've got an umbrella. He showed me an umbrella in his hand and squeezed out an unnatural smile. Oh no, it's a creepy guy. We stood on a platform silently waiting for the last train of the day. Another young couple was there too. The headlights of the train lit up in the tunnel. I was looking at the train and didn't notice what was happening behind me. When I heard the young couple scream, the young man who had walked me here had already laid down on the Bad, okay. So, not the umbrella here. Okay, so if it's raining heavily outside, then I don't think Lee Wen would go towards the traffic lights, which is what caused her to get hit. Right? She'd be like, oh, it's raining and I'll just stay inside, wait till the rain goes away to leave. But if her clothes are wet, then she'll go outside anyway because it's like, whatever, I'm already wet. But if he's holding the umbrella and her clothes are wet, doesn't that mean that he's gonna try to shoot her? And it's gonna end up with, like, what? The same situation as how it initially went? I don't know. Went back to the room and hid under my blanket. Even with my eyes closed, the deterrent smell kept reminding me of where I was. I still couldn't escape those memories. In my earliest moments, my father was My father was the only person I could picture in my mind. He was a great painter, because every painting of his was great. As far as I can remember, we always had lived in a big house. It was so big that sometimes I couldn't even find my father. When I was in elementary school, we had moved into an apartment. Father and I would also often play with each other in the evenings by throwing pillows. When I was in middle school, we moved into a single-room studio. Most of the space was occupied by his paintings. A few pieces of furniture sat in the rest of the room. We would sleep on the floor when it was his bedtime. Or when it was bedtime. His bedtime. The place was so small, and many mornings I would wake up and realize that I had crawled into my father's bed in the middle of the night. Life wasn't easy, but I was happy. Father began to take on more and more assignments, most of which were not in his style. He would also set up a booth on the street to paint porches for the pedestrians. Sometimes I would fall asleep before he even returned home. We lived like this for 2 more years. Then, at some point, I couldn't remember, Father started drinking. He spent more and more time inside and less time smiling. He would often tear up his own paintings too. On that day, Father woke up early in the morning to watch a tennis game while he drank. Empty beer cans were all over the table. His stomach had not been doing great in the first place. The excessive drinking was not helping. I had a huge fight with him. I had never been angrier in my life, and I'd never seen Father so mad either. Still, whatever he had said to me, had done to me, I should not have said what he said. Those ended up being the last words I ever said to him. When I came home from school that day, I found the TV on the same channel as it was in the morning. A commercial was on. There were paints all over the floor. My father was lying in the middle of them, motionless. Standing in the corner of the emergency room when I watched them cover his face with a piece of white cloth. They said there was no need for further medical assistance. Death felt so unreal to me at the time. I wasn't able to process any of it. I sat on the hospital bench in complete silence for a long time, until a doctor crouched down in front of me and softly said my name. I woke up and I couldn't tell where I had been in my memories. The boundaries between nightmare and reality had been blurred by my tears. I sat up in the hospital bed, sobbing uncontrollably. If only everything had just been a nightmare. A wrinkled blue jacket that smelled like paint was placed softly over my shoulders. He had come in without me knowing it. He didn't say anything, just quietly put his arms around me. I sat there like this until the sun came out. Well, that's the good ending. Water had spilled on my clothes. The black dragon tattoo on my stomach became vaguely visible through my wet shirt. I was about to apologize when I noticed the umbrella in his hand. Something was not right. It was a sunny day outside. Oh! He was here for me. I jumped behind the bar, pulling out the gun that Mama had hid underneath. Multiple deafening gunshots erupted outside the bar. The meticulously painted walls were littered with holes made by a shotgun. Mama was hunched over his magazine, and his fake eyelashes had fallen off. No! I stood up behind the bar and aimed at the visitor. Sweat, tears, blood, and my makeup were smeared all over my face. Suddenly I heard a flush come from the restroom. The door opened quietly and a thin silver thread flew across the air and went through the forehead of the bearded man before my bullet could. The thread morphed into a needle, pinned itself on the daily special menu on the wall. The guest with a hat walked gracefully out of the restroom with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He gathered his adult magazine and left, but he left a business card on the table. It had a simple design but unusual contact information on it. A few words were printed in bold on the thin white card. Zuko? Zucko? Zuckerberg? What? Okay. Assassin. For business, text, blah 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 blah. That means the mama died, though. And that's what we have to deal with. But, wait. What? Really? Really? Okay, she's 25 when she kills Lin Wei. Lin Wei, who's 18 at the time. Carlos is 18 when he joined the gang. Oh shit, that's like the same time, right? Cause Carlos ended with him ending up at the whatchamacallit, Maple House. Right? Maple House. Oh wait. Oh no, I thought Carlos had met Mama, but he didn't. Shit. Double shit. Okay. And then he was grabbed by a policeman. And we never heard from him again. Where are the letters from Carlos? Oh hey, it's 2 new people. Dang, if I kept going yesterday, 2 days ago, then I would have probably filled it out.
Carlos, te extraño.
I also miss you, Carlos. Please write.
老天爷，请赐予我勇气，
Who?
好想再见他一面。
Again?
결코 이렇게 되진 않을 거야. Porque siempre.
Oh, hey, it's Carlos. What's going on now?
I've never seen blacked out letter before.
Let me explain. A letter would turn black when its precondition ceases to exist. So a black letter means that the events inside the letter never happened. Oh, okay, that's the same thing with Alicia's other event then, yeah. What is happening to Carlos might have something to do with his sister.
To mean that something is happening to his sister? Something that is happening to his sister might have an impact on Carlos?
Yes.
But judging from their letters before, I don't think they're writing to us at the same time. Alicia is 9 years older than Carlos, but both of their first letters were from when they were 18 years old.
You're exactly right. That's why the events of Alicia's letter will have an impact on Carlos. What is happening to Alicia now happened in Carlos's past.
Oh, I think I get it now.
By the way, we will not be able to process the blacked out letters. As you can see, the other letter connected is also in a locked state. A locked letters mean that other letters connected to it are blacked out. If you see a locked letter in the future, go and check the status of the letters connected to it. When you see a black letter, you may select it to obtain more clues. The clues are shown in the black dotted lines. The letters connected by these dotted lines are the reasons the previous letter is blacked out. Knowing this, we can start by examining these letters first.
Understood. Let me take a look at those letters then.
Oh, here's one small tip. Remember what happened in Carlos's previous letter.
If I remember correctly, it was about what happened in the auction house after he brought Yi there.
Right. Do you remember which ending you chose for him?
Of course, he saved Yi and managed to escape himself.
Then what happened?
Then, oh, he was taken away by the police, wasn't he?
Yes. You could go and check again. Because of the impact from some other events, the ending might have changed. Oh?
You mean that even within the same ending, the details of it could be changed at any time?
Yes, such changes might happen in the non-ending parts of the story too. It doesn't happen very often, but if you pay attention you might find it interesting. Oh boy. Why you have to go and make things so complicated? See the way you're Mr. Assassin. How do I know if it changed? Oh wait, it did change. Okay. Good thing I checked right before. Okay, so he was wearing the dress, he found the maple house. And then he was like, oh boy, I'm gonna meet my sister, Alicia. Burst into the coffee shop, ignoring everyone's startled looks. Stopped in front of the barista. Took a deep breath, asked if he knew someone named Alicia. Alicia, yeah, she used to work here, but she disappeared a while ago. Actually, I'm not entirely certain, so don't take my word for it. But I heard that she might be dead. That couldn't be true. I stumbled back in shock and fell onto a couch. Barista put a hot latte in front of me and sat down by my side trying to comfort me, but I couldn't hear anything anymore. Must be a lie, but she couldn't just... There was a smiley face on the latte. It started to blur, turned into a frowny face. Eventually the frowny face was gone. No! Then what, Alicia dies in the her thing? And we had to stop her from dying? For like the 16th time. Okay. Maybe we'll check these out first, and then we'll handle Carlos and Alicia. Is this Miss Ye? Oh my god.
This was the last simulation exam I would be in charge of this year, and Gaokao, the real one, would be coming up next for my students. I unintentionally let out a sigh upon realizing this. The most stressful time of being a head teacher was the senior year. Time was always tight and the job was difficult. To make things worse, I still had to watch over these pubescent and rebellious teenagers. Some of them might be over 18, but mentally they were all still just kids. Back in my school days, I had only heard about so-called young love, and had barely seen any student couples. Nowadays, student couples weren't even something worth mentioning. Love triangles, gay relationships, teacher-student relationships, all kinds of stuff can happen nowadays. Well, I suppose I was already too old to understand kids these days. All I could wish for right now was for them to graduate as planned and to leave me a decent graduation rate. I need to go and take a good vacation after the exam. The exams had been handed out and everyone was ready to begin. The bell rang. I walked around the classroom and sat back in the chair next to the lectern. I had been having trouble standing for too long these days. Maybe I had been too tired, or it was just a natural part of getting older. The room felt stuffy. The cicadas outside the window were very noisy. I looked outside the window, lost in my thoughts. Somebody coughed loudly. My mind was pulled back. Li Wen looked a little nervous and her eyes were drifting all over the place. Very few students ever realized how good the view was from up here. I didn't go towards her directly. Instead, I walked out of the classroom and circled behind her through the door in the back of the room. I realized that she was copying Jimmy's answers. Li Wen! No! Girl! I left a note. I told Li Wen to come and meet me in the tutoring room after school, and intended to talk to her about her cheating. I had no intention of reporting it to the school. I had been teaching her since her freshman year in middle school. She had been through a lot, so I had always looked out for her. While her grades were never the best, her character was beyond reproach. She was not that kind of student. She hadn't arrived yet. I stood in front of the window, watching the clouds gathering over the track field. It might rain tonight. I remember the last time I seen W. It had also been raining that evening. He had asked me to meet him in the coffee shop. He told me that he had gotten cancer and might not have much longer to live. He decided to resign from the school and leave Beijing. Maybe even leave the country. At least for a while. He asked me to keep it a secret, and if possible to take care of all of the relevant matters when he was gone. I didn't know what else to say, so I just asked him what he was going to do. I also contacted a doctor I knew and asked him if there were any other feasible treatment plans. Later, he told me that he had other things to take care of, and said goodbye. I watched quietly as he walked away. As soon as he walked out of the coffee shop, I buried my head on the table and cried. I had always been so self-righteous and self-centered. I wanted to think of and do everything for him, yet I never thought about or asked him what he would. What? Yet I had never. Give me a second. Yet I never thought about or asked him what he would have wanted me to do. That must be why I had to watch him leave over and over again. When we had been kids, our families lived next to each other. We had known each other for a long time, for as long as I could remember. He was always playing alone in kindergarten. He was never bullied or isolated or anything like that. He was just too smart and too different compared to the other kids of his age. We had gone to the same elementary school, same high school, and the same college. No matter where we were, he was always the best at what he did. And I had always been so proud to be his friend. We would call each other by just one letter as our nickname. He was W and I was Y. After we had graduated from college, he went on to study abroad, and I started working. I really wanted to go with him, but I didn't feel that we were close enough to broach this idea, so we parted ways, and we began to lose touch once he met his girlfriend abroad. It was many years later when we finally met again. He had lost his fiancée, and his spirit had gone with her. His life had become a mess. I nervously suggested he come teach at my school. When he finally agreed to come, I was so happy. Something blossomed again in my heart. However, nothing more happened between us. We could be childhood friends who could talk about almost anything with each other, but we could never become more than friends. I never had the courage to tell him how I really felt, or how I had always felt. I was afraid that if I ever did it, it would have cost us the current relationship. I just wanted to stay beside him, talk with him, and laugh with him. Years had gone by. That 3-word spell that I had hidden inside my heart kept getting buried deep and deeper, but it had never lost its power. It was just getting harder and harder for me to speak those words out loud. I felt myself slowly turning into an utter fool. But I couldn't help myself. Leewin had finally come. I didn't ask her the reason for her cheating. I just told her to come to the group study session. No matter why she had cheated, the study session could only help. But I suddenly realized I was being my usual self again. I was making decisions for her without asking her about it. I could have simply asked her to tell me why she had cheated. I suppose I just couldn't change myself, right? Young Ying. Okay, Leewin. After being hospitalized for gastritis, I learned from Mr. Wynn that he had never blamed me for the photo incident. He and I were able to go back to how things were, like nothing had happened. Occasionally, some fools in the school would still gossip about us, but I had learned to stop caring and pretend to not hear them at all. As Gaokao kept getting closer and closer, everyone, including those gossiping idiots, had to focus on the exam. Even my life had turned into a constant migration between classroom and home. I barely went to the tennis court anymore. Before we knew it, the final simulation exam was upon us. A sense of anxiety filled the entire school. Rumor had it that if anybody screwed up on the simulation exam, he or she would be required to stay in school for an intensive study session until 2 days before the Gaokao. Until 2 days? What? It was lunch break. Everyone was sitting in their own seats, trying to study for one last time. My phone suddenly buzzed. A text from Jin. Breaking news! Mr. Wynn resigned last week, sob. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I turned around to look at her. She made a sad face. How could it be? The art class had been cancelled for the last 2 weeks. I had also been hitting the books, so I didn't realize that I indeed hadn't seen him for a while until just now. When I went to my balcony, the lights had always been off in his apartment. I thought he had simply been going to bed early. The exam began in the afternoon. I looked at the paper in my hands, but all I could see was the random gibberish that was jumping all over the place. All I could think about was Mr. Wen's resignation. Jimmy was really going at it. Half of his papers were hanging off the side of his desk. A thought that had never occurred to me appeared in my head. Should I just copy it? But I had never cheated in my entire life. But if I didn't, I would have to stay in detention for extra study sessions after school. I didn't want to stay. I just wanted to go back home as soon as I could. I took a peek at Miss Yang. She seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. I made up my mind. I decided to copy Jimmy's answers. I never knew that Jimmy was such a genius. No one ever paid much attention to him. I was writing down all of his answers when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Oh no, I had been caught. A note had been left on my desk, asking me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, Miss Yang met me in the tutoring room. She said nothing about the cheating. She only asked me to stay for the study sessions. During the session, I kept staring at my phone, hoping that he would respond to my messages. Nothing. It was 11 p.m. when I got home. I knocked on his door softly, no response. I went to check his balcony. The lights were still off. I sat on the floor with my back against the door, thinking that I would be able to hear him if he came back in the middle of the night. 1 a.m. 2 a.m. It began to rain outside the window. 3 a.m. 4 a.m. It was almost morning. What should I do if I still couldn't find him tomorrow? I suddenly had a bad feeling. Would I never be able to see him again? Lee Wen. Oh man, alright. Oh, fun. Okay. I left a note. What? Maybe... Oh. So someone coughed loudly, my mind was pulled back. Maybe that would get Lee Wen to focus on her test. So she wouldn't even have to cheat off Jimmy. I don't know the purpose of switching these two though. Let's see. I took a peek at Miss Yang. She was looking out the window. She seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. What was she thinking about? Could it also be about Mr. Wen's resignation? Why the hell was I thinking about that? I was such an idiot. I stared at the paper as hard as I could, but I still couldn't focus. How pathetic. What should I do? If only there was something to help me focus on the exam. The time for exams soon ran out. I could already see myself sitting in the mandatory study session after school. I left a note. After school, Miss Yang came into the tutoring room as expected. Anything I can help you with? Oh, anything I can help you with? Well, Miss Yang, do you know why Mr. Wen resigned? Miss Yang gave me a look. I thought you were about to ask me your grades this time. Take a look at your own paper. I picked it up. It was a disaster. I honestly don't know what is going through your kids' minds these days. Miss Yang gave me quite a tongue lashing. That sucked. Oh man. Just when my mind came back from wandering, the bell signaling the end of the exam had just rung. Everything had gone well. A note had been left on my desk asking me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, I came into the tutoring room like Lee Wen had asked. I knew many senior students were going through a lot of pressure, but there were probably less than 10 students who would be willing to talk to their teachers about it. Nevertheless, I was thrilled that Lee Wen had come looking for me. However, she was not here to discuss the pressure of the exam or going to college. Instead, she asked me about W's abrupt resignation. I was a little unprepared, but I still remembered my promise to him. I cleared my thoughts, took out her test for today, and showed it to her. I had to let her know that Gaokao was right upon us. It was the only thing that mattered right now. She should not be thinking about anything else. Definitely not that. Her face turned red, white, and red again. I could still feel the awkwardness in the air when she had left the room. I knew that I might be breaking her heart, but I had to do it. W would have done the same. Bad. Maybe... What if we switch these two? Instead, she leaves a note on Li Wen's desk? But what would the reason be then? Lost in your own thoughts, what was she thinking about? Could it also be about Mr. Wen's resignation? No, I've been left on my desk asking me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, Miss Yang was waiting for me in the tutoring room. She told me I did extremely poorly this time and had to stay for study sessions. Oh, she just called her out? No. During the session, I kept staring at my phone, hoping that he would respond to my messages. Nothing. And then the ending's the same. God's not stopping at midnight. Are you kidding me? Okay. Oh, wait, what if she copies off of Jimmy? But then the teacher doesn't notice. It's because she did really bad on the test that the teacher's like, why are you thinking about Mr. Wen? You should be focusing on your studies. But if she does good on the test, she'll be like, oh, okay, I'll tell you. I sleep for you. Thank you. Obviously this is how, that's how sleeping hours work. There we go. I thought it had never occurred to me appeared in my head. Should I just copy it? I'd never cheated my entire life. But if I didn't, I would have to stay in detention for extra study sessions. I didn't want to stay, I just want to go back home and stay there because I could. Left a note. After school, Miss Yang came into the tutoring room as expected. Confessed to her. Oh, she confesses about cheating? Everything involved in cheating on the exam. She crossed her arms in front of her and stared into my eyes. Why'd you do it? Because I couldn't solve any of the problems. She kept staring at me with an even more intense look. It wasn't a hard exam, at least not for you. I couldn't focus, and I have somewhere I need to be tonight, so I was worried about having to stay for study sessions. I couldn't think of any convincing lies right on the spot, so I told Miss Yang the truth about everything. About why I couldn't solve the problems, about why I was unwilling to stay after school, even the truth about him. I fell into silence when I finished. I grabbed onto my skirt tightly and lowered my head. I couldn't look Miss Yang in the eyes. Aren't you neighbors? You should be able to see him anytime you want, right? I just have a feeling that I must see him as soon as I can, otherwise I might I had no idea what I was talking about. But Miss Yang laughed. She was laughing, but tears were coming out of her eyes. Kids these days, I'm really envious of you, you know that? You know what? I guess you could call it a sixth sense. Mr. Wen, he's got cancer. Miss Yang wiped away her tears. Stomach cancer, late stage. Late stage. She can't confess because she can't find the guy. Oh, why confess? I knew many senior students were going through a lot of pressure, but it was probably less than 10 students who were willing to talk about their futures. Nevertheless, I was thrilled that Li Wen had come looking for me. We chatted casually about the day's test when she suddenly started crying. She was sobbing when she told me that she cheated during the exam. What surprised me most was her reason. I was at a loss. Once upon a time, I might have had the same honesty and courage that she had. But at some point, I had turned into this middle-aged woman who would be gossiping about other people in the office. I knew it was just a waste of time. I knew those fake compliments we kept telling each other meant absolutely nothing. But I still locked myself into this Monday life, day after day. That day, Li Wen and I talked so much, like we were truly best friends. About cheating, about Gaokao, about W. Sorry, W. I broke my promise. Bad? I thought this was good. Isn't this good? What? What do you mean? What? This is the worst one? What? Then what? Huh? Then what's the good? Huh? What? What? Huh? Why is it bad? Maybe you have to switch the note. So it's not Li Wen, like, confessing to cheating? The thought that never occurred appeared in my head. Should I just copy it? But I never cheated in my entire life. If I didn't, I would stay in detention for extra study sessions. I didn't want to stay, I wanted to go back home. Right. I took a peek at Miss Yang. She seemed lost in her own thoughts. I made up my mind and decided to copy Jimmy's answers. I never knew that Jimmy was such a genius. I never paid much attention to him. Time for exams soon ran out. I took out another exercise book after exam when my mind was in it. A note had been left on my desk, asking me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, Miss Yang was waiting for me in the tutoring room. She told me I did exceptionally well this time and encouraged me to keep it up. She even told me that if I needed any advice or help with anything else in life, I should feel free to come talk to her. I kept thinking about her words on my way home. That was the first time she had ever said something like that to me. It felt a little strange. It was too late when I got home. I knocked on his door softly, no response. Sent some more texts, no response either. Just when my mind came back from wandering, the bell signaling the end of the exam had just run. Everything had gone well. Left a note. I asked Li Wen to come and meet me in the tutoring room after school. I knew many senior students were going through a lot of pressure, but they were probably less than blah blah blah, yeah. Some encouragement for Gaokao. We greeted each other, told him that she had done well to today's test and to keep it up for Gaokao in a few days. She was barely paying attention. Figured I said what I wanted to say, so I sent her off. And I saw her from the window running out of school like an innocent deer. That kid, she didn't have a worry in the world, did she? Well, W, I'll make sure to keep my promise. Okay, so I see. Basically, for the teacher, she has to keep the promise to Wenjoran.
right? So because she told Li Wen about the promise, it wasn't as good. But Li Wen, what, 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 what? Talking and having a heart-to-heart is bad. Yeah. I'm so confused. I thought that was it. I thought that was the good ending. Rank S. Okay, maybe... Maybe she should look out the window? No, but then she does really bad at the test. Or maybe the teacher just shouldn't be looking out the window. But then wouldn't she notice Li Wen cheating? We'll see. Nope. Yeah. That just means that she saw Li Wen cheating. If she's not lost in her thoughts, then she sees Li Wen cheating. So, what if she doesn't cheat? Then it's just, oh. Staring right back at me! I was so startled that I almost jumped. Suddenly I could understand understand the questions on the exam again. Thank goodness. What? Okay, sure. Whatever, I needed to finish the exam first before worrying about anything else. If I screwed this up, I wouldn't be able to go anywhere after school. A note had been left on my desk asking me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, Miss Yang was angry for tutoring. I did exceptionally well and encouraged me to keep it up. She even told me that if I needed any advice, I should feel free to come to her. I kept thinking about her words on my way home. Then it's just the same, so she does good, but, like, what? She's looking back at me too. She should be focusing on our test. I shook my head and signaled for her to go back to her test. She lowered her head. Half an hour later, the exam was over. I left a note. I asked Li Wen to come and meet me in the tutoring room after school. I knew many senior students were going through a lot of pressure. Right, okay. She's not paying attention, blah blah blah. Okay. Maybe we have to switch the note thing then. So like, instead of her leaving a note, Li Wen leaves a note. Ooh, the music changed. That must mean it's the right one, right? I looked at Li Wen, who was sitting by the window. She was looking back at me too. She should be focusing on her test. I shook my head and signaled for her to go back to the test. She lowered her head. Half an hour later, the exam was over. A note had been left on my desk, asking for me to go to the tutoring room after school. After school, I came to the tutoring room as Li Wen had asked. I knew many senior students were going through a lot of pressure. Right, okay. However, she was not here to discuss the pressure of exam or going to college. Instead, she asked me about W's abrupt resignation. I was a little unprepared, but I still remember my promise to him. I made up something on the spot, telling her that he had gone traveling abroad. Her eyes lit up when she heard my lie. She asked me a few other questions about schoolwork before she eventually left. She was very polite and nice the whole time. But the moment she closed the door, I saw her turn around and run away so fast that her hair was flying behind her. And then I saw her from the window, running out of school like an innocent, joyful little deer. I see my younger self. I took a peek at Miss Yang. She was staring right back at me. I was so startled that I almost jumped, and suddenly I could understand the questions. Right, okay. Thank goodness. Whatever, I needed to finish the exam first. Okay. I left a note. After school, Miss Yang came into the tutoring room as expected. Anything I can help you with? Well, Miss Yang, do you know why Mr. Wen resigned? Miss
didn't give me a look. Oh, him. He said he wanted to go and travel abroad for a little while. He said he'll come back in a month. He went traveling abroad? For a month? Gaokao would be over by then. I was still hoping that I could ask him for advice on what colleges to apply to. Although, as long as I could see him, as long as I could still see him, it would be okay. Meanwhile, I need to work hard on that. I need to work hard for that one last exam. Okay. So basically, it's don't tell Lee Win that when Jordan has stomach cancer. Oh my gosh, the teacher! Inan Junior High School. Teach. Okay, this. Okay, so we need to make Alicia not dead. I thought Mama was dead. Mama's not dead? Let's go? Oh, thank God. Holy shit. They said that that his eye got blew out or something crazy. But he's not dead? Oh, we know. No, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. I'm a dumbass. Cause she's looking for his family because he died. Duh. Oh my God. A few regular customers and I held a funeral service in his name, but not many people showed up. There were some familiar faces though. For instance, Ray. Throughout the service, we had kept our distance, pretending not to know each other. People thought Mama died because he had been accidentally caught in the crossfire between some of his customers. They lamented his bad luck. However, I knew the truth about his death. It was because of me. It's all because of me. Half a month later, I began to consider leaving this place full of nightmares and going back to Mexico. Sass? Zax? Sass? Sass? What? What is this? How do you say this? What? It was a famous local shopping center with an unusual name, and the prices in the center were even more unusual. I hadn't seen Carlos for so long, and I wanted to bring him something nice. But looking at the fancy men's coats, I couldn't help but be at a loss. It had been so many years, I didn't even know what size he would be wearing. I was sizing a brown coat against myself while looking in the mirror, when I felt a sense of danger coming from more than one direction. The elevator at the southwest corner. The discount department in the northwestern corner. The food cart that sold juicy beef balls in the southeastern corner. If I were an assassin of B+ level, they would probably around C-. Still, I was outnumbered. Besides, I didn't have my dagger or gun on me since I didn't expect I would need them. I pretended not to have noticed them and slowly walked towards the security stairwell in the northeastern corner. I tried to keep close to the other shoppers. However, the security stairwell turned out not to be so secure either. The only route left was to go towards the 4th floor. They were doing some renovations on the 4th floor. Construction materials were everywhere, but there were no workers around. But then I spotted a sniper with a rifle on the roof of the building across from the street. I had to scratch my plan of escaping by the window ledge. I could hear footsteps of different sizes coming from inside the stairwell, even though they were clearly trying to keep it light. I had no choice but to hide in the storage room full of cleaning supplies. I sat down on an upside-down bucket, feeling defeated. I would always dream about the end of my life every time I went on missions for Ray. I'd have the same kind of dream over a dozen times. Therefore, my current situation wasn't completely unexpected to me. Still, I felt a little choked up. I put my hand in my pocket, hoping to find a napkin. Instead, I found a wrinkled business card. The business card that was very suspicious by all standards. That one. Number. I half-heartedly texted a message to the number, asking Assassin Zuko for help. To my surprise, I soon received a reply, albeit an automated one. This number only accepts messages in Morse code. Your message was not valid. Please edit and try again. Hehe. that was interesting. My training did include Morse code, but I hadn't used it in a long time. Let me think. It should be dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Oh, SOS. Sent. I got another response. Dot, dash, dash, dot, 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 dot. ADS. Show for address. They wanted to know where I was. But before I could respond, the people outside had shot the storage room full of holes. Strangely, I didn't die. Every day, people came in and out of the dungeon. What? Whoa, 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 the jump is way too fast. Every day, people came in and out of the dungeon in which they were holding me. They tortured me in various and creative ways day after day, unleashing the profound hatred. Pulled out fingernails, yikes, 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 yikes. I would never tell them. I would take it to my grave. No, to my hell. Eventually, I could no longer tell who was torturing me anymore. My only regret was that I didn't have a cyanide capsule with me. However, there was this one young man named Ren, who had asked me once if there was anything he could do for me during his shift. He said he would try his best to do whatever I asked, except for letting me go or killing me. I thought for a while and smiled. I have a younger brother named Carlos. If you meet him someday, please be nice to him. Well, I didn't deserve to ask for forgiveness from the Heavenly Father. I was doomed to go to hell. My only wish was that my brother would be well and happy.
Morse code. That was an interesting human invention. A is dot dash. B is dash dot dot dot. C is who am I talking to? What? What? Is Myth not here? Alicia. Bruh. Wait, we need to do the address thing. But I don't wait. What? You expect me to know Morse code? Oh my god. Okay. XAS. That's what we need to do. XAS. So we know what A is. A is dot dash, right? Yes. Dot dash is A. But we don't know what X or S is. Did we ever dictionary Morse code? I don't think we did. Oh gosh. Oh wait, we did. Let's go. XAS. Okay, so that's dash dot dot dash dot dash dot dot dot. Okay, let me write this down. Dash dot dot dash X dot dash A S dot dot dot. Oh, we knew what S was actually because it's part of SOS. Okay. Alright. We're coming back, Alicia. Dash dot dot dash dash dot dot dash dot dash dot dot dot. Let's go. Wow, I'm so smart. XAS. Sent. It's the name of the shopping center. I wasn't really holding my breath. There was no way they could save me in time even if they wanted to. Well, and even if they got here, there were 10 floors in the center. By the time they found me, I would be long dead. I was right. In the end, I wasn't saved by the Zuko man. Instead, I was filled with holes by the storage. No! What? It still ended like this? Then what do we send? What do we send then? A. Wait, huh? What do we send in Morse codes if it's not SOS or our location, which is the mall? What else can we spell? That's 3 words. Or 3 letters. What? 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 10 floors in the center. By the time they found me, I would be long dead. I'm actually completely lost. I have no idea. Maybe the dictionary has something? What do you mean the letters were not an abbreviation, nor did they have real meaning? It means save our souls. Who wrote this dictionary? SOS has an abbreviation. Or is abbreviation. Where's the creator? Where's the company? I need to write to them. Excuse me. Also, wouldn't a Google search of SOS just tell you that? What other code to send though? Let's see. What's an unusual name? I honestly don't know what else to send other than the XAS. Ray? Nah. That wouldn't make any sense. Can you even spell Ray? Four? Can I spell 4 though? Oh wait, this show up. Oh wait, we can put a number. Dot 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 dash. Number and then what? Floor FL? No, we definitely can't fit enough of that. But if we put the number 4, then we're gonna have we're gonna have like an extra 4 dots. 4 dots and dashes. 4 F and L we also can't use because we don't have enough dots. Wait. Yo, yes we do. 4th floor? 4F? No, we don't have enough dashes. Just kidding. Then 4 what? Huh? Hold on. Okay. 4th floor. Oh no, I didn't want to replay. Okay, let's try spelling 4. Just 4. And see what happens. Maybe I'll jump to like the ending where it's like I don't remember Morse code at all, and I just spelled some nonsense. 234 dash. Made sense. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 dash, and then who knows? Dash dot dash dash dot. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 dash. Afterwards, we have a dash, 2 dashes and 2 dots left. What can we make with 2 dashes and 2 dots? Z, X, 4X, extra large? Like, what? Huh? That's Carlos's size. I'm kidding. 4P? 4 people? No. C, 4C. Maybe 4X? X feels like a letter that's used. I don't know. 4 times? Oh wait, I didn't see what X was. X is dash dot dot dash. Okay. Dash dot dot dash. Do 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 do. No. Three, 4 dash, and then dash dot dot dash. I don't know. No clue. 4X. I probably spelled it wrong. Well, what the hell? Oh my god. Okay, so it was nothing. Awesome, great. I'm having a great time. Bad. Okay, oh gosh, that's very large. I didn't realize that that was a thing. Okay. I'm just gonna screenshot this. Oh no, my cursor was blocking it. There we go. Let me minimize. Perfect. My little cheat sheet. Alright, let's go back. I feel like 4 is the right way to go, though. It's just the last thing I don't know what to put. It's definitely not a number because we don't have enough stuff to work with. It's not X. It's probably not Z. Yeah, okay. What else can we make? We'll just do process of elimination. We can do P. Dot. Dash dash dash. Oh wait, no. Wait, we did P before. We messed up. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4 dash. And then dash dash dot dot is that even a word? No, that's Z. Which is nothing. Okay. So dot 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 dash. P is dot dash dash dot. Right? X is dash dot dot dash. That's not it. Okay. C? Dash dot dash. Dot. Nope. Is there a dot dash dot dash? No. Okay, so it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with 4 then? Oh, wait. T is only dash. Maybe we can make 4th, like TH. Like TH. No, H is 4 dots. What the f- What? What am I supposed to spell? Not SOS. Not the name of the place. Not the name of the place. Not the 4th floor. No, it should be 4th floor, right? Because what else would it be? Maybe she's not on the 4th floor. Hold on. Because she had to escape through a window or something. Even if they got here, there were 10 floors in the center. By the time they found me, I would be long dead. 10 floors in the center. I can't put 10. Eh? What do I put? What do I put? I don't know. Oh man, should I look it up online? I'm seriously, I have no clue. What? Okay. Okay, Google. Cause I honestly I have no idea. I got no clue. Which one's this one? Mr. Assassin. Dash dot dot dash dot 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 dash. The fuck? Dash dot dot G. Dash dot dot GG. GG. That's not right. Dot dot dash. GGU? No. It's probably dash dot dot dash. X. It? So it's not XAS. X. And then X. X4? Is that what it is? Dash dot dot dash. Dot 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 dash. X4? So not 4X, but X4? Are you kidding me? So is it like a combination somehow of the shopping center plus the 4th floor? But how the hell are you supposed to know that it's this shopping center if it's just an X and then a 4? Okay. I had it backwards then. Dash dot dot dash dash dot dot dash dot 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 dash. There we go. Seriously. X4 sent. X was short for XAS fourth floor. There's no time to send something more specific. I didn't even know if they could read it. Oh gosh. Boom. The entire storage room shook. I couldn't hear any people outside anymore, only the sizzling of burning flames. I pushed away the mop that had just fallen on me and opened the metal door. The entire floor appeared to be bombed by a fighter jet? Holy shit. What the fuck? People weren't able to escape from the attack. They were all lying on the ground dead. The sniper across from the street was gone too. Jumped off the ledge from the fourth floor, grabbed a hoodie in the nearby shopping stall. Then I followed the safest path back to the Chongqing mansions. Hong Kong building is blah blah blah. Okay. Oh. I opened the door and the first thing I saw was an adult magazine. You're breaking and entering. Oh, you're breaking and entering. No, I'm just reading my good friend's home. I'm just reading in my good friend's home. I'm not your good friend. I noticed an intrusion before I came in. Right now, the surprise visitor was sitting on my bed. He was holding an adult magazine from 3 months ago, and he had a sarcastic smirk on his face. Well, would you like to be my good friend then? Or, to be more precise, my associate? No thanks, I intend to leave Hong Kong soon. I miss Mexico so much. I miss Carlos so much. He tossed me a phone. I caught it and saw a list of names on the screen. Every name was followed by a photo and a series of digits. I was the 8th name on the list, and the number after it looked massive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. $2 million. Oh, $2 million. Doesn't it look fantastic? Do you have any family? If so, it's time to cut them off. Tossed the phone back to him. I looked at him and sighed. Why didn't you just kill me? You still owe me for the RPG. It was really expensive. 2 million is nowhere enough to cover it. RPG. Oh, okay. I thought a role-playing game. No. Bullshit. Did anybody ever tell you that you were full of it? Fine, this is the real reason. He rolled up his sleeve and I saw a tattoo on his muscular arm. It was a little rabbit carrying a carrot. It's actually a number. Can you tell what it is? The folding ears of the rabbit, the carrot that was sticking out of the body, and the big feet. It was a 3? I believe you have something similar on you. I involuntarily touched the tattoo on my upper stomach. The dredging tattoo, I remember exactly what it looked like. It was also number 6. Zuko left. I collected all my important possessions and put them into a small suitcase. I asked someone else to send all the money I had to the orphanage anonymously. From here on, I would never write another letter. I had nothing in my wallet but a business card. It had a simple design, but unusual contact information on it. A few words were printed in bold on the thin white card. Zuko, assassin broker. Send your resume. Achievement unlocked, assassin training. Assassin broker? Whoa! Cut off ties with family, became a professional assassin for hire. Oh, Is this him then? The assassin guy? Which means Alicia isn't dead, right? Oh no, it went back to just him being caught by a policeman. Okay, cool. I sat on the bottom bed of the only bunk in the tiny room. I held my hand in my hands, thinking about the most baffling question at the moment. Why was I in prison? About half a day ago, 2 policemen had arrested me on the street. They put me in their patrol car and brought me straight here, Hong Kong Central Prison.
No one would answer any of my questions, and they beat me up whenever I showed any resistance. Then they just threw me inside this empty room. There was nothing in here except a bunk bed, a wooden desk, and a sink and a toilet. It didn't even have a window. I suppose this was what they called a jail cell. Cell 28, open up. The door opened from the outside. Someone came in. Right, it must be a prank by Ren and the guys. They were probably just trying to give me a good scare. They must be getting me out now. However, the person that came in had a pale face whiter than the wall, and a pair of lips reddened in blood. They were also wearing a strange long robe. It was a ghost. I had always been afraid of ghosts since I was a little kid. I jumped onto the bed and hid under the blanket, trembling in fear. Get out. Your bed is the one on top. Don't lie on mine. How dirty. I don't know why this voice is... I heard... Oh, it's a soft voice. Okay. I heard a soft voice come outside the blanket. It actually sounded like a human. I climbed out of bed and stood aside, watching the new person change into prison uniform and wash himself. He seemed to be right at home. Soon, the scary ghost had become a short young man with a clean haircut and an innocent-looking face. He was my cellmate, Hotaru. Although we had just met, Hotaru was a really easygoing guy. He immediately told me everything about how he had ended up here. Hotaru was from Japan. He had a long-term girlfriend from China. The only problem was that the girl came from a very prestigious family. They didn't approve of Hotaru. However, they still kept seeing each other in secret. They would fly across the sea every once in a while just to be together. Eventually, they realized that they would never receive her family's blessings, so they decided to elope. Unfortunately, just when they were ready to run away together, the girl was killed in an accident. No! Hotaru was devastated. Being so far away in Japan, he didn't even know what had really happened to her. He came to Hong Kong and tried to talk to the girl's relatives and friends that he knew, hoping to piece together the clues. His efforts finally paid off. In the end, he learned that one of her family members was responsible for her death. She was merely collateral damage in a vicious power struggle. Hotaru wanted to avenge her death, but he didn't have any power or any connections in this distant land. He had to seek help. He remembered a professional assassin that he had known in Japan. He was famous for his creative ways of eliminating targets. Some people referred to him as the magician. He also had a strange hobby, old adult magazines. Wow, it's the guy that Alicia is with, huh? Hotaru was able to find out that the magician happened to be in Hong Kong at the time too. However, hiring him required lots and lots of money, which Hotaru didn't have. Hotaru began to do everything he could for money. Inevitably, he dabbled in some illegal activities. Eventually, he was caught and thrown into prison. He still wouldn't stop. To him, the prison was just another society, not unlike the one outside. It was populated by plenty of residents with all kinds of different values. It wasn't just the guards or the warden. Even some of the prisoners might have unusual and powerful backgrounds behind them. Hotaru hustled among these people. He was willing to do everything and anything for a profit. He smuggled contraband. He traded information with the prisoners. He gambled with them. He bribed the guards, complimented them, sometimes even sold his own body. Hotaru said that as long as he could get his revenge, he didn't care about himself at all. He began to choke up. I was so angry after hearing his story. I was also feeling both admiration and sympathy towards Hotaru. If I were in his shoes, I probably wouldn't be able to do what he has done. Unfortunately, I had no more than a few $100 on me, and that was all I could give him for now. Oh, Carlos! I believed every word Hotaru had told me. The next day during lunchtime, I was mocked relentlessly by the other prisoners. Son, you should be thankful that you only had a few $100 on you. I told you we're gonna fall for it. Hurry, give me my 100. What kind of story did he tell you this time? Deceased parents? I know what he said, it's not entirely made up either. I heard 9 guys out of 10 here were played around with him, I was so angry that I dropped my spoon and ran back to my cell. Hotaru was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed, making a pyramid out of poker cards. You lying bastard, give me back my money! Hotaru paid me no attention. He just put 2 more cards on top of the pyramid. A mini TV was playing a Japanese prank show near his knees. The sound of laughter came out of the TV right on cue, as if they were mocking me too. I stepped forward and turned off the TV. You monster. I dragged him off the bed angrily. The pyramid of cards collapsed and they scattered all over the floor. The air in the cell seemed to have suddenly frozen. People began to gather right outside the cell. A tall, strong guard walked in through this crowd. I recognized him. He was the one who had taken my mugshot when I came in and searched my belongings. I seem to recall that he was from the UK. Everyone called him Morgan. I was about to tell Morgan what had just happened, when he punched me right in the face. Walter was completely lying, at least. Everyone in here might have some kind of unusual background behind them. Why was I so unfortunate? Not only did I end up in prison, I also had to live with such a bastard of a cellmate. Lord, what's this part of your trial for me? Carlos. Why is Carlos in prison? Why did the 2 policemen arrest him? What? Huh? Is it because they knew about his gang connections? That doesn't seem right. Maybe? Maybe? Is this the guy? Is this Holter? Or is this somebody else? 5 years wasn't really a long time. But when I looked down on Hong Kong from the airplane window, all I could remember was some fraction memories about the city. Everything I can remember about Hong Kong seemed to be connected to a coffee shop called Maple House. Okay, maybe it's not. However, when I finally found the old address of the coffee shop, there was only a real estate agency at the location. I tried asking around the neighborhood, and people told me that the matron of the coffee shop had died in an accident. They also said a few regular customers had tried to keep the shop open in his name, but the landlord had refused to extend the lease. That meant that I didn't really have a reason to stay in the city any longer. I felt a little disappointed. Nevertheless, instead of wandering the streets aimlessly, I might as well go back to the UK sooner. My mental condition hadn't been very stable recently. If I suffered an attack here, my doctor friend half a world away wouldn't be of much help. For example, just earlier. No, actually, I couldn't even tell how much earlier just earlier really was. As far as I could remember, it had been a clear night. I was walking out the alley in front of the coffee shop while I pulled my blazer tighter around myself. It was quite dark in the alley, except for the pale white moonlight shining down from above. I unintentionally looked up at the moon, then all of a sudden I felt the moonlight getting whiter and brighter, and it was almost blinding. After a deafening moment of buzzing in my ears, I blacked out. When I woke again, I found myself lying in the bed of a hotel room I had booked. On the other side of the bed, another man with a scruffy face and long hair were lying down and snoring loudly with no inhibitions. Who was this man? Had he brought me back here? How would he know that I had been staying here? I nervously rummaged through his luggage. Besides the camera and some daily necessities, I also found a passport and work ID. Apparently, he was a policeman from Korea. Maybe he was a tourist. Perhaps he was just a good Samaritan who had decided to return the lost item he had found by the road. After I calmed myself down, I realized that I was still wearing the same clothes as before I had left. The wrinkles on my clothes and the germs on the bed from the other man were both making me quite uneasy. In any case, I went to call for room service. I couldn't call for room service before he left, so I decided to get changed first. I changed into my clean clothes and walked into the main room. I sat down and sunk deep into the soft couch. The digital clock on the table said that it was almost 10 p.m. on the Tuesday night. I decided to think about something before the man woke up. I used to want to become a doctor, but I never did. The reason was that while I had been studying for the qualification, I discovered that I had a serious condition. It was called selective cognitive dissonance. It was a hereditary disease. A person who suffered from this disease would selectively manipulate their own memories about people and events based on their own psychological condition. Simply put, their own brain would tamper with their memories without their realizing it. When I first found out that I had this condition, I also realized that all my memories might not be accurate or even true at all. I was terrified. I couldn't stop myself from second-guessing the truth of my own memories. I was in the UK at the time, and I had a psychologist friend. He helped me by treating me with hypnosis therapy. The treatment allowed me to forget the unpleasant memories from my past. He told me that I was an entirely different person after the therapy. Afterwards, I had a good few years. But there were some side effects too. I couldn't remember what my parents looked like, nor where my home was. For the past 2 years, there had also been more serious reactions too. Fragmented, horrifying images would suddenly flash before my eyes, and I would feel severely sick or even pass out. My friend told me that the hypnosis might be wearing off, or that my condition might be deteriorating. Whatever the case, we had decided to do another session after I finished my trip and returned to the UK. I was staring at the TV opposite of the couch when I suddenly sensed an inexplicable chill spreading over my entire body. I felt like the entire room was spinning, and I could hear nothing but an overwhelming buzzing in my ears. At the same time, a number of unimaginable visions were swirling through my mind. I could feel it. I could feel a crack opening in my brain. Something sticky, rotten, and pitch black was coming out of the cocoon. I was having a relapse. I held my arms tightly around myself. I knew I was about to completely lose control. There was a knife on the nearby desk. I could see my own reflection in the blank TV screen. My face was gradually overlapping with some of the gruesome visions in my head. It was too late. I remembered everything. Parents' faces, my home, hellish child. Yeah, it's the same guy. But, UK, how did he get there? Buzzing in my ears and spinning were morphing into excruciating pain, pinching every single nerve in my body. Those bloody memories, the cruel truths that they implied, were pushing me to the brink of my sanity. If I were on that edge, my illness would take over my mind and push me over the cliff. And then history would repeat itself. I did not want to become someone I hated again. I do not. Cannot. I refuse. I must stop myself. No! Question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh no, this means that he would kill Hotaru though. If we put the knife over here, right? That's not good. I don't want Carlos killing people. Turned off the TV? But the TV wasn't on in this case. Okay, let's see. Angrily dragged him off the bed. I grabbed the knife on the desk and held it to his pale and tender neck. The pyramid of cards collapsed and they scattered all over the floor. The air in the cell seemed to have suddenly frozen. I just wanted to scare him, and surprisingly it worked. Hotaru said he would give me my money back next day. However, on the next day, not only did I not see a penny of my money, I was moved into another cell. Since then, I would often find my food tickets gone. Okay. Or my uniform thrown in the toilet, stained with filthy things. But a new cellmate was a huge meathead. I didn't dare complain to anyone about him. Hotaru never returned my money, but somehow I found myself missing him a little. See my own reflection in the blank TV screen. My face was gradually overlapping with some gruesome visions. It's too late. I remembered everything. Window? Window? Bad. Okay, so...
What? This doesn't help though. What if and the knife, like, what gets him to move the cell? Move cells. That's not a good. Okay, yeah. There's a knife on the nearby desk. What about this? Oh, the policeman was no longer asleep. He was standing at the door to the bedroom. He was holding his head in his hands and looked confused and neurotic. He looked at me as if I had done something despicable to him. However, I was the one who was really losing control. The image of him screaming monster at me lingered in my brain. These horrifying fragments of memories were beginning to come even closer. Something not quite right. Make sure I could control myself, I lunged at him. We were tangled together, hitting each other as hard as we could with our fists and feet. I needed to relieve what was piling up in my mind in the most primal way. Oh no! Didn't win the fight. The black barrel of a gun was pushing up against my left temple. The person who was holding the gun had the same face as the policeman. But I could see something different, something much more frightening. You're a monster. He pulled the trigger. Wait, no, this is... Isn't this... Wait, this is Lieutenant Khan, right? It's probably Lieutenant Khan. Because if Lieutenant Khan gets hurt, he has a different personality. I looked at the fruit knife and had an idea. I decided to swallow up my anger for now. Later that night, I was lying on the top bunk waiting for my eyes to open. Hotaru returned in his sleep. Squeak bang. The entire bed shook violently and I heard a panic scream under me. I looked down, feigning ignorance. The bottom bunk only had a metal frame left. There were a few broken pieces of wood on the floor. The screws that I loosened up earlier were lying innocently in the corner of the cell. Hotaru sat on the floor in shock, still processing what had just happened. Haha, you sucker. Back at the orphanage, there had been a fat little kid who would always bully me. I once taught him the lesson in the same way. Carlos. Although I was scolded by Alicia, it still felt really good. Oh my god. They needed a week to fix the bottom bunk. In the meantime, Hotaru was temporarily moved to another cell. Me in the cell alone was quiet, too quiet. I used to sleep in the top bunk in the orphanage, and Alicia would sleep in the bottom one. It wasn't a sturdy bunk bed. Alicia would have to hold to the bed every time I climbed up. Otherwise, it felt like the bed would immediately topple over. Oh, how I wished I could find her sleeping down there when I woke up. I flipped the wet pillow, lay my head on it again, and closed my eyes. I had seriously started thinking about what to do next. So this worked, but maybe this? So maybe it's like the monster is on the... Oh, hi! Yeah, what a wonderful game, we're back. I'm trying to... Okay. That's because this is probably right with the knife on this side. Image of a woman on TV, hysterically screaming monster lingered in my eyes. I am waiting for them to have a happy ending. Where's my wonderful world? Why was I having such a strong reaction to this word? A few blurry visions were beginning to come together in my head. Some of them were starting to become even clearer. There was a room without lights, a man who looked like a doctor, and me, as a child, as a monster whose actions destroyed my sense of self. When we clashed with each other, only one could survive. I felt some changes happening inside me. It felt so good, as if a group of people had been tolerating a smoker in an enclosed space, and then the smoker was suddenly killed off by a falling meteor. Oh, I left the hotel. I walked in the middle of the street under the pale moonlight.
I used to believe God was real when I was a kid. But if he or she were real, none of the things would have happened to me. People like me, we didn't really need a god. We just needed a dagger. Decided to stay in Hong Kong. There must be a lot of people here who could use a dagger like this. A dagger like me. It's S. Nationality British. Jack! Jack! Oh my god, it's all connected! It's all connected! It's all connected! Okay. So, before, right, Park Sang-gun, right, was like, okay, like, you know, he burnt down everything and then left, right? But then, cause he's like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid, right? And then Alicia had she who was with in Maple House, right? And she was like, oh, there's this kid named Jack. And like, but Jack was like really creepily talented at like shooting people. And I was like, yo, what if, and she was like, she described Jack as like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid. I was like, whoa, Park Sang-gun's also a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid, but this guy's in Korea, right? There's no way that Jack, he would also be Jack, right? Because I'm like, okay, you know, he's in Korea, she's over here, but the time is different, timelines are weird, so he is actually Jack, right? Because after all this shit happened, he had the freaking some memory stuff, right? Where he said he was like hypnotized to like forget everything, and then because of that he forgot who he was here, and then became Jack, right? And he also mentioned here that he's like, oh yeah, I was in Maple House in Hong Kong, I've been there before. Yo, connection, whoa, the dots, holy shit. Dots. Wow, big. And I'm pretty sure the guy there is probably Lieutenant Khan. I don't know, it sounded like Lieutenant Khan. Scruffy face and long hair. Yeah, it's probably him, right? Oh, come on, it's gotta be. The dots. Wait, but then that means he's in Hong Kong. Why are you in Hong Kong? Are you in Korea? Shit's weird. That means, okay, so that means the white things, this means that that's their last message, right? Because we're definitely not hearing from Park Sang-gun again. Whoa. Wait, if he's British, should I give him a British accent? But he's here though, but well, whatever, we need to diversify anyway.
好想再见他一面。
Li Wen, please. All the past 3 letters have been the same thing.
Lo siento.
Boy with a baseball cap.
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
Unit 4 gone. What? Gone? It? Oh man, wait, again? It's blacked out again? Alicia, did you die again? Alicia! Stop? Oh my god. Okay. I can't do any accent. 3 years ago had gone by since I graduated from high school. 3 years? College wasn't what I had expected it to be. In my imagination, college was supposed to be a place where ambitious and hopeful young people could better themselves before they entered the real world. In reality, it was more like an amusement park. Most people never thought about their future. The professors barely cared whether anybody was even listening to their lectures. Yes, I am the professional voice actor. Rather than teaching the students, they usually cared more about how much funding they could get for their own private projects. Even the library didn't have many good books. Instead, it was more of a hotspot for young couples to go make out. I no longer even went on campus anymore. I might as well not even study at home. My friends were all super cool. Every few days, they would host a party at my place. We did karaoke, cooked hot pot, and called for fried chicken deliveries. My room was always full of the smell of cigarettes and beer. A life like this had made me lose the concept of time. It also helped with alleviating my feelings of loneliness. I lay down on my couch and slowly fell asleep. These days, I had been sleeping on my couch more often than in my bed. Mr. Wynn walked up to the couch and gently took my head. Opened my eyes. I didn't go to campus today either. After graduating from high school, I never saw Mr. Wynn again. I would often imagine that he would suddenly appear by my side, just like the day of the art exhibition. He would even show up in my dreams sometimes, but he never did show up for real. Every time I asked Miss Yang about him, she'd always stop herself before saying a word. I stopped asking after a while. I knew I would probably never know where Mr. Wen was, but I hoped that he was doing great. Because the early summer that we had spent together would always be the best season of my life. Li Wen.
I really hate to think that Mr. Wen is dead, but I think that's what they're trying to like Mr. Wen was like, oh, I'm gonna pass away because I have the stomach cancer, and then have Miss Yang like keep quiet about it. So Li Wen never finds out that Mr. Wen dies. But no, that's so sad. Also, if our theory is correct and that this white S means that they're gonna stop sending us any more letters, that means that Winjaren's still alive. So maybe he's doing fine. Just take it away. I couldn't take it completely away. All I did was transfer it from her to him. Oh man. Wait, hold on. I wonder if there's final goodbye is. Yeah, see? All I could do is transfer it from her to him. There's literally no other choice. I guess God really isn't omnipotent. Sleep on the couch for more often than I bed. Oh, she opened her eyes and Mr. Wen came up and took her hands. Ooh, ooh, I'm so smart. Climbed up the couch and turned on the TV. Handed Mr. Wen a can of beer and got my cell phone. The evening news was on. It was about the wedding ceremony of a tennis player that was incredibly popular for a while now. A few days ago, he had just announced that he was retiring from tennis. He also announced that he was getting married to his longtime female assistant, who used to be a tennis player too. I was quite shocked when I saw the name of his fiancée on the TV screen. Shin Su-ye. That couldn't just be a coincidence. Ever since I was old enough to remember, I had never seen my mother. Father had only mentioned her once, but I had never ever forgotten her name. I had always thought that tennis was just a hobby from when father was younger. He watched the games all the time, and he had a yellow racket in storage. Under his influence, I started practicing tennis too, and the yellow racket was the first one I had ever used. Now that I thought about it, the only matches father had ever watched all had the same person in them. He wasn't watching the game, he was only watching mother. And that racket must have belonged to her too. Bruh. I chugged the beer and looked at Mr. Wen, who was supposed to be sitting at the table. Except there was no one but me at the table. Ah, no, it's just still a hallucination. The beer can I had handed over was just sitting there.
hot pot in front of me was filled with overcooked vegetables and meatballs. The trash can nearby was stuffed with my yellow tennis racket and several bags of fried chicken that I had not even taken a bite of. I hunched over the table and burst out crying. Achievement unlocked, bitter memories. Bad. What, bruh? Her mom is a tennis player, and famous tennis player too. What? Oh my god. Okay. I didn't go to campus today either. I opened my eyes, and Mr. Wynn was on the couch. I rubbed my eyes. It was Miss Yan, not him. We could just never have it happen, huh? He's just not here. I must have not been totally awake. I climbed off the couch, went into the kitchen to help Miss Yan with dinner. I was a repeating senior student this year. Because of a stomachache, I had to miss one of the exams during Gaokao. I was going to give up on going to college altogether, but Miss Ye instead spent a long time convincing me to give it another try. Concerned about me being alone again, Miss Yang had moved in next door to help take care of me. She was living in the apartment that Mr. Wen used to live in. After Gaokao, Mr. Wen had vanished from my life entirely. I would often imagine that if I started to give up on myself, maybe he would come back into my life to stop me from ruining my life. I would be willing to wait for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, even longer, as long as he would come back. I had been thinking about this so much that I even dreamt about it all the time. In the end, he was probably just a passerby in my life. Look, there's a tennis match. Miss Yan put the remote down. It was the 4D Gate Open. One of the finalists was a Chinese player. Father used to like him a lot. He would always watch his matches. Not only was he a tennis genius, he was also incredibly popular on the internet. He was young and handsome, came from a rich family, and had a professional team handling his business off the court. Besides the astronomical prize money from his matches, his sponsorships were even more lucrative. Damn. Every time he went onto a talk show with his beautiful female assistant, he would receive more than tens of thousands in payment. Lots of people were always posting about him online. They adored him like he was a pop idol. Miss Yang kept staring at the TV while pouring out some soy sauce on her noodles. Since he likes tennis so much, have you ever thought about going into a career that has something to do with it? My chopsticks stopped for a moment. Maybe. See. So this is what Li Wen decides to pursue tennis. See. Wait, so which do we not do? Open your eyes, Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen's on the open the eyes. So I guess Mr. Wen is on the couch and then open your eyes. After saying they didn't go to campus. I had another dream. I climbed off my couch, changed in my exercise clothes, picked up my racket, and headed out. I was a repeating senior student this year. Because of a stomachache, I had to miss one of the exams during Gaokao. I was going to give up on going to college altogether, but Miss Yang spent a long time convincing me to give it another try. After Gaokao, Mr. Wen had vanished from my life entirely. I would often imagine if I started giving up on myself. Right. This is all the same. But there's only one left, so it's gotta be it. Oh. The light over the tennis courts was maintained by some of the residents themselves. The dim light bulb kept making a buzzing noise. 1, 2, 3. I just hit all 30 of the balls that I had, so I picked up the now empty basket. I walked over to the other side of the court, collected the balls before hitting them all again. No one else was on the tennis court. All I could hear was the sound of achievement unlocked, separated in life. Doesn't feel like achievements. It doesn't feel like an achievement. No one else was on the tennis court. All I could hear was the sound of the balls hitting the racket and then bouncing off the ground. C? Wait. It can only be C? What? Okay, hold on. Oh! God, stop scaring me. God, where do you keep... Nightmare. Another nightmare. What is going on with me? I'll go downstairs and get some air. Willie must still be asleep. His door isn't locked. Come to think of it, I've never been in his room. Well, I'm going in. He's not here.
The rock smells fade.
His room looks quite different from mine.
Yeah, it's much more male. But also, Willie's a dog. Why would he need this stuff? And a guitar. He doesn't have opposable thumbs.
It's pretty cool. This red thing, it's called a guitar, I think. Does he know how to play the guitar? Sat down in front of the desk. A picture inside a metal frame caught my attention.
Private Eyes achievement.
This photo.
I see. There's a dude.
And the dog, it looks just like Willie. Although it's a little smaller. I can't see the face of the person on the left very clearly for some reason. Nevertheless, it looks like it's a boy. I feel like I've seen him before.
Oh.
After scouring my memories for the face of this boy, I felt like an electric shock had suddenly pierced my brain. Then everything turned white in front of my eyes. Oh. Look, Fluffy knows how to count. The die showed 4 and he barked 4 times. Oh.
Woo, 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 woo.
It's just counting. What's so special about that? Fluffy, go get my slippers.
Woo, woo.
Look how smart Fluffy is.
You're so lazy that you can't even get your own slippers.
Fluffy, go get my snacks.
Woo, woo, woo.
Are you telling the dog to get your snacks? Do you have a hole in your head? Fine, I'll go get them for you.
Here they are.
Did you eat some?
Who won't eat your osmanthus cake? I hate that stuff.
Then why are there only 4 pieces when there were 5 earlier?
It must have been Fluffy. See, there's some incriminating dog hair right here.
Don't you frame Fluffy. Fluffy wouldn't do it. You know what I just noticed? I just saw you touch your head right now. Just now. You always do that when you're lying. I'm onto you.
What? Do you trust Fluffy more than me?
So? I like Fluffy. As long as I have Fluffy, I don't care about you at all.
Idiot. Fluffy can't be with you forever. Dog's life is much shorter than ours. I, on the other hand, might actually be by your side until the end.
You're lying to me again. Fluffy, you're gonna stay with me forever, right?
Woof woof. Brother? Wake up. Wake up. Why'd you fall asleep in my room?
Huh? Did I fall asleep?
What happened to you? You're not feeling well.
I don't know why, but I suddenly want to bawl my heart out. I don't want to read those letters anymore. When I realized the humans had all been doomed to their horrible fates because of me, I just couldn't...
Fine, I understand.
Huh? Even though I couldn't say anything, Willie seems to know exactly what is bothering me.
It's okay, don't cry. You've done a great job. I mean it. I'm the one who's been acting horribly. But don't worry, you won't remember any of this soon.
Huh?
Bye.
Ugh, my head hurts. Where am I? What happened?
You finally woke up. I've been waiting for so long. I was beginning to worry that you might never wake up. Our memories got erased. Willie!
Are you...
My neighbor's dog, Fluffy. Is it her brother or her neighbor? My neighbor's dog, Fluffy? Good. It looks like she's forgotten everything. How did you come up with a lousy name like Fluffy? Besides, we don't even have a neighbor. I still feel like he looks a I still think he looks like a Fluffy. Wait, what did he mean by no neighbor? Have you lost your memories? Lost my memories? Wait, did I fall down the stairs and then hit my head? For some reason, I seem to remember losing my memories before. Does that even make sense? Well, maybe you are a little confused after hitting your head. People sometimes think that they remember weird stuff after memory loss. Let me tell you my name first. My name is Will. Sometimes I go by Willy. Willy? Yes, Willy. Willy Wonka? Never mind, you don't need to know my name anyway. You may just refer to me as your master. Master? Why is a dog my master? Not a dog, we are gods. How did you know that what I was thinking of just now? Eh? Wait, did you just say that we are gods? As gods, it is our job to change the fate of the humans who ask us for help. Humans encounter all sorts of nonsense in their lives. Sometimes they pray to us, desperately hoping for some miracle, as they call it. I could help them, or I could just toy with them for fun. Whatever I do is up to me. Wait. Stop blabbing so fast. I don't understand what you're saying at all. Not blabbing. You're just too slow. Never mind. You don't need to know too much about this either. All you need to be concerned about is preparing snacks for me every day. The room downstairs next to the staircase is mine. Remember to put the snacks on the desk every time you bring them in. If I'm asleep, unless there's something extremely important, do not wake me up. What do you mean by extremely important? If I forget to make the snacks, should I wake you? Well, don't bother me for something like that, obviously. Then again, why would you want to make me up if there were no snacks? Well, let me think. For instance, if it stops snowing, then you should wake me up. That might never happen, though. Okay, got it. Well, you just woke up after having passed out, so you should get some rest. Just stay in bed today. I need to get to work now. Wait, I still don't know what my own name is. Why did he leave in such a hurry? I really can't remember much else. How did I lose my memories? So now Willy's taking care of the letters. And Myth is just a snack giver. Oh well, I'll take over from here. She's quite compulsive. She has given every letter an S ending. However, are these S endings really the perfect endings? Do so-called perfect endings even exist in this world? Like here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Because I was gonna go back and change that one, but then it launched me into a cutscene. Because I was like, maybe I'm on the wrong ending. That gave me a C for the other one. Right? I was like what we said earlier was like, the one where Li Wen and Yang Ying like had a heart-to-heart and talked about Wenjia having stomach cancer. I thought that was the right one, but then it wasn't, right? Because it wasn't the S one. But then the S one led to a C ending, and the ending can only be C, right? The thing is, this happened before with Alicia's, with the poison and the sleeping pills, so... Looks like getting a good grade is a decent ending. However, Li Wen would never hear from Wenjia again afterwards. I'm afraid Wenjia has... Could there be other possibilities between her and Miss Yang? Humans are so annoying. Maybe I should try some other possibilities. In the future, I will enter the ending selection mode by selecting the brown button on the right that has many branches. Oh, okay. Then I may switch between my previous decisions at will. Maybe I can discover some new possibilities this way. especially when the letters from the same person are somehow not in a straight line. I should pay extra attention in these cases. However, not all of the new possibilities can be discovered so easily. Some of them might be hidden really well. Some imagination might be necessary to uncover these hidden secrets. Time to... Wait, hold on. Let me just double check. History. Okay, so this is... This last one. Yeah. Is her learning about stomach cancer. And talking with Yang Yu. Right? This E one, her breaking her promise. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's this one. It's this one. And this never happened. But this one with Alicia, I still haven't done. Okay, let's see.
好想再见他一面。
Yeah, see, there's another
为
one.
什么我要遭遇这样的事？
Jimmy! What? Adventure of a Big Brother. Jimmy, what's happening?
The mountain was called Shuanlong Mountain. The name meant a mountain with two dragons. In weather like this, one could see the most beautiful window on the mountain when the rain stopped. The rain was beating down on the bus window and washed the view outside into a blur. The only thing recognizable was the blurry greenish mountain that was getting closer and closer. He's got cancer, stomach cancer, late stage. He's got cancer. Stancer. Can I not do that? He's got cancer, stomach cancer, late stage. Cancer, stomach cancer, late stage. Miss Yane's words kept echoing in my head. Why didn't he tell me? Why would he just leave like this in a secret? I thought that we were at least friends. Once again, I had been left all alone. At the foot of the mountain, the ranger told me that hiking had been temporarily suspended due to a high probability of mudslides. I managed to sneak past him when he wasn't paying much attention. I was hiking up, one step at a time, along the wet and slippery slopes. My school uniform had gotten soaked inside and out. My shoes were covered in mud. I looked up. I was maybe 100 meters away from the summit. No, it should only be 50 meters. A gust of wind at the mountaintop blew me off balance. I was blown over like a young, weak, and small tree. I rolled down the steps along with the mud and rocks. I tried to grab onto anything I could touch, the trees, the grass, but they all snapped. I was rolling down faster and faster. I felt myself leaving the ground, solid ground. I was flying, and I saw the valley beneath me. I pulled a pen out of my pocket and stabbed forward with it as hard as I could. A murky torrent of mud and rocks rushed down from up the mountain. I somehow stuck the pen in the cracks among the rocks and the cliff. But the torrent was too powerful. I felt weightless. I had never done bungee jumping before. I imagined it would probably feel something like this. I was falling, kept falling, and after what felt like an eternity, my body finally touched the ground. I could feel something sticky coming out of my nose and my ears. It hurt so bad. It was so bad. I never thought this would be the end of me. I didn't want it to end like this. There were so many things I hadn't told him yet.
Someone would save her, yes. That someone is us. We will save her. Did Jimmy become a big brother? What's happening?
In this modern life, there isn't anything that can be delivered right to the door. Yet somehow, despite this, there are still things that are beyond our control. For instance, the shipping fee. Or that is, to qualify for free shipping, you have to buy many small filler items, hoping that they will be useful one day. Or that the tissues always run out sooner than expected. I always wrote down what I needed on my shopping list. Then, every Tuesday, I would use the list when I went shopping at the nearby supermarket. I would usually go between the supper and evening discount hours. This way I could avoid the afternoon rush hours, as well as the housewives who swarmed in for discounted goods, and be done within 30 minutes. However, it wasn't a good day to go out.
Oh no. There's bad weather here too?
The weather was extremely bad that night. As soon as I opened the door, huge raindrops smacked my face like small pebbles. Thunder exploded as if it was right on top of my head. I opened my umbrella. It was such a stormy evening, I heard that spooky things might come out on a night like this. And just when I had finished the thought, "Big brother, can you come play with me?" I suddenly heard a childish voice next to me. I was so startled I stumbled one step back. I stopped and took a closer look. It was a young boy I had never seen before. "Hey, kid, don't play outside in the rain like this. You should go home." I hurried past him without a further thought. Just recently, I had been the target of some malicious gossip. The mastermind behind it was an elementary school kid. As a result, I had been feeling easily set off whenever I see these tiny, mischievous young children. However, something didn't seem right. 2 blocks later, a young girl jumped out in front of me, holding a flowery umbrella, and said in a crisp voice, "Big brother, can you also come play with me?" "Little girl, you are really cute, but Big brother is not gonna play with you." "Leave me alone, all you cute boys and cute girls. I am not in the mood." I held the umbrella lower and kept walking. However, then I mysteriously ran into several more children of similar ages, although all of them were wearing different clothes. Yet they all looked at me with an identical innocent smile and said exactly the same thing. It was so freaky. I was almost walking as fast as an Olympic race walker. Just a little further. Once I turned around the corner, I would be at the supermarket. Bump. I bumped right into someone. I fell to the ground and my umbrella slipped out of my hand. It wasn't a kid this time, but someone who was very skinny. I couldn't see anything but a dark figure.
Oh hey, it's Jack. Eh.
Thunder kept booming in the clouds. Suddenly a ball of lightning flashed across the sky and almost lit up the entire gray city. The person who was covered from head to toe in dark clothes underneath... the person who was covered from head to toe in dark clothes underneath wore a clear raincoat. I can't read. His face was mostly hidden behind a mask. I could only see a pair of ice-cold eyes that were glimmering from the flash of lightning. I felt a chill climb up my spine. "Big brother." A muffled voice came out from behind the mask. I couldn't tell whether it belonged to a woman or a man, but I knew it was the most terrifying voice I had ever heard.
Could you come play with me?
I climbed up off the ground, turned around, and ran fast as I could, without even picking up the umbrella. Yet, I heard footsteps following behind me, with exactly the same pace as mine, and laughter. Who is that? Why are they chasing me? What does it want with me? The thoughts kept getting scarier and scarier in my head. I tried to shut them out and just kept running. But no matter how fast or how far I ran, the footsteps and laughter were still right behind me. My mother had always complained that I never exercised. She said if I ever ran into a bad guy, I would be dead because I would be running too slow. Mother, I promise I will never fail to listen to you ever again. My legs were getting heavier and heavier, and the footsteps behind me were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, my left hand was firmly grasped. I turned around in utter terror and gazed right back into the closed eyes once again. There was no way those eyes belonged to a normal human being. The dark figure grabbed my wrist tightly, with a strength that was way too powerful for its skinny figure frame. It then covered my nose and mouth with a damp cloth. A tide of exhaustion suddenly washed over me. Everything went dark. I passed out. When I woke up, I realized I couldn't move. Wait, why was I tied to a table with my arms and legs all spread out? And where had my clothes gone?
Big brother.
I heard his chilling voice right next to my ear. The masked person had a shiny scalpel and
Oh gosh, Jimmy!
he kept brushing the back of the cold scalpel over my thighs. In his other hand, he was holding the gossip newspaper.
Oh no. Okay, I see why. Alright, okay. No, Jimmy, your luck is terrible. Jack is probably... Well, I think Jack was gonna become some sort of... I thought Jack was gonna, like, join the assassin squad that's somehow happening with Alicia and the guy, the fedora guy, right? Because he was like, oh, I'm like a dagger for hire or something like that, right? But or maybe he, in this case, it kind of feels like he's turning into some vigilante, right? Because he probably saw the gossip newspaper and was like, oh god, there's a pervert on the street going after kids. I don't want that happening to anyone, right? So he tracked him down, the pervert who is Jimmy, but he was falsely accused because there was a bunch of kids playing a joke. And now he's gonna cut his dick off.
What the hell? I tried to protest, but my body felt as heavy as a piece of cast iron, and the only sound I could make was some random noises.
Oh no! Damn, I should have gone out. Jimmy! Oh no! Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I see. You have to get through the rough stories to get to the happy stories. Left hand was firmly grasped. Okay, good. Oh, what if a murky torment of rocks, mud and rocks rushed down from up the mountain and it hit Jack to stop him from catching up? There was no way, but... Right? Or like Jimmy used a pen to stab the hand. Or... I don't know. We'll see. Okay, we'll just switch the two. Because I think this one for Lewin is probably right.
The sweat on my palm had glued my hand tightly to the pen that I had stuck in his shoulder, but he showed no signs of pain at all. Who the hell was this person? I fell down into the mud, and the torment of mud and soil underneath swept both of us down the cliff. The mud and soil kept splashing onto my face and into my nose. I was beginning to have trouble breathing. Suddenly something hard struck me in the forehead and I blacked out. When I woke up, I realized I was in a hospital. I couldn't move at all. My entire body had been wrapped up like a mummy. The nurse told me that a team of road repair workers had found me. I had broken numerous bones all over my body, but none of my organs had been damaged. It was almost a miracle. A doctor in a white coat came in as soon as the nurse left. He was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see his face. He had a glistening scalpel in his hand. I could see it.
How did he switch places with the doctor? What? Oh.
My heart skipped a few beats. I feel like I had already died. I thought I must be in a wild dream. I'd seen too many movies with a similar plot. The heroine was about to fall off a cliff, and the hero was able to catch her hand in the last moment. Yet we were not the hero and heroine in that kind of movie. The wind and rain kept getting stronger. He grabbed a small tree next to the cliff with his left hand, and the tiny trunk was shaking. Its tiny trunk was shaking more and more violently in the relentless wind. I was so scared that I could sense that I wasn't the only one. Finally, a crisp snapping sound broke the silence between us. We fell off the cliff, holding onto each other's hand as tight as we could. This falling kept falling. After I felt what felt like an eternity, my body finally touched the ground. I feel something sticky coming out of my nose and my ears. Didn't hear a response. The rain and tears had blurred my eyes. I couldn't see his face.
Bad. Rank D. Okay. Shit. Okay, because I was thinking maybe the pen is kind of useless in this situation. So, maybe put it here? So the pen plus the left hand. Maybe that'll save them from falling to the ground? No, this stays the same. Okay. Oh, the music changed though.
I'm not sure how I found the strength, but I stepped forward at the last moment. I could feel my heel just missing the sliding mud. A torrent of mud was falling off the slope by the hilly roadslide. A landslide. The mud and soil underneath the masked person suddenly began to move rapidly, as if they had just been woken by the thunderous explosion in the sky. God made the mud soil move. The masked person was sucked into a torrent and swept down the cliff into the distance. The goddess of fortune must have heard my call for help. Lucky me. After struggling to calm down, I realized a new problem. Where the hell was I? I eventually managed to stop a taxi and get back home, even though I was completely lost. The warm bed and soft sheets seemed like friends from another lifetime when I got home. They sucked me in instantly as if they were a black hole. The only thought I had before I completely lost consciousness was, I shouldn't have gone out. So this is right. Maybe change these two? Oh, wait, no, I don't want to reset. Okay. So... stab the pen and then the left hand was grabbed. No! Wait. Oh, wait, was that how it... Wait. Oh, no. Left hand was grabbed and then you stab the pen. Okay, right. Oh gosh. My heart skipped a few beats. I feel like I heard you died. I must have been in a wild dream. I've seen too many movies with a similar plot. The hero was about to fall off a cliff and the hero was able to catch her hand just the last moment. Then she was cut his hand with something and say, "Let go of me or I'll drag you down too." Why is it that kind of movie? Why can't you guys be saved? Come on. However, I was no heroine. Blood was being washed away by the rain. It flowed onto my hand and dropped onto my face. I had stuck the pen into the back of his hand, but had been blown away by the heavy wind. So you just injured him. This wasn't a movie. I would drag him down, I definitely would. But I didn't have the courage to tell him to let go of me. I was such a coward. Hold on, keep your eyes on me. He held me even tighter. The rain and tears had blurred my eyes. I couldn't see his face. I'm sorry, I'm so scared. So scared of being left alone. Miraculously, he seemed to have heard my thoughts. Don't be scared. I would never leave you alone, ever. He grabbed the tree next to him with his left hand and leaned back. The tree was already bending at a dangerous angle. My body was jerked upwards. The little tree snapped in half, and at the same instant he pulled me into his broad chest. He locked me in his strong arms. I felt a warmth I hadn't felt in a long time. I couldn't think of anything to say. He didn't say anything either. Or maybe he did say something, but it was drowned out by the rain and I couldn't hear it. Yo! Oh my god. Ding ding. Okay. Okay, we gotta take care of this one. Because I think Alicia is in trouble again. Oh right, that was his name, Zuko. Zocco. Zocco had an exclusive and secretive business app for himself. Returning guests and people who had a referral would contact him directly on the app, instead of texting some ridiculous Morse code to the number on his card. He was good. Even if the targets had somehow learned that Zuko was after them, they would never be able to guess how they would be eliminated, nor when or where it would happen. He was like a magician. Yeah. Business was good. But he always referred most of the jobs to his associates. He rarely got his own hands dirty, and he never asked for a cut of the proceedings. He told me that he wasn't doing this for the money, but for information. Occasionally, he would bring up some stories from the days when he had been working for Ray. A lot of them reminded me of my old days. He eventually made too many enemies as well, and has struggled for a while after leaving Ray. Once he was already too deep into the assassin for pay business, he realized he had to give it his all to survive. He also learned that information is more important than your kill count. Thanks to his connections, I was able to learn the identities of the people who had been after me. They were exactly who I thought they would be. Yet it was practically pointless at this point. Right now, my head was worth quite a fortune. If I ever showed up on the street without a disguise, someone would be gunning for me in no time. I had to move to a new place every 3 months. All the locations were scouted in advance for me by Zuko. He was the only one who always knew where I lived. Currently, my hiding place was at Pitt Street 98-6. Funny enough, it was only 20 meters away from Pitt Street 99, the home base of the Black Dragon gang. Once I had even spotted Ray from the window. I heard that he had become the new boss of the gang. Zuko had not only helped with covering my tracks, he would also take care of me when something else went wrong. Like today, I was lying in bed with bandages on my legs and an ice bag on my head. Zuko put a bowl of hot porridge on the nightstand. I could smell a hint of overcooked rice. Then he sank into the couch and began to peruse the 3-month-old adult magazine that he brought over. 4 days ago, he gave me 3 big envelopes. He wasn't the kind of person who would just lecture me about justice, but he had his moral preferences, and he would put his preferred target on top of the pile. The first target was a greedy boss who had been stiffing his workers for 3 years. The second target was a paralyzed rich man who had been depending on his children. Third target was the boss of the newest gang recently established in the Bay Road area. Pick the last one. If I got in an epic battle, which had led to this. Oh. Don't get me wrong, I was never some kind of vigilante assassin who had the moral high ground either. I had no right to be, nor did I want to. I was merely someone who had no family, no friends, and no reason to live, and being on the edge of life and death was the only thing that could make me feel alive. Tasted the porridge and fell asleep again. Ring ring. Seemed to have heard the doorbell ringing. And then I heard the door open and then close. It seemed to be a package delivery. Package? Who would send me a package? I sprinted from my bed and yelled out Zuko's name. There was no response. I walked to the door of my arsenal. Every time I moved, I would turn the smallest room into a mini arsenal, enhancing it with a security door and a keypad lock. Since I was moving in a few days, I had already packed all my weapons and ammo. There was supposed to be nothing inside the room, but I saw an open delivery box just outside the security door. I entered the passcode. Didn't notice that there was someone behind me. Someone grabbed my neck from behind and choked me. I raised my left hand and stabbed my finger toward the throat of my attacker. He did a backflip and got away from me, landing precisely on the window ledge. His lower baseball cap covered most of his face, so I could only tell that it was a slim, fit young man. "You're indeed as good as they say." "No matter, my mission is done anyway. See you never." The rear-stunning boy left me with his final word, jumping off the ledge and disappeared. I had more important matters at hand than going after him. I went back to the security door. It didn't open, even though I had entered a passcode. The only explanation was that Zuko had locked the door from the inside. He must still be in there. Why would he do that? Oh! Boom! The Norse force blew the door off its hinges, twisted it and tore it into a million burning pieces that were flying towards me. Zuko was flying in the air along with all the debris. His neck was bent at an inconceivable angle due to the explosion. When I finally woke up in the ICU, I realized my left arm and both my legs were gone. And I knew that I probably didn't have much time left, yet the doctor still bluntly told me the other piece of news. The man that had been found at the scene with me was already dead when the ambulance arrived. Strangely enough, when the doctor said, "I'm sorry for your loss," I wasn't really feeling too much loss. Alicia. Can Alicia ever catch a break? Give me a second, I need more water.
Justice Boy. I sat in my seat opposite the bathroom. The office felt empty. Officer Jin Yoon was still in the hospital. Lieutenant Khan had been sent to the detention center. Couldn't find out where. And Officer Minjin, I would never be able to see him again. So I was the only one left in Unit 4. Officer Minjin had been murdered. His case had been turned over to the Superior Investigation Agency, with Unit 3 assisting. Yesterday, people from Unit 3 had come over and taken everything that belonged to Lieutenant Khan. Fortunately, I had been prepared in advance. I made copies to some of Lieutenant Khan's case files and reports. I also kept a red folder with files on Unit 2. The files and reports were mostly about the cases that Unit 4 has solved. Nothing too important there. Although I did read a lot of familiar words in his reports. My words. I finally understood why he always told me to write longer reports. He probably had not just copied my reports. It looked like he had also done the same to reports written by Officer Minjun and Officer Ji Yong. I shook my head, put them away, and opened the red folder. After they had taken Lieutenant Khan into custody, I had read everything in the folder multiple times. I had learned that Lieutenant Khan had been the only surviving member of the old Unit 2. The files in the folder had records of the details of Operation White Bay, which had been initiated by the previous police major. They also included every mission that Unit 2 had been involved with. Every mission had been a success, except for the last one, codenamed W620. It was during that mission that almost the entire unit had been taken out. Lieutenant Khan must have been reading these files as a memorial to his former colleagues. I could still remember him crying when I saw him looking at the documents. I could also remember Officer Minjun telling me awkward military jokes while he was reading an encyclopedia of firearms. It almost felt like everything had only happened just yesterday. I had fought so hard to be a proud member of Unit 4. I thought I would have a chance to spar with Lieutenant Khan every once in a while. I thought I would be listening to Officer Minjun's war stories, telling me of events that had happened a long time ago on some distant islands. I thought that one day I would be fighting side by side with the three of them, all in the name of justice. It never occurred to me that one day would never come. It had been 3 days since Officer Minjun was murdered. I heard that they had found an unregistered Glock 43 in Lieutenant Khan's home. They had also found his fingerprints on the gun, and the barrel matched the rifling twist patterns that they had found on the bullet inside of Officer Minjun's body. The time of death had been determined to be noon of the day that we found his body. It happened to be the time when we were finishing taking a drug dealer's statements, and Lieutenant Khan had just left the station a little while earlier. However, Lieutenant Khan had offered no alibi for himself. How could Lieutenant Khan have possibly done something like this? There must have been something that he couldn't reveal. If only I could find out where he had been during that time. So far, that was all the information I had learned about the case. I had tried seeking out Lieutenant Kim multiple times, expressing my wish to help out as much as I could with the case. Although I knew that being a member of Lieutenant Khan's unit, as well as a teammate of Officer Minjun, I didn't have any right to be included. But as long as I could help Lieutenant Khan, I was willing to do anything, no matter what. However, Lieutenant Kim had only handed me all of the inconsequential chores of Unit 3. He wouldn't even tell me where Lieutenant Khan was being held. I was afraid that, as far as they were concerned, still allowing me to come to the station was already a special treatment for me. I couldn't wait any longer. I had made a decision. I was typing on the keyboard while peeking at the makeup mirror in Officer Ji Yoon's desk. I saw through the mirror that someone from Unit 3 had just entered a 4-digit passcode to open their safe. In the Criminal Investigations Division, every unit had their own safe to temporarily keep classified documents. As Lieutenant Khan's case was still under investigation, there must be relevant documents inside Unit 3's safe. Stealing classified documents would be something that was way beyond rule-breaking. If I got caught, I didn't even know what kind of punishment would be waiting for me. But as soon as I remembered Officer Minjun's death and Lieutenant Khan being framed, I knew it was something I had to do. This would be my justice. Justice Boy becomes vigilante. 7 p.m. Last person in Unit 3's office wing, Lieutenant Kim, had finally left. I stayed in my seat and kept typing on my keyboard for another 5 minutes. I didn't stop until I made sure the entire floor had no other people, and then I walked over to the safe of Unit 3. There was a basket of candies on top of the safe. I opened the door. There was nothing inside. There was nothing in the safe. Lieutenant Kim had opened the safe earlier before he left. Maybe he had taken everything inside with him? I went back to my seat, defeated. What else could I do to help Lieutenant Khan? Well, who else could help me now? Oh right, I should go see Officer Ji-yoon. I hurried to the hospital, but I didn't get to see her. A nurse told me that she had checked out and left the hospital earlier that day, but I didn't have a phone number to contact her. Damn it, was there nothing else I could do? Please, Buddha, please guide me. What should I do? Achievement unlocked. The professional? Okay. I didn't notice there was someone behind me. Just outside the security door. I opened the door, there was nothing inside. I entered the passcode. There's someone behind. Oh, let's just switch the two. This seems like a foolproof plan that has been working so far. I felt a big hand patting my back. Hey kid, what are you doing over here? I heard footsteps coming towards me, so I stood straight in front of the cast safe. I pretended that I had been trying to take some candy from the basket. You've given me too much work, so I just wanted some candy to relax a bit. Haha, sure. How about we go take a bath? It should be even more relaxing. It was already after hours. The spa and station was quite crowded. Lieutenant Kim was soon chatting and laughing with other people that were hanging around. I stayed in a corner of the spa and didn't join the others. I remembered the time that I was in the spa with Lieutenant Khan. Maybe it was because of the steam from the spa, but I felt my eyes watering up. Uh-huh. Zuko wasn't in the arsenal, nor he... Zuko wasn't in the arsenal, nor was he in the apartment. Somewhere in the street, I heard that what sounded like an explosion. I ran downstairs and heard people screaming and crying in agony. There were some injured people everywhere I looked. The source of all the suffering was a small square that had just been wiped out. The food carts that sold solid beef balls were all gone. A dark, radial scorch mark was left on the concrete in the middle of the square. But in the center of the darkness there was nothing. There was nothing left. Let's see. Someone behind me, right? Enter the passcode. Open the door. I will finish. Don't give words of doubt. There's nothing inside. I didn't notice that there was someone behind me. Just a stack of files in the safe. I quickly flipped through them. They were exactly what I had been looking for. But I couldn't find out where the lieutenant was being held. Oh, but before I could find out where the lieutenant was being held, I heard somebody walking my direction. I quietly closed the safe. I'm not seeing every story on purpose. It's a puzzle game. I don't know what the correct answer is on every try, so I need to try to figure it out. And sometimes it doesn't work out the first couple of tries. Quietly closed the safe, hid the files under my jacket, and snuck into the bathroom. In the men's bathroom, there was a stall that had a window to the outside. It wasn't too big, but it was enough for an adult like me to climb out. And the back door of the station was not far away from the outside of the window. I opened the window to the stall and stepped on the toilet lid when I heard a deafening scream. Huh? Meow! Spotty? I let out a scream myself and fell to the floor. The bathroom door opened. The person who had just come in was no other than Lieutenant Kim. For a moment, I even suspected he'd seen through my plan to steal the files the whole time. Lieutenant Kim pulled me up from the floor and took the files away from me. Then he said in a lowered voice, "For the sake of us having worked together for a while, I won't tell anybody what happened today." I thought Lieutenant Kim would be saying this in an accusatory tone, but when I looked up at his face, I realized he was actually smiling. Why would he be smiling? I couldn't figure out what he was thinking. All I could feel was a chill down my spine. Zuko grabbed me from behind and dragged me away from the door. Oh, boom! An enormous force blew the door off its hinges, twisted it, and tore it into a million pieces that were flying towards us. Zuko blocked most of the debris from me. His body had become almost unrecognizable. Oh no! He was holding my hand so tight when he died. Does Zuko have to die? Is that what's happening? Zuko was gone. There's no funeral. A couple of his body handlers took care of everything. During the night of the full moon, a few days later, I opened my fist and examined my palm under the moonlight. Zuko had given me one last small present. He had been hiding it in his hand before stuffing it into mine when he died. It was a small metal part that he had taken off the baseball boy's bomb. Bad. Maybe if this is just if there was nothing inside. No, this is the same as before. So that's not right, because there's a bomb! Okay, wait. So... Oh no! Alicia died! Okay, that's not good. There's nothing inside? Still bad, because there's nothing inside the safe. Or... Oh no, we can put there's nothing inside here so that it would be the basket of candies that has... There was no candies. Eh? No! Still bad. Because this is definitely it for Alicia, right? I opened the door. I entered the passcode. Before I even tried to enter a passcode, the door of the safe opened by itself. A ghost. There is nothing but a note inside. It read, "Mind your own business." I went back to my seat defeated. What else could I do to help Lieutenant Connor? Who else could help me out? Alright, I should go see Officer Ji-Yu. Okay. The rest of this is the same. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Actually, so if I put... What was this one? I opened the door, there was nothing inside. I entered a passcode, I didn't feel like... No. open the cell. Enter the passcode, open the door. How about open the door and then enter the passcode? And then we can put there was nothing inside here. Because it doesn't really matter on that side. No. Okay. Open the door? No, that changes Alicia's too, though. I have to kill you today. Weird sending man rolled 2 knives and lunged at me. Pricked out a fruit knife from the table and tried to block him. We were quite even at first. And somewhere on the street I heard something sound like an explosion. No. Didn't open as I had hoped. That was strange. Had I misremembered the passcode? No, not possible. I recorded the passcode yesterday. I even checked twice today when someone else was opening the safe. The last person to use the safe was Lieutenant Kim. Had he noticed my plan and changed the passcode? I went back to my seat defeated. What else could I do to help Lieutenant Khan? Who else could help me now? Oh no, this is all the same. Bad and bad. Okay, so we can't put I opened the door here. Does this work? No. If I do... I didn't... no, that's not it. I didn't notice there's someone behind me? No. I didn't notice there's someone behind me should be on Alicia's side. Right? Okay. And nothing else works for... Open the passcode. Open the door. There's nothing saying it's safe. What else do I do then? What? What? Wait. Enter the passcode, there's nothing inside. Oh. And then you open the door? Open the door to what? No. I entered the passcode, there was nothing inside. What? Wait. Okay, so, cause I'm stumped, right? I went online to check. But it said that I entered the passcode, there was nothing inside, I opened the door. It should be the right one. But what is this? Did I do something wrong before? What's happening? Willy! Eh? Hold on. Eh? Okay, wait. It says we need a S ending on Spotty's meow meow meow, which unlocks after you change Li Wen and Yang Ying's endings to what we just did. Wait, so we need to see. You okay, bro?
幸运女神，你在哪里？
Jimmy, where's the cat? We don't have the cat. Eh? Wait. Eh? No. I'm pretty sure this. Feline King. Fury of the Cat. Eh? What? Huh? Looking it up. Yeah, because I'm really confused, and I don't think I could be able to figure it out myself. Three years after. Go to the last X ending on formula notes and answers from Li Wen. Oh no. Right, that's what we're on. Okay, right, so that's what we did, right? Li Wen and the E ending for promise. This will gray out 3 years after, unlock a different route, and help you get more letters. Try S ending for unit foregone. You first need the S ending for Spotty's meow meow meow. Wait, so that means the cat that he did spit on was Spotty. Shh. It's okay. Then what? Do I need to keep unlocking letters in order to get Spotty's letter? Or do I need another ending? No, because this would be changed if I do that. That's not right, right? Let's see. No, that's not it. Nah, I don't think that's right. Okay. I guess we'll just leave this one for now, because basically, yeah. Okay. So who's here? Jimmy? Windjaw? Okay. Windjaw, you're alive? Oh, right, because he grabbed her hand. The rain kept pouring down with no sign of stopping anytime soon. I carried Li Wen on my back to the ranger's cabin on top of the hill. She had already fallen asleep. Due to the danger of a potential landslide, the park rangers had evacuated earlier. I laid her down on the only bed in the cabin and tried to cover her up with some sheets, yet I noticed something strange. I felt her forehead. It was a little too warm. Fortunately for us, there was some medicine and a few bottles of water in the cabinets. Speaking of water. tried to get her to take the pills. She leaned on my shoulder and mumbled half-consciously in her dream. Then I heard her say father. I walked to the door and sat on the steps while staring in the rain. I had planned to travel to some new place where no one would know me and spend my final days there. I'd even asked Yang Ying to watch over this kid on my behalf. I had thought I could let this all go. Yet the gods had made me run into her again here. God, haven't you toyed with me enough? When will you stop? Yang Ying had mentioned that Li Wen's father was a painter, and that he had passed away due to a heart problem. It sounded just like me. Was that why she had been so close to me? So what about how I felt about her? Ever since she had come into my life, I had been paying extra attention to her. At first, I thought it was just out of curiosity, but lately that feeling seemed to have evolved in some way. When I had been in the hospital, I would often catch myself thinking about her without realizing it. I kept telling myself that it would never happen. After all, there had only been one person in my heart. The first day after I had gotten out of the hospital and gone back to school, I didn't see her in my class. During my lectures, I kept losing my thoughts, till I saw her passed out at the back door of the classroom. I had no time to worry about other people staring at us. I carried her out of school, but I couldn't get a cab. I had to run all the way to the hospital with her on my back. Wow, good job, dude. Maybe it was the moment when I started feeling something more, or maybe it had been even earlier. When our pictures had been posted on the school forum, I had intentionally avoided her. When I walked past her, I knew she was staring at me, and I felt like the most horrible and stupid person in the entire world. So that might have been the moment, but maybe not. No. I shouldn't have been thinking about all this. She and I, it was never gonna happen. The night kept getting darker and darker. The rain kept falling, and I was still sitting on the doorstep. I felt like I was dissolving into the rain in the night. I suddenly heard someone calling me from behind. She sat herself up on the bed, but looked away the second she saw my eyes. Mr. Wen, I have always liked you. I stood there thinking that I must have heard it wrong. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't have said it. You're my teacher and I must have made you feel very uncomfortable. If I don't tell you, I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm sorry, Mr. Wen. I'm so sorry. Her hands were clenching the sheets tightly. I want to be with you. I pushed her. She began crying and ran towards the door. She just ran into the evening rain. By the time I realized it, I could not see her anymore. Earlier, after hesitating for what felt like forever, I had told her the cruelest thing. I'm sorry, I can't be with you. I remembered her expression when I pushed her to the ground. She must have thought I had been disgusted by her. But how could I ever feel that about her? The only person that had been disgusting was me. I was so scared. I had no idea what I would mean to her if I crossed that line. Her lover? Her father? Or just a pathetic dying cancer patient? I held my flashlight and began aimlessly searching for her in the rain. I almost slipped a dozen times. And when I realized that she might have slipped and fallen down, I hated myself even more. Before I knew it, it was daylight. The rain had finally stopped, and the sun had come out. The first ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and sprinkled upon her body lying in the valley. She was so calm and so beautiful and so still. She was not even breathing. I held her cold body in my arms. I felt like I had lost the whole world again. Okay. 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 So. What? Should we get Wenjorin to say, I want to be with you? She's been crying. I pushed her. And then I think this should make it... Oh wait, no. She began crying and ran towards the door. And then I pushed her and then say, I want to be with you. First try, let's go. Definitely. I couldn't simply ignore her existence any longer. I couldn't ignore my true feelings either. She's so pure, so kind. She's a gift from God. I didn't want to hurt her, but I couldn't help myself anymore. Whoa! I reached out to her and held her in my arms as tightly as I could. Kissed her forehead. Kissed her cheeks. Kissed her lips. Let's go! Let's go! Yeah! First try! Jimmy! This is what we waited for! Finally! Now you guys don't have to send any more letters, right? Oh wait, no, he still has stomach cancer! No! It's okay, we'll deal with that later. Jimmy!
I reached out for my sir's body pillow, but it wasn't there. Shook my dizzy head and sat up on my bed, trying to remember what had happened last night. I had been chased by a strange masked person on my way to the supermarket. The man seemed determined to kill me. I finally got away thanks to a landslide just off the road. I was completely exhausted when I came back and fell asleep as soon as my head touched the pillow.
Oh, I read that wrong. That's fine.
However, this clearly was not my own room.
What? Where'd you go, Jimmy?
I sat up. The floating dust made me sneeze a few times. I turned around and saw that there was a clearly human-shaped mask on the old sofa bed. The rest of it was all covered in dust. Some of the furniture was covered with cloth and messily arranged in the corner. There was no windows in the room, only a locked gate. I appeared to be in the warehouse. The only source of light was a dim desk lamp on the wood table that had one leg shorter than the others. There was also an hourglass and a used syringe on the uneven tabletop. A note was placed under the hourglass.
What is this? An escape room situation? What are you doing, Jack? You're pretty unlucky yesterday, but can you still find the key to your fortune today? This time, the game is timed, so please be aware of your time limit. If it's game over for you, I'll be very sad. Smiley face.
The note was signed with a smiley face. Smiley face? No, this is not just a smiley face. This was...
Pie. What?
The infamous psycho serial killer Pi.
What?
2 years ago, an extremely bizarre murder case had taken over the news for a while. A 30-something-year-old man died in the bathtub of his own house. To be more accurate, he didn't die there. His body was placed there. All 24 pieces of it, each of them meticulously sliced. The blood had been drained from the entire bathroom. And the entire bathroom was totally spotless, as if it had just been cleaned by a specially trained crew. The only clue left at the scene was a smiley face drawn with a marker on one piece of his body. Even more bizarre, the man was a divorced father who had been living with his 10-year-old son. After his death, the son told the police that he had been abused by his father multiple times. In fact, he claimed that he remembered the exact number of times it happened, 24 times. Was it just a coincidence? Was this smiley face killer some kind of vengeful angel of justice?
He is Vigilante Ian.
The media started to spin the story, adding their own imagination and speculation. All kinds of articles about justice and evil were all over both legitimate and gossip newspapers alike. As the police were completely at a loss with the case, a similarly strange yet wildly different case happened. A drug-addicted pub singer who was known for frequently abusing his girlfriend and causing multiple miscarriages was found dead in the backstage of the bar where he usually performed. The crime scene was very clean and showed no signs of struggle. They were only able to identify traces of blood on the floor after using luminol. Well, I know what luminol is. I played Ace Attorney. His vocal cords had been ripped away from his body. Meanwhile, a cassette tape was found beside his body. The tape was a recording of the singer's own voice, but completely off-key. A smiley face was drawn on top of the tape. Afterwards, the police referred to the suspect with the codename Pi, because the smiley face looked a lot like the symbol pi if it was rotated.
Okay, that's like pushing it. You can call him like what, smiley, colon, parenthesis, I don't know, pi. Okay.
They tried to prevent all information regarding Pi from leaking, yet somehow the media kept finding more and more juicy stories. They soon summarized several characteristics that were shared among Pi's victims. 1. Sadistic. 2. Male. 3. Some kind of abnormal perversion. For instance, a middle-aged man who was extremely into S&M that started targeting neighborhood children. A man who always cheated on his partners and then beat them up when he ended relationships. An elementary school principal who was a pedophile and molested his own students. Molested the students.
You didn't have to actually do a bomb effect. Good job, Jimmy, you figured it out.
It was as if a bomb had just gone off in my brain. It must be because of that goddamn gossip article. He was after me for the wrong reason. However, I had no other choice but to find him so that I can explain myself. I read the note again. I rolled up my sleeves to examine my arms, and I found it. There was a tiny bluish needle mark on my left arm. Crap, there wasn't much time left. The warehouse gate had been secured by an ancient-looking lock. The lock was covered with carved markings and seemed quite heavy and sturdy. There was a keyhole in the center of it. It seemed to be a challenge. To make things worse, it wasn't that I couldn't find a key. A chest had been placed right next to the gate. It was filled with keys, lots of them in all kinds of shapes. God damn it. I flipped the chest to the ground desperately. All the keys poured onto the ground in a chaotic flood of metal. There must be thousands of them. About half of the stand was still in the top half of the hourglass. I probably only had approximately 1 hour left. Even if I could try one key every 3 seconds, I would have only gone through less than half of these keys. However, I had no time to waste, and I started trying them one by one even though I had no idea what to do next. 50 minutes had passed. I inserted another key into the keyhole, yet the goddess of fortune never favored me, ever since I was a little kid.
What are you talking about? We've been favoring you this entire time, Jimmy!
The final grains of sand had dropped into a small dune in the bottom half of the hourglass. Excruciating pain exploded in my chest. I couldn't even hold the key in my hand anymore. I dropped the key onto the pile. It made a clinking sound and I collapsed onto the pile. I must have completely wasted my time watching all those crime investigation thriller movies. All I could think of right now were the scenes where the victim died. I couldn't remember even a single scene where the heroes escaped because of their intelligence. It hurt so much that I curled into a ball on the ground. My mind was almost gone and I felt warmth beneath my nose. I wiped my face with my hand. Blood. It was over. I was gonna die in a godforsaken place that no one would ever know about because the psycho serial killer had got the wrong guy. Jimmy.
Okay, Jimmy. We gotta not try all the keys, okay? Wait. What am I wait, how do I spin this? What? I had no idea what to do next. I had inserted another key into the keyhole. The goddess fortune had never favored me ever since I was a little kid. Oh, here we go. So the goddess of fortune never favored me ever since I was a little kid. Yet, right? So that would mean that, oh, yet when I inserted another key into the keyhole, it worked. Right? That should be right, right? I think so.
This user had been granted administrative privilege. After 50 minutes, I finally cracked the administrator password.
I thought there were keys and... What do you mean password? What do you mean cracked? What happened?
The lock was actually an electric lock that looked like a mechanical one. It was connected wirelessly to a remote server named Lock of Luck through a nearby router. The server was the real key of luck. The program that controlled the lock had been set to unlock it when there had been 2,000 attempts with any key. However, no one in this fucking world could do it 2,000 times in an hour. This bastard almost had me fooled. I spent a little more time changing the 2,000 to 1 in the program and re-executed the program. Now all I had to do was try it one more time and I could finally get out. However, just when I was about to insert the key in the hole, an excruciating pain exploded in my chest. I couldn't even hold the key in my hand anymore. Dropped the key into the pile, make a clinking sound. Final grain sustained. Damn it, so close. So, okay. Try it one more time and I can finally get out. Maybe it's something with the time. "50 minutes had passed and inserted another key into the keyhole." Oh, maybe... Okay. So this... Okay, 50 minutes had passed. That's probably him trying to re-execute the program, right? And then inserted the key into the keyhole, maybe? Brain thinking. Big thoughts. Oh, let's go! Music change! And surprisingly, like, criminal game music. Criminal game music? This is a lot of, like, investigation game music. It sounds like it. The lock opened with a crisp electric beep. Yes! Thank God I hadn't been fooled by how it looked.
On the last okay, but isn't every try that we end up with the last try?
I wiped the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve and disconnected the wireless connection between my PDA and the lock. 50 minutes ago, I had a sudden epiphany after trying a few keys without success. I took out my PDA and tried to scan for nearby devices. That wasn't how I found my chance to survive. The lock was actually an electric lock and looked like a mechanical one. I connected wirelessly to a remote server named Lock for Luck through a nearby router. The server was the real key of luck. To have laid out such a trap, it could only mean one thing. Pi had secretly investigated me and knew that I was a hacker. That bastard almost had me fooled. It took me 50 minutes to crack the administrative password for the server. Then I was able to find the program that controlled the lock. The setting on the program indicated that the lock would only be opened if there were 2,000 attempts. In other words, it didn't matter which key I tried. All I needed was to try 2,000 times with any key. However, no one in this fucking world could do it 2,000 times in an hour. Except a hacker. There's this cow emoji. I was gonna... If this ended without a single cow emoji, I was gonna be so sad. I was like, who is this? This is even Jimmy? There's no emojis. How is it Jimmy? There it is. Yes! I pushed open the gate. The humid air and clear night sky made me feel like I had never felt before. A paper bag was taped to the other side of the gate, with a note reading Antidote 1. In the bag, there was a syringe filled with some unknown liquid and a car key. Are you fucking kidding me? Antidote 1? That bastard. Excruciating pain exploded in my chest. I had no choice but inject the first antidote into my arm. I had to keep going. I had to find him. I struggled to stand up, sweat all over my body, and pressed the button on the key fob. A beeping sound came from a car not too far away. The headlights blinked twice.
Oh my god. He's completely playing you, Jimmy.
如果时间可以重来，
When you again.
幸运女神你在哪里？
Jumanji. Okay. Alright.
In the subway train, an old blind woman raised a well-worn metal mug to my face. An old man who looked like her husband was helping her from behind with one hand. His other hand was holding a worn-out speaker. It was playing May Happiness Be With You. Beijing had banned
I don't know how to say this word.
in the subway, but these beggars could still often be seen in cars. Nobody wanted to be the bad guy or feel guilty, so no one would report them to the authorities. Put $5 in the mug. I usually wouldn't do something like this, but I just wanted to leave them to leave me alone today. Besides, the beggars there were only a few other passengers in the train car. A mother and son who had just come back from an amusement park. A couple who were laughing while looking at their tablet. A salaryman who apparently had just gotten off work. He was telling his honey on the phone to go to bed without him. Felt so envious. I didn't want to go home, because even at home I would still be alone. The car was quiet, except for an occasional chit-chatting, the wheels running along the tracks, and the PA system announcing the stops. The next station
is Station B. The next station is Station G. Station G is the transfer station. Passengers for another line, please prepare to get off. The next station is Station H. Station H is the transfer station. Passengers for another line, please prepare to get off. The next station is Station P.
I wasn't sure how many stations it had been since I'd gotten on this train at Station B near my home. I didn't bring much of anything with me. Perhaps I should just keep going until I reached the final station in the countryside. I had enough money on me to buy another ticket to Tianjin. I could go and watch the ocean there. The last time I had gone was when I was in elementary school, and I remember that I had gone with my father that time. Perhaps this time I wouldn't be coming back. I lay down on the chairs next to me and raised my left hand in front of my eyes. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling shone through my fingers as if they were blinking. The ring I had on my ring finger seemed to be fading out. God, were our fates already determined or not? Was it really something that could be changed?
Did he pass away because of stomach cancer? I hope not. We didn't get to do anything about it though. No, just from the clues, I'm pretty sure that we're supposed to change it so that it's going in a different direction. Yeah. Station B is near her home, so we'll change it so that the train's going towards her house. There we go. So the train's actually coming backwards. It's long gone. No! His happiness was just... Well, actually, if he's happy, then he wouldn't write any letters to us, right? I don't know.
I stayed in the subway, changing from one line to another, hesitating. I finally decided to go home. It was already dark when I came out of Station B. It wasn't a highly populated neighborhood. The only reason he and I decided to live here was because the rent was cheaper.
Oh yeah, see, they are living together.
The grass was tall near the exit and the streetlights were a little dim. I walked down the street and watched my own shadow getting longer and longer. Suddenly, another shadow appeared next to mine. For a split second, I fantasized that it was his shadow. A white cloth was put over...
Can we catch a... Oh my god. Achievement unlocked, the girl next... No! Bad. I thought I just had it to change. Oh, wait. No. It's changing from one line to another. So, okay, so we have to make it so that's not dark when she comes out of Station B. Which means Station B can't be the last station. But... Hang on. Station B, BGHP. GHPB. Is this supposed to go in like alphabetical order? H. Nope. Okay. In the middle? My phone just buzzed again. Another complaint from another customer whining about the quality of my goods. Oh please, what kind of quality do you expect from something that cost you $5? Got off the train at a random station. I had enough. I didn't know how to keep looking at it. No! That's not good. Oh my god, okay. What? Got off the train at a random station. No. You want her to get off at home, right? Changing from one line to another. Hesitating. Finally decided to go home. But this is if got off the train at a random station. Station B near my home. Final station, the countryside. Huh? H? We're just gonna brute force this. I don't know. B second? B second was the same as this one, where you get off at a random station. Which I'm assuming that we have to put the stations in a specific order. And if it's just like a order that's not specific enough, they'll just send it to this one, which is just a random station. Reset this. Okay, so it's BGHP. If I put it backwards, then it ends up in the other one. Where it's like, oh, I kept switching things and ended up home when it was all dark. Right? Already dark when I came out of station B. Change from one line to another. Changing from one line to another. PB? No, that's just... Oh, that's the same. I feel like we want the last station to be B, because then she'll end up home. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Oh! Well, I finally got home. I went into the apartment carrying a bag of random goods from the rural shopping mall. The place was a mess. Toys and clothes that I had sold were still everywhere. Washed my face, and then 2 apples that were in my fridge. They were the only edible things in there. I took a bite from one of them and put the other one in front of the photo of Mr. Wen. Hey, how have you been? I'm doing well. I would say this to his photo every time I came back. Then I would pretend that he responded and asked about my day, to which I would then reply that I had been doing well. Even though it was a total lie. He had the surgery at the same time I graduated high school. It was a success at first. However, during my freshman year, in pre-med, things took a bad turn. The doctor said that the cancer cells had spread. Without telling him, I took a leave of absence from the school to take care of him, and I started living with him. He was always cheerful in the beginning, assuring me that there were all kinds of new treatments available. I knew he was just trying to make me feel better, but I was still watching him getting weaker and weaker, losing the fight day by day. Cancer was a real monster. We were completely powerless against it. On the same day, 3 years ago, he was gone and left me all by myself. I had applied to medical school because of him, but I had lost all my will to continue after he passed away, so I dropped out of school and started working. Since I didn't have my college diploma, all I could get was some random part-time jobs. I used the spare time to manage an online shop, selling small cheap goods. My earnings could barely cover my monthly rent. Sometimes I literally couldn't afford meals, and I had to shamelessly go and beg for help from Jing, who had only recently gotten a job after graduating from college. Sometimes I feel like if there was any point in living like this, the only things that had kept me going were those precious memories of mine. I opened the glass doors of my cabinet. My notebook was on my right, and all the text messages between him and me. I had copied them all down into my notebook from my phone. An artist's collection book was right next to the notebook. He once took me to an exhibition for that artist. A photo album was placed in its left. I took the album out. Aww! The first photo in the album was the one with us in the coffee shop. That was the only one of us from before we were officially together, and we had taken many, many more afterwards. There was one with us at the New Year's Eve countdown, one of us at the festivals, one with him cooking, one with him sleeping, one with him going through chemo, one with him pacing the hospital yard, and the last one with him smiling weakly at the camera. He seemed to have known that it would be the last memory he could ever leave me with. The timestamp said that it had been taken on March 26th, one day before my birthday. The timing couldn't be worse. It had been the day before my 20th birthday. Achievement unlocked, separated by death. Rank S, but I guess there's really nothing else we can do about it. This is white. That means it's probably gonna be the last letter she sends, right? Wait. But Wenjouren's thing is not white, which means, right? It has this dot dot, which means he could probably still send letters. So, which means that maybe Wenjouren might send a letter later, and then we can try to save him. God powers. Don't lose hope yet. It's totally possible. Jimmy. Alright. We're back at this. Mood change. Antidote 1 you just injected will allow you to breathe for 2 more hours. I'm waiting for you at the location marked on the map. Smiley face. Some smaller letters have been written below, circled by some curls. Jumanji. Hold on, let me drink water.
Oh. I almost wanted to tear the map that he left on the steering wheel into pieces. What's wrong with this psycho? Freaking Jumanji? Referencing such an old movie, he must be an ancient freak. And now I don't even have a fucking driver's license. He doesn't have a driver's license? I banged my head on the steering wheel and let the horn scream out of my frustration. Yet, a few minutes later, not even a bird seemed to have been disturbed, not to mention any human neighbors that might have shown up to yell at me. Ugh. Fine. It was just driving, right? I'd seen it in movies.
Oh no, Jimmy.
I tried to recall the controls of all the racing games. Oh, and the scenes from Initial D, of course. I stepped on the brake, shifted the gear, and turned the ignition. After a series of teeth-grinding screeches, the engine finally started. It sounded exactly like an old man with asthma. The car started to move forward slowly. I held onto the wheel for dear life, and I was able to guide it out of the warehouse. I didn't scratch the wall, nor did I bump into the electrical pole. I kept going, stopping and starting numerous times along the way. After following the map for 20 minutes, I finally began to see other cars on the road as well. It was getting more crowded around me. At first, I thought that traffic had been slow simply because I had gotten closer to the city, but I started to realize that something wasn't right. There seemed to be too few people and too many cars. I turned on the radio and the anchor happened to be reporting the news.
College students are gathering on the streets to oppose the recently proposed controversial draft of the education bill. At the moment, the protesters are moving towards Mongkok. The police have arrived to maintain the peace during the protest. Several blocks are currently closed to regular traffic, and impacted areas are seeing a significantly increased travel time. All drivers remain alert to the road conditions and try to avoid these areas.
A protest? An alarm went off in my head, but it was too late. This cranky old car was stuck firmly in the middle of a traffic jam. I had nowhere else to go. Temporary roadblocks had been placed at several crossings that could have been used for turning. Several police motorcycles were parked nearby, their lights blinking red and blue. The policemen were directing the traffic and cars were moving slower than the pedestrians. If I kept going like this, I'd be dead before I got past this block. I checked the map again to confirm the route Pi had drawn. Balls, he did it on purpose. Fine, if he wanted to play Ed Gein, I would play Turret.
I don't know what reference he's making here.
I had nothing to lose. I turned the wheel full to the left and stepped on the gas as hard as I could. The car knocked the roadblocks away and continued into the street. I kept slamming the horn at the damned college students in front of me. Soon, I heard sirens screaming behind me. The policemen who had been smiling at me a few seconds ago were now coming up towards me on their bikes. If they caught up to me, I wouldn't get to restart the game. I got through the street as fast as I could and turned onto a road that I was familiar with. Finally, there were no more damn protesting students. A light had just turned green, 200 meters ahead of me. Very few people ever used that crossing, so the green light typically lasted for 10 seconds. I knew this, and I had to go through it every time when I went to the supermarket. However, as the other direction was a truck exit off of the freeway that usually had a lot of cargo trucks, the red light would last for 1 full minute. I glanced at the speedometer. I was going at 54 kilometers an hour, aka 15 miles per second? No, 15 meters per second? Right, meters. Because only the US uses miles. I had to get rid of the policeman here. I drove at the same speed for 100 meters. I stepped on the gas harder, accelerating and increasing my speed 4 times over. I drove another 100 meters. I stepped on the brake hard and reduced my speed by half. In my wildest dreams, I never thought that I would be involved in a car chase with some policeman. I definitely had not imagined that I would be driving an old piece of junk that might just fall apart at any time. Still, the engine seemed to be roaring with confidence. I felt that the car was trying to tell me that he used to be a beast too. The car and I flew over the crossing, leaving a stream of black smoke behind us. Oh crap, I'd gone too fast too soon. The policeman had sped up after me and gone through the green light too. I wouldn't be able to find another chance to get rid of them later. More and more police had joined the chase. In the end, I was blocked by 2 police cars at another crossing. The blinking lights had almost made me blind. I was surrounded by numerous officers and their guns. I had no choice but to step out of the car with my hands held behind my head. I got slammed onto the hot engine cover.
Sir, you have the right to remain silent. Everything you say will be used.
Hearing these lines, that I had only heard on TV and in movies, did not excite me as I had expected. Then they said that I had been accused of unlawful driving, speeding, vandalism of public property, murder. Wait. Murder? They brought me behind the car. The trunk was open. I saw all kinds of knives, handcuffs, shovels, and tools in it. Some of them had sinister-looking red liquid on them. What the hell? I could imagine Pi sitting on the sofa, sipping a glass of red wine and mocking me. He must be the sickest, most devious serial killer ever. I didn't have much time left, at least not enough to convince the police that I was innocent. Sitting in the back of the car, all I could do was pray. My goddess of fortune, please show me some miracles. Jimmy.
So he had gone too fast. So maybe first reduce the speed? Oh, Same speed for 100 meters. Oh, wait, how about... Hold on. So, accelerate first. Drove at the same speed, which is this very fast speed, for 100 meters. Drove another 100 meters. Stepped on the brake. And reduced the speed. Wait, no. Too fast, too soon. Wait, that means that he went too fast? So instead, pressed on the brake hard, reduced speed in half, drove at the slow speed, and then accelerated?
But reality was different from video games. I couldn't make myself rush to the light like a real outlaw when it turned yellow. The sirens were still behind me. When I remembered the consequences of being caught, I bit my lip and kept driving up to the crossing where the light had just turned red. A blinding beam of light pierced the driver's side window, along with the deafening scream of a car horn. I could vaguely see the shadow of a cargo truck behind the light. I heard screaming brakes, then the thud of a collision. Then in fact knocked me into oblivion. The entire world turned bloody red. Pi, I swear I'll haunt you for eternity.
Okay, bad. Yeah. No. Okay. Hold on. Stepped on a brake, reduced speed. So that means we went too slow. Yeah. We went too slow, so that means same speed. This work? He's speed. He's... Oh! Change in music!
The light turned red just as I drove past the crossing, and a couple of cargo trucks rushed out from the other direction. The police had to stop before the crossing. Yes! I drove into another alley and finally lost them. I rushed the rest of the way as fast as I could, trying my best not to attract unnecessary attention. It had turned from a flat road to a zigzag uphill climb. There were fewer and fewer lights, too. Finally, I had reached the end of the road. It was the destination marked on the map. It had taken me an hour and a half. There was nothing else beyond the road but some woods. Would Pi be waiting in the woods? I got out of the car. Just as I was hesitating about whether or not I should call him, the theme song...
Achievement unlocked. Hong Kong Drift. Oh my god.
I got out of the car just as I was hesitating about whether or not I should call him. The theme song of my favorite game suddenly started playing in a nearby bush.
Well, we gotta see what
为
happens
什么
next.
我要遭遇这样的事？
We gotta see what happens.
I was targeted by a psychopathic serial killer. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but it was true. I was even forced to play a stupid Jumanji game with him, and I had to clear it with one life. My real life. Standing in the middle of nowhere, in the dead of night, with a cell phone hidden in the tall bushes, ringing persistently like it was calling for my life. All I could think was, fuck, I wish I could just turn it off.
Yes?
I had no choice but answer the phone.
You finally came.
It was the same chilling voice from the other night.
I can't do that voice.
Even though it had been modulated, the casual mocking tone in the voice was unmistakable.
Maybe I should give it a British accent.
I walked around half the hill. After another 5 minutes, I finally arrived at the gate to the manor which Pi had directed me to by phone. Under the lamppost, the red brick wall seemed to be oozing with blood. There was a nameplate next to a magnificent wrought iron gate. The plate was covered with dust. I could see these words written on the plate. Apple Manor. Apple? I reached my hand out and pushed the gate. It wasn't locked, and it opened with a squeak. The path to the house was covered with fallen leaves. I could hear them rustling with every step I took. The thick foliage beneath my feet indicated that they must have been piling up for a long time. I took a deep breath and walked through the front door of the house, which was also unlocked. It was much bigger inside than I had imagined. The exquisite decorations in the hall were bathed in faint and warm yellow from the lights. Lots of paintings were hung on the walls. Each one of them looked like they could be worth a fortune. At the end of the hall there were 2 closed doors, one on each side. A table was placed in between the 2 doors, and a giant screen hung on the wall over the table. I saw Pi on the screen, wearing a cap and a hospital mask, covered head to toe in full black. Then he opened his arms towards me.
Welcome to Apple Manor.
I leaned against the wall, looking nervously around the hall. Antidote! Where is the antidote? There was something extraordinary about Pi. Even though I was only seeing him through a screen, I couldn't help but shudder.
Well, that's rude.
Pi pointed a finger down on the screen, pointing to the table underneath. I could see a metal box in the center of the table.
This is your final test, and I, being the generous man that I am, have left you hints underneath the box. Once you have made your decision, we can officially meet each other. Good luck.
Wait, Before I can explain to Pi about the misunderstanding over molesting young kids, the signal cut off. Meanwhile, I heard a click behind me. I ran back to the front door and grabbed the handle. It was locked. Damn it. I went up to the table. An open metal box was placed on top of a white tablecloth. 5 syringes filled with liquid of 5 different colors were lying on a cushion inside the box. A pile of handwritten notes had been left underneath the box. The first one said,
Wise man's choice.
Encountering something this fantastical and strange in real life had left me speechless. The second one said,
The antidote will save you. The poison will kill you. In these 5 syringes. 1. The blue one is the antidote.
There was no way he would just tell me the truth. It must be a trick.
The purple one is the poison. 3. The blue one and the yellow one are different. The green one and the purple one are different. 5. The red one is the antidote. P.S. Only one of these statements is true.
Shit! I wasn't sure if it was because of my frustration or because of the poison inside of me, but I was beginning to feel lighthearted. Still, I managed to read through the last note.
P.P.S. There are fewer antidotes than poisons in the syringes. That is the God's honest truth, Big Brother. I think his voice might be a little bit too old. I don't know. Whatever.
I needed to calm down. I stared at the 5 syringes, took a deep breath, and began to think carefully. Red, blue, purple, green. I made a decision and picked a syringe in this color. Yellow. Could it be this one? Maybe the hints were too complicated, or the poison was hindering my thoughts, but I felt like my brain had almost completely stopped functioning. It must be this one. I picked up the syringe and stabbed it into my arm. Why was the tablecloth turning red? Oh no, it was me bleeding from my nose and my mouth. I couldn't. Somebody help me, please. Jimmy.
Okay, Jimmy. Oh boy, logic games. My favorite. Yeah, it's gonna be this. Okay. So we have red, blue, purple, green, and yellow. Okay, so only one of the statements above is true. There are fewer antidotes than poisons in the syringe. Okay. So, blue one is the... We could just try all of them, not gonna lie. If only one of the statements is true. The blue one and the yellow one are different. The green one and the purple one are different. Red one is the antidote. So the... Only one of these statements is true. What's the point? Just try it all. We'll brute force it like Ace Attorney. Right? Oh, I get it now. If only one of these statements is true, then that means that that the true statement shouldn't contradict any of the other statements, right? Because if we choose the green one thinking it's the antidote, then that means that 4 and 2 are both true, which would contradict the PS, right? Because if we say, oh, green one's the antidote, because green one and purple one are different, that means that 2 is also true, saying that purple one is poison. If we say that the blue one and the yellow one are different, that means the yellow one is poison if the blue one is the antidote. But that would be wrong. I don't know how to eliminate that. I don't think that's the right way of thinking. Always gets 2. We could do like going through each one and saying if this is single one is true. Let's say the first one is true. Blue one is actually the antidote. Purple one's the poison. That would... Oh! I get it now. Because this one, there are fewer antidotes than poisons, right? So if the blue one is actually the antidote, that means the purple one is also antidote. The blue one and the yellow one are different, which means that yellow one is the poison. The green one and the purple one are different. If the purple one is an antidote, then that means the green one is poison. And the red one is the antidote, and that's false. That means red is poison. That would work, actually. Just saying the blue one is the antidote. That means there are 2 antidotes, which is blue and purple. Then a 3 poison, which is yellow, green, and red. Let's see. If the blue one isn't the antidote, then that would mean that the blue one's poison. Right? Let's say number 2 is true. Purple one is actually poison. So that means purple one's poison, blue one's also poison. Blue one and yellow one are different. That means yellow is antidote. Wait, no, I thought about it wrong. I'm a dumbass. Hold on. I thought 3 and 4 were true, but they're supposed to be false. Okay. I'm really dumb. Alright, I got it. Okay, so okay, let's think about number 1 again then. Because blue is antidote. Okay, let's say that's true. That means purple one is poison is false. So that means purple is also antidote. Blue one and yellow one are different, but that's false. So that means yellow is the same as blue, which is antidote. Green one and purple one are different, which is false. That means green and purple are the same. Purple is antidote, that means green is also antidote. Red one is antidote, that's false, then it would be poison. So that's 4 antidote to 1 poison, so that's wrong. Purple one is... okay. The purple one is poison. Let's say that's true. So that's 1 poison. Blue one's antidote, that's false, then blue is poison. So blue is poison, purple is poison. Blue and yellow are different. That's false, then yellow is poison. The green one and purple one are different. That's false, then green is also poison. The red one's the antidote. That's false, then red is also poison. That means all 5 are poison, and I don't think that's right. Right? Sometimes it's simpler than you think. Like brute forcing. I like thinking about everything though. If blue and yellow one are different, that's true. And that means the first one is false. So blue is antidote, that means blue is poison. Purple one is poison, if that's false, then purple is antidote. Blue one and yellow one are different. If blue one is poison, then yellow one is the antidote. If 3 is true. And then the green one and purple one are different, but green and purple are the same. So if purple is antidote, green is also antidote. Red is poison, that's 3 to 2. 3 antidote, so that's wrong. So if we do 4, it's gonna end up being the last one if I do this, isn't it? It's just gonna take me the longest. Green one and purple one are different. Okay. So blue is poison, purple is antidote. Blue one and yellow one are different. But that's false, so that means yellow is also poison. Green one and purple are different. Purple is antidote. That means green is poison. Red one is antidote. Red is poison. Oh, that works. That's 1 antidote to 4 poisons. That would mean the purple one is the antidote. Right? Let's put this here for now. But we gotta double check our work. Oh, what fun. Red is... okay, so if red is antidote, and everything else above is false, that means blue is poison, purple is antidote. Blue and yellow are different, but that means blue and yellow are the same. So yellow is also poison. Wait, yellow is also poison. Green and purple are the same. Purple is antidote. Red one's antidote. No, that's too many. Yeah, then it's just purple. Probably? We'll see if thinking about it is really... Watch it be wrong and it'll be like the laughing clown. According to the hits and pie, out of 5 cylinders, only 1 could possibly be antidote was the purple one. No, I got it wrong! No, it couldn't have been. My logic said so because of the syringes? What? So we got the logic right, but Pia set me up again. Palpitations and morphins and self-rolled pain. I can't think any more fun. One of the side doors opened. A pair of pitch black squeaky scream. Squeaky scream. I hate talking. A pair of pitch black squeaky clean Oxfords stepped into the hall. A masked face just like the one on the screen was now incredibly close to mine. What a shame. Game over. Okay, but it's rank A though. What do you mean? I feel like if we... My logic was sound. My logic was sound. My logic was sound. What if we choose no syringe? Tried my best to organize his thoughts over and over again. Currently, hits out of 5 syringes, only one can It just went to the purple one again, but there was another scenario. It could be that none of the syringes had the antidote. Thinking back to the previous test that I survived, Pi would likely play a trick like that again. In which case would it be? If there's no antidote here, then where was it? There wasn't much time left. I grabbed the red one and stabbed it into my arm. Covered my arm with one hand, fell to the ground with a scream. Struggled a little at first, but slowly I curled into a ball and stopped moving, with my face aimed downwards. The front door unlocked with another click. One of the side door handles turned, the door was pushed open. Someone walked quietly forward to me. And the squeaky clean black Oxfords. I can't say this. I could see a familiar reflection in the shoes. The owner of the Oxfords stopped in front of me. I heard a strange male voice say, "What a shame, game over." "For you!" I stabbed his leg with the syringe in my hand. Aw, shit! I injected every single red drop into his body. How dare you! For the first time, he had finally lost his calm in front of me. He dropped to his knees and began to search all his pockets in a frenzy. He finally pulled out a syringe with white liquid. There it was! I grabbed the box on the table and smashed it onto his head with all my remaining strength. Aw, shit, go Jimmy! Pi fell to the ground with a thud. The syringe slipped out of his hand. I caught it. "See you never, haha!" I yelled excitedly. Holding the syringe tight in my fist, I ran towards the entrance. The darkness outside looked so welcoming to me. "Why didn't you put in the syringe? What are you doing, Jimmy?" Achievement unlocked, doctor in the house. I sprinted out of the manor, hoping the darkness would conceal my existence from evil forever and ever. I can't believe it was just nothing. But I was correct, it was purple. Damn. Oh. Hey, lazy ass, how long are you gonna sleep? Shush them, brother. I don't want to get up yet. Ever since Fluffy's been gone, you've been acting like this. You don't eat anything, you don't go to bed on time. You'll get sick if you keep going like this. It's none of your business. Ah, I just remembered. I heard that the zoo got some polar bears recently. Want to go take a look? Polar bears? There have always been polar bears at the zoo. Oh, but these aren't just common polar bears. I heard that they are at least from a Brazilian zoo. Sorry. And they have green fur. Really? Really, the zoo even doubled the price of their tickets. If you come with me today, I'll pay for the tickets. The bears are only here for a few days. It would be a shame to miss them. What do you say? Okay. It was just a dream. I knew it. When did I ever have a brother? Oh, what time is it now? It's only 10? It's still quite early. I should go and find something to kill time. What? What? What is this? I can select stuff in the room? Wild. Books. When did I pile all these books on the floor? Let me see what they are. Story of the Isle of Dogs. Midnight Convenience Store. 428 at the Square Lighting. The Assassin. Probability. Random variables and store. Yeah. I don't remember having any of these books. I know I've forgotten many things, but that last one doesn't seem like a book I would read. Could it belong to someone else? But there's no one else here except me and Master. It must be his then. There's a lot of dog hair on this pillow. Is it Master's hair? This is my favorite doll, Buka. Though I have a feeling that it has not always been here. How long has she been here? Oh well, it doesn't really matter. I'm glad you're here with me. What's this? Is it a storage box? I don't know how to open it. What exactly is this? It's just a dice. Why did I think it was something else? Was I hallucinating? Oh well. There's nothing else interesting in that drawer. It's the master's job to handle
handle these letters and help the humans. He always stacks the ones that he has to read on the shelf. Every time I bring him tea and snacks, I secretly take one with me to read in my spare time. He never notices one or two missing out of so many. Although, I'm surprised by how many I've collected. It's a miracle he hasn't caught me yet. Wait, there seems to be a note in the middle of the letters. I can't read. Omnidimensional probability generator. Instruction manual. Omnidirectional probability generator. What is this? Seems like a manual to some machine. That's for the pen. Is it? Attention. 1. Do not misplace the instigator pen. 2. All requests must be entered as text. 3. All descriptions in the requests must be objectively accurate. 4. The energy consumption is irreversible. The data sketch on this note looks a lot like Master's writing. There's more below. Sample applications. Telepathy. The user who holds the instigator in an isolated environment is able to exhibit identical behavior to someone external to the environment. This feature is achieved by modifying the target's behavior to be identical to the user's behavior, not by reading the target's mind. Oh, so this is all the shit that Willy can do. Divination/memory tampering. The user who holds the instigator is able to foresee other people's future behaviors and reveal the past of unknown strangers. This feature is implemented by modifying the target's future behaviors or past history. It cannot actually predict the future or tamper with one's memories. So, by modifying the target's future behaviors, so we can't actually erase memories. Warning: altering objective past events could lead to unpredictable chain events. Please operate with extreme caution. Sounds like what Master's been doing. Oh, wait. Hold on, so we're using the pen to help with the letters from the humans, right? Because that's what we were doing, where it's like we're altering events, right? But is Willy using the same mechanics on Myth? Or us, in this case? Oh, there's more. Resurrection. If it is possible to identify the objective events have led to the target's death, that death can be prevented by altering the causal links among the chain of events. Teleportation. Ability to teleport. The distance of teleportation does not impact the amount of energy consumed. Time leap. Unverified. Teleportation, that sounds so cool. If I could do it, I would immediately teleport myself to a sunny beach. The view of this place is terrible. Although, what does time leap mean? I don't understand. Weather manipulation. The user who holds the instigator is capable of changing the weather and the geographical features of a location. Warning: using this feature may consume a significant amount of energy and even potentially destroy the ecosystem. Please operate with extreme caution. Transfiguration. The person holding the instigator can change their appearance of that or that of others. I think the dog is probably the brother, right? The dog is the brother. The brother changed into their dog. Also, this is one OP pen. Like, what the fuck? What happened to power balance? Oh, well, then again, we are technically playing God, aren't we? Unlike standard transfiguration, this feature allows a user to change into another species entirely, such as a cat or dog. Change to a dog. Is that why Master can speak? No. What am I thinking? This note is probably the confused musings of an extremely bored and imaginative person. Master can speak because he's a god, and why would a god need a machine? Ha 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 ha. Girl. By the way, I don't think I have ever watered this. How is it still growing so well? Sniffs. Something smells nice. The view outside is still so upsetting. Everything is red and it's still snowing. When will it stop? Did I miss anything? Seems clean. Wonder what the snow tastes like. Oh, is this just if I click somewhere random? Okay. Did I miss something? Doll. Listing, letters. Books, pillow. This doesn't have anything. Photos don't have anything. Not the lights, the curtain. The candle. Oh! Ah! It's that late already? I should go to the kitchen now or Master will scold me. Should I make osmanthus cake or pumpkin scones today? Master prefers pumpkin scones, but I like osmanthus cakes better. Hey, maybe I should roll the dice. Yes, if I get more than a 1, I'll make osmanthus cake. That's totally rigged in your favor. Wow. Okay, fine. I'll make osmanthus cake tonight. Wait, she still decided to make osmanthus cake. Again? Oh, hey. It's the spotty one. We made it. Okay, great. The final battle. I've been toyed with by an infamous and psychopathic serial killer, yet somehow I was still able to live to tell the tale. It was probably the greatest achievement of my entire life, now and forever. I had hoped that I could just file a police report and get back to my normal life, but I was too naive. The police sent an officer to investigate my claims, and he asked me to accompany him. But the investigation turned out to be very dispiriting. The heavy rain and landslides overnight had washed away all the evidence from where Pi and I had first met. The warehouse that had been used to imprison me belonged to a key factory that had gone bankrupt a long time ago. No useful clues remained in the warehouse except for my own fingerprints. The gate to Apple Manor was locked. According to official records, the owner had gone abroad a few years ago. We were not allowed to enter without a warrant. But when I was in the bathroom of the police station, I overheard something that depressed me even more. About that young unemployed man. He said he was unwilling to tell his family about the case. Don't you think that's a little suspicious? Exactly. What he told us was so outlandish. Pi is a serial killer who can easily take out a professional boxer. Why would he possibly let such an otaku escape? There's more. He said that he heard the voice of Pi and that it sounded like... What's it exactly? Oh right, a vampire. What a hoot. Maybe he's a junkie, who knows? So many young people these days just don't want to get a real job. They live off their rich family and just mess around with drugs. You should look into him instead, I think. What about his case then? Just tell him we'll keep investigating. You know, the usual nonsense. In any case, don't bother with it too much. We're not in charge of Pi's cases anyway. I don't want to waste my time on this. I sat on the toilet totally stunned. I thought as long as I told everything to the police, they would surely be able to follow the leads and capture Pi. I thought that they would at least be able to protect me. But now I had nothing but contempt for these useless police. Nothing but contempt. And even more contempt. Fine. If you people don't believe me, I'll prove it myself. I hacked into the surveillance system of Apple Manor. There was indeed not a living soul in the manor. Everything had been meticulously cleaned up by Pi. When I was about to exit the system and clean up any traces of my invasion, I accidentally noticed a video file named after me in the storage system. Downloading, playing. I thought it would be a video about me, but it was just a short video that lasted only for a few seconds.
Well, that's comforting.
No! I let out a scream and dropped my favorite Sir Spotty mug. It was smashed into pieces. What was worse was that the video reminded me of the time that Pi kidnapped me from home when I was asleep. I was basically a pathetic lamb waiting to be slaughtered if I just stayed at home like this. Should I call the police? Don't be silly, they would never take me seriously until I became a dead body. Should I leave Hong Kong? But then it would be like the time when I left Beijing all over again. Perhaps I had to admit to myself that I was a complete and utter loser. In my senior year, we know about this. I had a huge crush on a lovely girl. I had stalked her, taken photos in secret, and written her anonymous letters. I never had the courage to simply tell her how I felt face to face. Then the photos I took were exposed online, causing her tons of trouble. I remember the day when those photos had been posted. 2 boys from the lower grade were harassing her. I gathered all my courage and went up to stop them, thinking that I would teach them a lesson. As it turned out, I was the one who was dragged into the bike parking area and beaten up. That was probably the bravest thing I had ever done in my entire life. I had always been weak and useless. I wasn't able to help her win a tennis match. I couldn't appreciate an art exhibition. I didn't protect her when she was taken away by bad people. I didn't take her to the hospital when she was ill and passed out. I couldn't even teach some punk kids from the lower grade a lesson. How would it even be possible for her to like someone like me? Eventually, I gave up on telling her how I felt. Instead, I ran back to Hong Kong after graduation. I also declined all the jobs that Father had found for me. It wasn't that I didn't like those jobs. I was just worried that if I screwed up with Father, Father would know about it, and I would get scolded by him. But then I never really went out looking for jobs myself either. Eventually, I became a pathetic otaku. I was still good at playing video games, but the only reason was that in the game, I would never have to deal with any real responsibilities, win or lose. I had been running away for my entire life. Where could I even run away to this time? Did I really want to hide in the digital world again? I stared at Pai's short message, completely focused. For 5 hours, from noon until sunset. I finally made up my mind. I took a deep breath and dropped the throw pillow on the floor. A few minutes later, I recorded a video of myself too with my own message. Come at me, bastard. Why are they sending videos? Why not just text? I don't know. Maybe it's harder to track. Uploading. For the next 3 days, I collected everything I could find about Pai on the internet. From rumors in random forums to the internal archives of the Hong Kong Police Department Criminal Division. Like a detective on a TV show, I had written down all of the tips on post-it notes. Then I pinned them on a board and connected the clues with threads. Common characteristics shared among Pai's chosen targets. 1. Sadistic. 2. Male. 3. Some kind of abnormal perversion. Pai's own traits. 1. Only use knives. 2. Preferred to strike at places that the victims frequented, such as their own homes and workplaces, so that it could be quickly discovered and served as some kind of warning. 3. Preferred to strike during unusual hours of the day. If there wasn't a suitable time window, or the window was too short, he would strike at another location and transport the body to his preferred location later. 4. Depending on the sins or fetishes of the victims, Pai would always perform some ritual either before or after the attack, to inflict maximum suffering upon the victim. It was typically done before. Afterwards, he would always thoroughly clean up the crime scene. 6. Finally, he would always leave his own trademark smiley face. Pai must have been a patient, meticulous, and intelligent person. Now that I had holed up myself at home, he must have been getting ready to come and get me. I had to be even more prepared and ready for when he eventually did. I decided to never set one foot out of my door again, and relied solely on home deliveries. Whenever the food was delivered, I would tell the delivery guy to leave the food at the door. I would only open the door when I made sure that nobody was outside, and I would leave my bags of trash out when I brought in my food. I had heard some ladies yelling about me leaving the garbage out in the hallway, but I had no other choice. If I went downstairs to dump my garbage, Pai would surely find an opportunity to kill me. If I didn't throw the garbage away, and if Pai didn't show up for 6 months, I would probably be crushed by my own trash before he killed me. It was a matter of life and death. I didn't want to be remembered as the first person in Hong Kong ever to be killed by his own garbage. Of course, I had also installed a full homemade alarm system in my home, and I never went to bed without a knife or pepper spray in my hands. This had been my life for 2 months. Oh god. It was a Tuesday. As usual, I had called for my delivery, and I was watching anime on my computer as I waited for my dinner. The bell to my apartment rang. The delivery guy showed up on the monitor. Come on up. Come on up, just leave the bag at the door. My adrenaline level has risen to the highest it has ever been. For the last 2 months, I had only ever ordered deliveries from Pizza Hut. The closest one to my place had a total of 28 employees, 7 of whom would be out doing the deliveries. Lefty, Nima, Uncle Kwan, Terry, Sunny, plus 2 cooks who occasionally did the legwork too, Sister Wan and Brother Fun. I remember everything about them. I could even tell the distance between the mole on Sister Wan's face and the corner of her mouth in millimeters. This delivery guy downstairs had a mole on the corner of his eye and incredibly pale skin. He was obviously not one of those 7 people. I see. Wow, preparedness. Meanwhile, Pizza Hut hadn't hired a new employee for 2 whole years, as business hadn't been going too well for them. Moreover, the manager, Old Lu, had always hated good-looking young men. He would never have hired some new guy like this. I logged into the surveillance system and ran some programs. My PDA's screen immediately started showing a video from a hidden camera. On the screen, I got up from my computer and walked into the bathroom. The screen then switched to the view inside the bathroom. I started to undress, stepped into the bathtub, and closed the shower curtain. The screen switched again to what was behind the shower curtain. A naked me turned on the shower. Outside of the screen, though, I was still sitting in front of my computer. Based on the games Pai had played with me, I was confident that Pai must be a competent hacker himself. Chances were that he was holding a PDA right now and looking at the exact same video while he was coming up the stairs. I grabbed a knife and pepper spray. I walked into the bathroom. I turned on the shower. I closed the shower curtain, and then I turned on the laundry basket sitting in the corner. I bought it especially for today. It was an extra large one, large enough to hide an entire person. Suddenly I felt like I'd forgotten something important. I opened the lid. Shit! Not now! I would always carelessly throw my dirty clothes into the basket every time I changed out of them, telling myself that I would do the laundry next time. I can't believe what takes you down, Jimmy, is procrastination. But I had forgotten. After 2 months of never actually doing the laundry, the basket was now full. Crap. If I pulled out the dirty clothes and dumped them on the floor, Pai would be sure to notice that something was suspicious. Well, Rocky used to always mock me about this. Now I was paying for it. Time kept ticking ahead. Right at this moment, Pai was probably already standing at my door and getting out his key to unlock the door. What should I do? Was there anything else in the bathroom that I could hide inside? The toilet? How on earth can I hide inside that? Oh no. All of a sudden, the bathroom door is slowly pushed open. It was Pai, standing at the door, carrying a pizza box, looking right at me. He tipped the pizza hat that was on his head and smiled at me like a true gentleman. Long time no see. I panicked, and I even forgot that I had a knife in my hand. I just nervously raised the pepper spray like an idiot. But Pai was faster. He pulled out a can of God knows what and immediately sprayed it all over my face. How could this have happened? I had planned so carefully, waited for so long, yet I still ended up like this. Was it my fate to die at his hands? When my consciousness had finally returned to this world, Pai was standing right in front of me. This time there was no costume, no mask, no voice modulator. You must have thought that I would just kill you in your home and finish it all, right? Well, to be honest, the games that we played together were really enjoyable, so it'd be a shame to just to kill you off like that. In return, I've made some special arrangements just for you this time. An even more spectacular arcade. He gestured behind him. He gestured behind him. It wasn't a very large room, but I could see all kinds of horrifying tools and devices everywhere. Oh god. This time the game would be played on nightmare level. Jimmy, no.
It's the cat again! Let's go! My favorite character. Actually, I do like Jimmy a lot. Jimmy's really funny.
The homeless cat, that body is one of the biggest challenges we have to face. The paddles on the road are out of question. They're too dirty. The water in the fish tanks in the seafood store isn't bad, but the owner catches me, he chases me off. Aside from those, there's another good option. The water inside is something the humans call a toilet.
Oh my god.
The water there is slow and steady flow. It's also produced at the best quality. Every common cat has their own favorite drinking spot. So did I. There's a big building not too far away from the street. Most humans going in and out of the building wore uniforms. Some of them were eager to loot one another. Speaking of which, why do humans poke themselves in the eye with the fingers to show their respect?
Poke themselves in the eye with the fingers to show respect. A salute? I don't know, whatever.
On the south side of the building, on the fifth floor, there's a small window that is always open. I often sneak into the building through it. There's a toilet behind that window. If I crawl under the door opposite the toilet, I can see even more toilets. These two-legged monkeys spent so much effort just so that they could take a dump. What a waste. Tonight, I jumped through the window on the first floor as usual. It was very quiet in the bathroom. I could see the moon through the window, which filled the room with silver moonlight. I stood on the rim of the toilet and drank. I tumbled into the toilet, then the toilet lid dropped with a bang. I jumped upward. Another bang. My head hit the lid, but it did not open.
Oh no, Spotty.
Have I become too old to stand still now? Somebody help me, meow meow. I was pitched back in the toilet. I pushed my paws with a grab under the lid and wiggled, hoping desperately that someone would see it and help me. But all I could hear was myself, and some flies buzzing in the bathroom. Had the humans all gone home after work? I struggled for a while until I was totally exhausted. The room quieted down. I thought of the house of cats that I despised. If one of them had fallen into the toilet in his own house, humans would have gotten them out by now for sure. And then he would take a nice bath and be wrapped in a warm blanket. Maybe his humans would even play some music and sing for him. I began humming to myself without even realizing that for setting myself up when I heard how off key I was. Spotty.
Okay. I tumbled into the toilet. Jimmy. Jumped outwards. All of a sudden the bathroom door is pushed open. I tumbled into the toilet. How would that work? How would I hide inside that? I have no idea. Let's go.
I wouldn't say if it's me getting older or that I have become easily scared. I was so startled that I leapt into the air when I heard someone come in. Apparently the person who was on his phone when he came in was also startled by me that he dropped his phone.
What the hell? Why is there a damn cat in here?
He picked up his phone and grabbed me by the back of my neck. He threw me out the window that I had come in from. I thought that I would land on some grass. What I didn't expect was a giant human-made metal machine that had been parked outside the window. One of my front paws hit the machine so hard it almost got broken. Damn it! If I were younger, I would have scored a perfect landing easily. I massaged my paw and was getting ready to leave. That's when I saw Blackie, whom I haven't seen in a long time. He seemed to have matured a lot and wasn't as intimidating as I once remembered. He said he was no longer cared about whether humans preferred dogs or cats. Survival was all that mattered to him. He also told me that his old turf, the pipe in the empty lot, had been taken over by a stinky cat named Gigi. Gigi was a glutton. He would always make the other cats bring him food. And they were not even allowed into the lot unless they bought him some tribute. Now the lot always smelled like dead rats. Because of this, the humans living nearby had called people from a homeless animal shelter, and they had taken away many homeless cats. These to be kept. Before he finished the sentence, Blackie was trapped inside a net. I saw two humans in uniforms holding a bag and a trap net. One was fat, the other was very thin. They were standing only a meter away from me. I had to temporarily forget about the pain in my paw and climbed up a nearby tree as fast as I catly could. Then I jumped onto the edge of a roof. Fortunately, I was able to get away. Farewell, Blackie.
Oh my god. Something incredible and weird had happened. In a panic, I put one foot into the toilet, but it somehow sucked my entire body inside. A huge noise immediately followed, and I could see nothing but darkness. From a scientific point of view, this is absolutely ridiculous and impossible. Yet there is no other reasonable explanation. My body had just shrunk. What? My back was against the cool, slippery, arch-shaped ceramic wall. It was also sticking to the wall because of some smelly and muddy stuff. Before my brain could get a chance to process all of this, I was slipping down faster and faster, and then splash. I felt as if I had fallen from the sky into the ocean. My mouth and nose were submerged in a foul-smelling liquid in an instant. It didn't matter too much where I was at this point, because I couldn't swim. Jimmy! How could this have happened? I had planned so carefully, waited for so long, and yet I still ended up like this. Was it my fate to die at his hands? You didn't die at his hands till you died in the toilet. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. So Jimmy needs to jump up, and then Cat needs to not jump. Okay.
A man pushed open the door and walked in while on his phone. He saw me standing on the toilet, did a double take and walked into the next stop. He was still on his phone while doing his business. Keep a close eye on it for never
Keep a close eye on it for the next couple of days. If call me immediately.
I was about to drink some more, then I heard a loud engine booming outside the window. It was the kind of sound that could only be produced by one of those human-made machines. Even the window of the bathroom began shaking because of the noise. After a few seconds, the open window pane was shaking shut. Oh no! But I was a lucky spotty. The man had just finished his business. He was walking out, still holding the phone. I shrewdly followed him and left the bathroom.
This is so... What is this?
It somehow sucked my entire body inside. A huge noise immediately followed, and I could see nothing but darkness. From a scientific point of view, this was absolutely ridiculous and impossible. Yet there was no other reasonable explanation. My body had just shrunk. To keep myself from sliding down further, I jumped upward as hard as I could. My head bumped into something, but surprisingly it didn't stop me. I landed next to the toilet. Aside from smelling a little, my body seemed to have changed back to normal. After a brief period of shock, I realized this must be a blessing from the goddess of fortune. She had given me a place to hide. Pi had entered the apartment. I didn't have much time for anything else. I quickly grabbed a rope I had lying around and stepped into the toilet once more, turning into a
Lilliputian? What?
I hid in the toilet, and I saw Pi walk into the bathroom. He looked like a giant to me. I could see every fiber on his Pizza Hut uniform, every blonde hair on his arm, and every long eyelash around his eyes. Pi looked around. He even checked the laundry basket. My heart skipped a few beats. Thank God I wasn't hiding in there. Finally, he grabbed the shower curtain with his hand, but he didn't immediately pull it open. It couldn't be. Did he see through my setup? However, the goddess awarded me with another blessing. Pi sneezed. Yes, he just sneezed. He involuntarily pulled open the shower curtain and unveiled the trap that I had set up.
Oh my god.
a huge amount of liquid suddenly ejected from the wall. Pi was pushed back by the power of the eruption, and then he slipped and fell to the ground. He covered his face with his hands and started screaming in pain. It was not just regular pepper spray, it was my personal invention, filling a fire extinguisher with jalapeno water and pepper spray. Oh my god. And I had named it the super awesome anti-pie spray machine. Both the power and the stimulation were absolutely not top-notch. I jumped back out of the toilet. My body returned to normal once again. Then I picked up the lid of the water tank and smashed it onto his head as hard as I could. What a small world. The officers who came back to my apartment were the same ones who had been suspicious of me. The one who had wanted to investigate me even gave me a meaningful look before they left. Of course, they didn't say anything else except to politely thank me for my assistance. And I, of course, politely gave them the finger. After I sent the police away, the next day, the news of Pi being captured was everywhere. They even published Pi's family background and history, although no one would know if they were true or not. Whatever the case, I couldn't care less. Upon my firm insistence, the police agreed not to reveal the truth of how Pi had been captured. I did not want to be in the paper once again. The world was full of surprises, but life still went on. I did a thorough cleaning of my apartment. I even cleaned the dust that had been piling up in my computer case for years. Looking at my nice and sparkling clean room, I felt like my mood was finally brightening up too. I stayed inside for a few more days. Then I went and visited my parents. I also visited lots of places around Hong Kong. Everywhere I went, I would go and check the bathroom there. I would try to jump in the toilet and then jump back out again. Of course, I only chose the ones that looked clean. Despite still not knowing how it happened that day, I had gained a special power. Furthermore, I had a new hypothesis too. Jimmy, what if a toilet was not connected to the sewer? What if at the bottom of the toilet there is simply another opening? Would I be able to stay shrunk and still move around? Oh my god, what is this? Ever since I had this thought, I began to often get too excited to fall asleep at night. I would lie in bed, stare at my collection of Marvel comic books on the shelf, and start fantasizing. Now that I had this superpower, I had special responsibilities at all. Achievement unlocked, superpowered me. Oh my god, it didn't go away. He could still jump in toilets. What is this? What? What? Huh? Oh my god. Jimmy? Oh god. Hold on. Okay, well. Well, that was interesting. Oh wow, that's the end. Isn't it? Oh wow. Jimmy. Oh my god. Okay, we gotta fix this one. Was it I opened the door, entered a passcode? There's nothing inside. Wait, it's I entered a passcode, I opened the door, there's nothing inside? It? It? No. This one, right? Meow. Entered a passcode, I opened the door.
wait. There's a stack of files in the safe. I flipped through them quickly. They were exactly what I had been looking for. Before I can find out where the lieutenant was being held, I heard somebody walking in my direction. I quietly closed the safe, hid the files under my jacket, and stuck into the bathroom. In the men's bathroom, there was a stall that had a window to the outside. It wasn't too big, but it was big. It was enough for an adult like me to climb out. And the back door of the station was not far away from the outside of the window. So I left the station without being seen by anyone, just like that. Yeah. Because before he stepped on Spotty, who was in the toilet. According to the files, Lieutenant Kong was being held in Detention Center number 6. It was one of the special facilities that were used specifically to hold suspects of special interest. I hid the files in the tall grass, not too close to speaking. I hid the files in the tall grass, not too close to the detention center. Then I walked up to the entrance empty-handed. I showed the guard my ID and told him that I'd like to see Lieutenant Kong. Kanbakia? The guard checked the record book in his hand. No visitation. Oh. No visitation is allowed for this person. Check again. I'm a police officer. I waved my ID again to prove my identity. Doesn't matter. You need special permission to visit him. He shook his head and closed the book. I didn't leave immediately as I tried to think of another way to get in. My forehead started to sweat under the guard's suspicious stare. You wanted to see Kanbakia? What's your name? A guard over 2 meters tall was standing behind me. I hadn't even noticed him there. He had startled me when he suddenly spoke. I showed him my police ID. It had my name and my unit on it. The tall guard gave me back my ID and nodded at the guard. He then said, "Follow me." As soon as I saw Lieutenant Khan sit down on the other side of the glass, I immediately picked up the phone on the wall. I had to take this chance to ask him to tell me everything. Lieutenant Khan held the phone to his mouth and mumbled something quietly. I could understand that he might be feeling low, but this was not the time. I came here to help him, but I couldn't hear him at all. What was that, Lieutenant? I can't hear you. Lieutenant Khan leaned forward and got closer to the glass. Despite knowing that his voice can only come through the phone, I couldn't help but lean forward too. Then he spoke. I was so shocked I sprung back into my seat, and I almost dropped my phone in my hand. I didn't realize that the man sitting right in front of me was Officer Ji Young. Oh! Oh, wait, what? When did they switch? Okay. So Officer Ji Young, she's the... What? She's the... Disguiser. Yeah. So she switched with Lieutenant Khan. When? When she got out of the hospital, right? Oh, so he's actually not in the detention center. That's so wild. Alright. Oh wait, also I want to check profiles. Whoa! At 37 died of cancer. At 19 took a leave of absence from university and medical school. 20 dropped out completely. Where's the can jump into toilets information, huh? It's ignored. During later encounter, but managed to overpower him and become the unsung hero for the killer's capture. Wow. Good job, you. Captured and sentenced to life in prison. Held in Hong Kong Central Prison. Committed first murder. Victim was a middle-aged man whose body was cut in 24 pieces. Murdered a young man and cut out his vocal cords. Media went all in the news pieces about the serial killer, officially identified the murder as Pi. Right, okay. people he dislikes the other personality. Is that always there? Oh, here. Bribe the detention center guard and switched places with Officer Gio. Managed to get out of custody. Okay, okay. I see. Arrested for suspected murder. Wait, for suspected murder? Of who? What? Eh? What? What? Walter arrested for fraud. Two more characters. Cut off ties with family, became his aspiration in life, none. Man horse. Weirdest hobby, drinking from the toilet while standing on the room. Okay.
Porque siempre me pasa esto.
내 탓이야. 바보같이.
Blue lady. They aren't connected. Okay. Days spent in prison could be boring. At noon, while the sun was right in the middle of the sky, Jin and Xiang got into an argument with each other in the yard yet again. In a couple of minutes, they would start a brawl and everyone else in the yard, inmates and guards alike, would become spectators. It had turned into a daily routine. I sat under a tree far away from the ruckus. I wore my hat low and put my hands in my pockets, hoping to hide my nervousness from the guards and other curious inmates. I had been in prison for almost half a month. At first, I thought that I might have been arrested for wandering the streets in women's clothing. That's what I thought too. It was a strange reason to be arrested in Hong Kong, but I simply couldn't think of any other possibilities. I never would have ever imagined that another possibility could exist. They finally told me that I had been arrested for murder. This was beyond ridiculous. In the 10 Commandments of the Catholic Church, the 5th commandment, thou shalt not kill. How could I possibly have committed murder? And the person that they accused me of killing, I had never even met him before. Ren used to tell me stories about how gangs would sometimes send some of their own young boys to confess for the crimes of the bosses. But usually they would at least get the story straight first. Why hadn't I heard anything in advance? I tried to send a message outside, hoping to get in touch with Mr. Kwon or any of the other people in the group, but I hadn't heard anything back. Just when I was starting to lose hope, an unexpected visitor came to see me. It was so brave and nice for Yi to visit. Oh, that's so nice. She was wearing a light green, I don't know how to say it, even more beautiful than the one I remembered. Her hair hadn't all grown back yet, but she still looked good. Yi told me that after I had saved her from the auction house, she had been worried about me. She had even sent someone from the Blood Gang back to Pit Street 99 to ask about me. They found out that I had never been back there ever since. Coincidentally, the man Yi had sent ran into Ren. Ren had been worried about me too, and he also happened to know Yi's man. So Ren went with him to the Blood Gang and told Yi everything he knew. I was arrested by the police on the same day that I helped Yi escape. Mr. Kwon heard from the auction house about what I had done. He was outraged, but before he sent people to come after me, he got a phone call from the secretary of Mr. Lin. In the phone call, he was told that it had been arranged for me to stay in prison. From then on, whatever happened to me should not concern group loyalty anymore. What? Mr. Kwon and the others didn't know for sure how I had offended the bosses so much. Based on the instructions they heard, they suspected that I wouldn't have much longer to live. Ren gave Yi all my personal belongings that I had left with the group, hoping that she could bring them to me when she visited. Yi's finger accidentally touched my phone when she was throwing me my things. It lit up.
A woman with curly red hair appeared on my screen. One of the Blood Game members with us immediately recognized her. What? Do you know my sister? I couldn't contain my excitement and jumped up from my chair. Stay quiet! The guard behind me stepped forward and pushed me back down. Yi unlocked her own phone, turned the screen towards me after a few clicks. I saw a list of people, some with a name, but only a photo, followed by a string of digits. Oh, some without a name, but only a photo, followed by a string of digits. I read through the list one by one, and stopped at the 5th person. She looked so much like my big sis, but her name was labeled Dragon. That's quite a coincidence. Your sister last contracted you from Hong Kong, right? Well, she has never left. She is now one of the top assassins in the field. There's an $8 million bounty on her head. Dragon is her code name. Jin and Jian finally started fighting. Cheers erupted around them. All of the other inmates and guards were gathering around them. I snuck into the storage room at the corner of the yard while no one was watching. I had long noticed this one locker inside the storage room. It was full of random things that had not been claimed in a long time. I opened the locker with one hand and pulled my other hand out of my pocket. I had been holding onto some tools in my palm, which was completely wet, as I had been sweating nervously the whole time. The tools had been brought in by Yi. She had hidden them inside of the toiletries that she gave me. She told me to use these tools to break out of prison. Yi also said that my being arranged into going to prison probably had something to do with my sister. Someone might be using me as a leverage to blackmail Alicia. Or it could be a revenge on her by punishing me. Whichever the case was, I needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon Gang was in control of this prison, so Yi and Blood Gang couldn't just break me out of here. Therefore, I had to do that part myself. Once I was out, the Blood Gang would assist me in any way they could. So, a prison break? Was I capable of something like that? Never mind whether or not the guards would catch me if I tried. My cellmate alone would probably ruin the whole thing before I even got started. Nevertheless, I decided to hide the tools well in advance. Even if someone discovered them here, they wouldn't be able to trace them back to me. As for my sister, I needed more time to think about this new information. Maybe I could find out more while I was still inside. I was just about to close the locker when I heard slow footsteps and wheels rubbing against the ground outside. They were getting closer and closer to the storage room. Crap. Please don't be the guards. I hastily hid inside the locker and closed it. Whew. I could still see a little of what was going on through outside the door crack. A blonde man... Oh shit, it must be Jack. It's Jack, isn't it? Oh my god. Yeah, it's Hong Kong prison. Blonde man? It's definitely Jack. In a prison uniform, pushed a cart inside and closed the door. There were a few bags of concrete in the cart. I heard that a new prison building was under construction. Lots of inmates were assigned to work on that site. He must be one of them. He started to unload the bags. 1, 2, 3. Another inmate was under the bags. His mouth was gagged and his limbs were tied up. I finally recognized both of them. The blonde one was said to be an infamous serial killer. Everyone called him Pai, and he had been sentenced to life in prison. The other one that Pai had just dragged out of the cart and tossed on the ground was Kai. He was a serial rapist who had been sentenced to 20 years for over 14 assaults. He was lying there barely conscious. It wasn't unusual for inmates to have a go at each other. However, Kai seemed to be completely knocked out. Our yard time would be over in half an hour. If they stayed in here too long, it might be too hard to sneak out. If Pai found me hiding in the locker, that might be even worse. Pai put on his gloves. I swallowed nervously. He pinned Kai to the ground and choked his neck. Until Kai eventually stopped moving completely. Oh! It opened the locker! He noticed me. Pai grabbed me by the collar and dragged me out of the locker and chopped me on the neck with his bare hand. Bruh. Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper only targeted women though, right? It's like this weird opposite. Unimaginable pain traveled from my neck to my head, and I could feel my brain being cut off from blah 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 blah. When I woke up— You woke up? Found myself stuffed inside a bulk bag. That didn't kill him? Everything below my chest had been submerged in concrete, which had not completely hardened, but the pressure in my chest was making it almost impossible to breathe. To stop me from making any sounds, he also had sealed my lips with a piece of cloth soaked with concrete. I had rocked my body as hard as I could and fell to the ground. Then I saw another bag, which had been filled with solid concrete right before my eyes. The weird shape of the bag convinced me that Kai must be inside it. It was late at night. Pai would probably come back early in the morning to finish the job. And then he would throw these 2 bags with our bodies in them into the foundation of the new building and pour some concrete over both of our concrete coffins. No one would ever know. I had nothing to do with this. I was just here to hide something. How did I end up like this? Carlos, your luck is horrible. Okay. So he has to not notice him because there's no way he can get out of this. Okay, swallow nervously. Put on his gloves, open the locker first. And then kill Kai? Yeah, I think so. Cause if he opens the locker first, maybe he won't. He'll be at like a different locker. Nope. Pai must be a total psycho. He still wasn't done. Pai stuffed the mutilated Kai into a bulk bag and started pouring the concrete he had mixed into the bag. Kai was soon completely covered in concrete. Kai would no longer exist in this world. Then Pai grabbed another empty bag and walked towards me. Soon I would no longer exist in this world either. No! Okay. Still bad. I don't know how to— what? Wait, okay, so how does he not open Carlos's locker? No, that's the same, right? Oh, I swallowed nervously and opened the locker. That means Carlos opens the locker by himself? Okay. Wait. After Kai dies. Ooh, music change. I made up my mind and came out of the locker. I looked at the unconscious Kai, hoping he was still alive. Hey, don't you think that he has suffered enough? He'll be 60 by the time he can get out. He'll die alone for sure. I'm certain he will regret what he did in his youth. Killing him now is actually showing him mercy, right? You don't really have to do this. I inched closer to the door as I was speaking. I needed to stay as far away from this lunatic as I could. I didn't really have any sympathy for Kai. I heard that he had even raped some 50-year-old woman. By that count, he might still hurt people if he was released at 60.
Kai seemed to be pondering my words. Huh, who knew that lunatics could think too? When I was only 2 steps away from the door, he spoke. You make a good point. I still think you should suffer a little bit more. What he did next paralyzed me. I stood there completely stunned, watching Pai take my brand new dagger out of the locker and use it to cut off Kai's private part. Then he rubbed some concrete on his wound. Next he covered Kai's severed private part with concrete and stuffed it into Kai's hands. Kai was still unconscious the whole time. This is something that a normal person would never witness in their whole life. I was in such shock that I completely forgot about escaping. After he was gone, Pai asked me what I had been doing in the locker while cleaning up the blood on the floor. I still couldn't move, and I dared not to lie to the psycho in front of me. I told him everything. He finished his cleaning, walked up to me, and put one arm around my shoulder. The cloth in his right hand, soaked with Kai's blood, even brushed against my frozen face. A prison break. Sounds like fun. Count me in. Oh my god. Hooey. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go find a food. Find a food? Find a food. Hello again. I have found a food. And I returned after eating said food. Okay. Blue lady! The wind was getting stronger when I left the detention center. Everyone on the street was walking very fast, probably anxious to get home. I held on tightly to a piece of paper in my hand so that I won't be blown away. Earlier, I had written down a short note in a hurry. Blue lady. J. Gal Hwan Yong? That was the message Officer Ji Young had left me. I hadn't expected that she would be the one that was being detained in place of Lieutenant Khan. Maybe Transfiguration was not as complicated as I had thought. Then again, where was Lieutenant Khan? I was hoping to see him. The plan hadn't worked either. That plan hadn't worked either. And now this note was the only lead I had. I had to go to Blue Lady and find this person named Jagal One Young. Blue Lady was an infamous gay bar in Busan. For police and gangs in particular, it was infamous because it was an establishment that belonged to the Bung gang. I sat down at the bar and ordered a glass of orange juice. I checked my surroundings. Quite a few people seemed to be giving me strange looks. Orange juice? They were whispering something under their breath. I didn't quite fit in at a place like this. Whatever. I had real business to worry about. Speaking of business, who was this Jagal Wanyong? Was he a frequent customer? Or the owner of the place? I waved the bartender over, hoping to ask about this name. Oh no! But before I opened my mouth, I suddenly felt a heavy blow to my head, and my face slammed into the bar. After who knows how long, I heard some slapping noises, and I felt pain in my face. I finally opened my eyes. Judging from the lights outside the window, I must be on the second floor of the bar. I could see office desks, couches, folding chairs, tables, and pool tables in the room. There was even a coconut tree? I tried to sit up, but I realized my left hand had been cuffed to a desk leg. Some young men surrounded me at the wall. They all looked like they were in a gang. One of them had a full head of curly hair, and he crouched next to me. He kept slapping me in the face with what felt like a card. I struggled to move my face away before I saw that he was holding my police ID. Who knew that a police officer would be hanging here? If you don't tell us what you're really here for, we are going to think that you're here looking for some fun. His buddies all laughed. This doesn't look good. But I didn't want to cause too much trouble. I just needed to get out of this as soon as possible. The curly-haired man kicked me in the stomach. Talk. Do you think that we, the bung, I can't say it, gang, are an easier target than a Musin gang? If we want, we guarantee we'll make you feel something. Well, ecstatic. Dude, that's the wrong word. It should be excruciating. A man nearby with split bangs tried to correct the curly-haired guy, who immediately slapped him on the head instead. The door opened. All the men who were laughing hysterically took one glance at the door and immediately stood up straight, shouting, "Good evening, sir!" A very tall man had just walked into the room. He was wearing a... How many times am I gonna have an almost sneeze and then not actually sneeze? Damn it! A very tall man had just walked into the room. He was wearing a pink flowery shirt and a pair of leafy green beach shorts, and looked incredibly tropical. He quickly noticed what had been going on. What do you guys have here? It's a cop sneaking around the bar. We were just about to question him. The curly-haired guys very formally handed him my police ID. The other guys picked me up and then slammed me face down onto the desk. Ouch. The man called sir, then caressed my back with one hand. Very fit. Lots of potential. Potential? What potential? Was he talking about joining their business? What kind of sick joke was that? That was someone who dreamt of defending justice and becoming a real hero. But to keep myself from getting into more trouble, I had to keep it under control. However, even though I could
control my anger, I couldn't fully control my body. If he didn't stop soon, I was gonna let out a loud fart. This was not the direction I thought I was gonna go in. I remember seeing a diagram of a human brain way back when. They would write lots of words on the brain, representing what the person was thinking at the time. If someone were to draw a diagram of my brain right now, it would be filled with the word fart. Even worse, it might be running out of space. After giving me another punch on my butt, the man finally stopped molesting me. I didn't know. I didn't know you were here looking for me. I turned around. I saw that he was holding the note that I had put in my pocket. I finally understood. The sir in front of me was Jigo Wanyang, the boss of this bar. But I never would have imagined him to be a bona fide gangster, and the leader of the Simsu group with the Bunam gang. Why would Officer Jiyo ask me to come and find him? You're Kambakuya's man, right? You are Kambakuya's man. What do you want from me? I caught the ID that he had thrown back at me. The ID only said that I was in Unit 4 of the Busan Police Precinct. So you must know about Lieutenant Khan. I still couldn't figure out... Sorry. I still couldn't figure out what their relationship was. Friends? Or foes? Or maybe he was Lieutenant Khan's informant? In any case, since Officer Jiyoung had asked me to find him, he must be someone who could help. I briefly explained the reasons for my visit, and I mentioned that Officer Minjun had been murdered, although I withheld most of the details about Lieutenant Khan's situation. I was thinking that I should at least feel him out first. He just chuckled and lit a cigarette. Kid, are you trying to hold something back? You're 10 years too early to play this game with me. Let me put it this way. I'm an information broker. If you want information from me, you need to trade something. It's that simple, understand? He blew smoke in my face, smiling, and held my left hand steady. I took out the tail that I hid in my right palm, and reached for the pocket on my shirt. I bit my lip and said, "Fine, how about this?" I handed him my weapon, and pulled out a small notepad from my pocket. It had all the trivial information I had collected during all of my cases since joining the force. Most of the information was about the Musin clan, although there was some about the Bungam clan too. There was nothing particularly important or classified, otherwise I wouldn't be carrying it on me like this. Since he had mentioned trade, he must be something like this, then. I suppose I wouldn't be able to buy it with money. He took my notepad, flipped it through quickly, and tossed it into the trash can. Then he made a gesture. The man who had been watching us in the room the whole time immediately surrounded me. Then they started to mercilessly beat me up. Jigo Wanyong stood outside of the circle and gently said, "Young man, you are not cut out to be a policeman, and you are definitely not cut out to be Byakuya's man. If you ever dare show your face on my turf again, you will be dead." After those words, they tossed me out from the second floor window. I fell into a garbage container in the back alley. It hurt so bad I couldn't move for a while. The night was freezing cold. I was so stupid to make such a careless move. What exactly did he want, though? Oh, hello. Thank you. I think I'm gonna end up kind of going pretty late again. But hey, it's okay, it's a Friday. I feel like I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, so maybe I just won't say anything. He reached for the pocket on his shirt. I feel like this,
Well, hmm. Hmm. Uh, how about this? Reached for the pocket on my shirt, took out the tail that hid my right palm, bit my lip and said, "Fine, how about this?" Held my left hand steady. Oh, first try? A beam of silver light flashed in the air, and my middle finger flew off from my hand. Never mind, not first try. Blood was dripping out from the wound and left some red dots on the floor. I covered my entire left hand with my right one and dropped to the ground, rolling in pain. It's yours. Fuck you. And I fainted. Oh, he cut off his finger to trade it. His middle finger. Call a doctor! No, you idiot, not Dr. Char. Dr. Wang, the one who lives in that place. I heard Jigo Wanyam yelling at his men, and I opened my eyes just a little bit to take a peek at what was happening. He threw away the cigarette in his hand and carried me to a couch, his men were in complete disarray after being shouted at by their boss. I had made the right call. If this man was a true friend of Lieutenant Khan, then he must value loyalty and bravery. If all he cared about was profit and benefit, then even if he had seen through my performance, I would at most get a beating. Then I could give him what he wanted to trade for the information. Nevertheless, this was the best result I could have hoped for. I finally burst out laughing, sat back up on the couch with a hand holding my stomach. Then I stood up as Ji Gongwanyang looked on, stunned, and picked up the severed finger from the ground with my perfectly intact left hand, smiling at him. I brought the fake finger in a small shop on my way here. What? Not only did I have fake fingers, there were also fake ears, fake eyes, and everything. The owner had said to me, if you wanted to survive a gang, these were all necessities, and if I bought the whole set, he could give me a discount. So I did, and I had hidden them all on me. It turned out that they were indeed quite valuable. You bastard! Jigo Wanyam fell onto the couch, laughing hysterically. Well, I guess Bakia had pegged you wrong completely. He told me that you were just a serious and boring fool. He told his men to make us more tea, and then began to tell me everything he knew about this case. 2 hours later, I drank the last cup of tea and left Blue Lady. I started walking towards Officer Minju's home in the cold, biting wind. First try! We're so good. Okay. Carlos and Justice Boy again,
Porque
right?
siempre me pasa esto.
Yeah.
부처님, 나도 좀 도와줘요.
Oh, are they linked? No, they're not linked. An ace. We're escaping from prison? Let's go. The nightly roll call just ended. All of the gates were locked. It had finally quietened. Huh? What? It finally quieted down, and the guards had left. I pulled a chair up from the bottom bunk and sat. Fuck. It's not even that late. What's happening? I pulled up a chair to the bottom bunk and sat in front of Hotaru with a smile on my face. I need to ask you a favor. Hotaru and I had been in the same cell for over 2 months. We were still not friends who would chat with each other, so he had to be a little surprised at what I had just said. I figured that if he didn't want to respond, he would just be curious at what I wanted. What? I'd like to play a card game with you. The whole thing began about a month ago. Yi had
come to visit me in prison and warned me to get out of here as soon as I could. A prison break sure sounded cool to me, but it was an incredibly difficult task. And then I was caught by Pi while trying to hide the tools. I had no choice but to tell him everything. To my surprise, he offered to join me. What kind of luck did I have? I used to watch a movie with Ren about prison break. In the movie, the prisoner had been secretly digging a hole in his cell for years, until he finally managed to escape on a stormy night. Would I have to do this for years too? Besides, this was not something that I would get easier. This was not something that would get easier with more people involved. We even lived in different cells. Someone was bound to grow suspicious about him and I talking to each other during every yard time. Therefore, to succeed, the first thing I needed to do was to get Pi in the same cell as me. While Hotaru was a greedy, conniving, and disgusting weasel of a man, he had his own weakness. Rather, there was something about him that I could exploit. Hotaru loved card games, and he was a great player. He played with other inmates a lot, sometimes with wagers over 5 figures. He had won a lot of money in here with his special skills. Nevertheless, many people were still willing to play with him. For one single reason. He never bet any money on himself. Instead, he only bet favors. If Hotaru lost, he would do one favor for the winner, as long as it was within his power. Hotaru got along really well with all the guards. He had no trouble smuggling in some contraband or getting some privileges for someone. Even the guards enjoyed playing a hand or two with him every once in a while. It was always a sweet deal for Hotaru. And so it was time for me to ask him a favor. If I could win, there was no doubt that he would agree to switch cells. I didn't have to worry about him being suspicious of my intentions or reporting it to the guards. Hotaru's only good quality is that he would always hold up his end of the deal. The only problem was that it would not be easy to win. I had never played poker when I was in Mexico. After coming to Hong Kong, I had only played a couple times when Ren would teach me. Besides, I didn't have any money to gamble with. This wasn't my idea, it was Pi's. Pi agreed to lend me a lot of cash. He even blackmailed some of the inmates to help train me. Soon everybody seemed to think of me as Pi's sidekick, and they would begin to show me more respect. A month had gone by and I was finally feeling a little confident. Win or lose, it all depended on tonight. I took out 10 1,000 Hong Kong dollar bills, counted them in front of Hotaru. He was ready to lie down, but I saw his eyes glisten. He sat back up and crossed his legs. Fine, let's have a quick game then. Blackjack. The rules were simple. Both sides drew 4 cards from the pile after shuffling. The players then exchanged 1 card with the other. Whoever had the hand that added up closest to 21 wins the hand. An ace's value could be either 1 or 11, while jacks, queens, and kings all counted as 10. If both players had the same sum, the hand was a tie and they would draw a new hand. If one whose hand was closer to 21 wins half of the opponent's bet. The one whose hand was closer to 21 wins half the opponent's bet, and the game continues. If the winner has a hand of exactly 21, he wins half of the opponent's stake. And the game ends. Both players should put down the same bet at the beginning, and whoever had more winnings wins the whole game. While the rules made the game sound like it could go on forever, it usually ended quickly as there were numerous combinations that added up to 21. Still, I didn't expect him to play blackjack with me, since it relied a little more on pure luck than skill. Then again, I wasn't so sure if that was a good thing for me or not. Shuffling. Drawing. I stared at my cards, thought long and hard with my heart pounding in my chest, and decided to keep these cards. 2, 3, 6. And I gave Hotaru this card. 8. I wish I had this card in my hand. A. I took the card from Hotaru. It was an ace. Why would he give away an ace? Hotaru slammed his cards on the bed. 8, ace, ace, ace. Oh, what the fuck? Game over. Thanks. Hotaru grabbed the 5 bills, stuffed them in with his other winnings, and went to sleep. Only one game. I was still sitting in my chair, stunned at my unbelievably bad luck. Would Pi's game really work? Or would Pi's plan really work? Was there any other way? Okay, so we have to change the cards, right?
I wish I had this card in my hand. One, 5, 7. Oh, I have to put this one here, right? Okay. So it has to add up to 21. Right off. 10. 13. Actually, wait. Uh, 17? 17? Okay, so we know that Holter has 4 aces, which is wild. And then he gives us an ace, right? So ace can either be 11 or 1? Okay, 11. That means we want cards that add up to 10? Wait. Right? But how about we keep the ace here? So we have an ace. That's, let's say it's 1. $10. So this would be 10. And give Hotaru not an 8, right? Okay. Took the heart from Hotaru. It was an ace. Why would you give it away an ace? I double checked my hand. 3, 6, ace, ace, 21. 7 cards on the bed. Game over. Hotaru looked at his cards and yelled, "You cheated!" He showed me his hand. 2 ace, ace, ace. How could there be 5 aces? Right. No, I didn't. It must be you. Don't lie to me. If you're still a man, just own up to it. I honestly did not know where the 5th ace came from. Even though I didn't think Hotaru would do something like this, I couldn't afford to be a pushover right now. Hotaru looked a little tense. He was silent for a while, and he eventually squeezed out a sheesh. Fine. You won. But let me be clear. I'm not a miracle worker either. Of course. All I'm asking is that you switch cells with Pi. Please say yes. Please say yes. I suddenly prayed to the Lord in my heart, and both my hands were clenched into fists. Hotaru looked troubled this time. Sorry, I can't. No way! I collapsed into a chair and let out a disappointed sigh. I didn't expect the plan to fail at this step. I was so close. Well, listen. I'll tell you why, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. Hotaru put away the cards and lowered his voice. Although, even if you do, I can guarantee that you'll be the one to suffer. He got off the bed. Then he started pulling out the stuff that he'd been piling underneath it. Then he told me to look under the bed. I laid down on my stomach and put my head to the ground. Wow, a huge hole! Oh, he's been digging a hole! Master of Gamble's achievement. Okay, we're back in Minjun's home. Officer Minjun's home was very clean. On top of that, the Superior Investigation Agency and Unit 3 had been combing through this place for quite a few days, so it was very clean too. There were no other visitors anymore. Police tape was stretched across the door. Water. Okay. The calendar in the living room was still on Wednesday's page. It was the day of his murder. It had already been 3 days since then. I remember that Minjun once mentioned that he didn't like those calendars that had Sunday as the first day of the week. He said that he always preferred Monday as the start of the week. To him, it represented a new beginning for our work. Although, as police officers, we never really did enjoy or relax on the weekends. The bowls and dishes in the cabinets were all spotless and meticulously stacked. There weren't many clothes in the closet. I remember every single one. A whole bunch of old DVD discs were stacked on the TV stand. All of them were military documentaries and about wars and weapons. I walked around the whole apartment several times, but I couldn't find anything relevant to his personal connections. I lay down on the couch and stared at the ceiling that wasn't too high up, feeling like I had run into a dead end. According to Jigo Wonyom, Lieutenant Khan was definitely innocent, because they were drinking together at the time of Minjun's death. However, drinking with a gangster was not going to be a very convincing alibi for him. Besides, it might cause other unnecessary problems. At this point, the only way to prove Lieutenant Khan's innocent was to find the real murderer. His attorney. I had also gotten some information about Officer Minjun himself from Jigo. Officer Minjun used to have a criminal record because he had been involved in a murder. For some reason, the case had been dropped, and there probably weren't any records of it either. At the very least, there had been nothing about this in the electronic records in the police station's archives. Of course, not many people knew about this at all. Moreover, Officer Minjun was not just a casual military and weapon aficionado. Fuck. He had privately purchased lots of regulated and even banned weapons through multiple shady channels. His arsenal could probably arm a small team of special ops soldiers. However, Jigo had said that he wasn't sure if his special hobby was relevant to his death. The information that did have a direct connection to the case was in regards to surveillance tapes. All of the surveillance videos from near the apartment building on the day of the murder were gone. Therefore, it was very likely that Officer Minjun had been killed in his own home. Unfortunately, there hadn't been any witnesses who might have seen if he had any visitors that day. Overall, although I had gathered a lot of potentially valuable information, I still had no clue as to the true identity of the killer. I was getting sleepier the more I thought about it. Just as I was falling asleep, I felt something on my butt. I put my hand to the back pocket of my pants and took out Officer Minjun's keys. There's a keychain fob that was in the shape of a telephone. I remember the fob really well. There were not many keys on the chain. The fob, however, seemed way too big and inconvenient. I remember that I had once been pouring in some water for Officer Minjun while he was reading a new edition of a firearms encyclopedia. I was peeking in the book over his shoulder when I accidentally spilled the water all over his desk. Officer Minjun immediately pulled out some napkins and started wiping his keys and the fob while cursing at me. He did not wipe the book first. Ellipses. Could it be? I went into the kitchen, found some flowers, and sprinkled it on the fob. I shook it and blew on it. It worked! 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. These were probably the most frequently used digits. I tried pushing them. The buttons on the fob indeed can be pressed. It looked like this could be a passcode to something. However, I didn't know what the passcode was for, or what the passcode would be. Speaking of code, I could vaguely recall that Officer Minjun had once told me about a series of mystic numbers, which might just have something to do with this. But I remembered that those mystic numbers had only 6 digits, and there were 7 potential digits here. Could it be that the passcode was changed often? I seem to recall that there was some relevant formulas. Officer Minjun had written those down for me while trying to explain how mystical the numbers were. Shit. Orange text. Written those down while trying to explain how mystical the numbers were. Okay, regardless, I should give it a try. Let me think. The code is probably 1, 2, 8, 5, 7, 4.
Nothing happened. No, I couldn't just try a random combination. There are too many possibilities. 6 digits, 6 digits. Why would there be one too many being pressed on the fob? I was certain that Officer Minjin had written the numbers down on the corner of a piece of paper that I had written my report on. Maybe I had written something else on it later? It was so long ago, I must have thrown it away. Oh, this is so frustrating. What on earth was the passcode? Time to look back. Because I do remember there being a or being like what, math in the corner? Let's see. Or does it have to play in order for me to see? Oh no, it's here, I see it. Here it is. Oh god, I can't see it well though. Oh, it's so dark. Okay. Screenshot. Okay. Enlarge. Stare. Okay. So. 42857 times 1. Oh, he just multiplies it. Oh, he definitely multiplies it based on the day of the week then. Right? Because there's 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then he starts his days of the week on Monday. That's why they highlighted it in red. Monday is the start of week. It's still on Wednesday's page. But it wouldn't have changed after he died, obviously, so it would still be Wednesday. So what, times 3? Make it 428571. Okay, let's see. So 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, 1. What? What? Okay, it's not 4288571. Maybe I had written something else on it later. Eh? 42857. Huh? What? What if I brute force it? 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7. 2, 8, 2, 8, 5, 7, 1. No, 4, 2. No, 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, 4. 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, 4. It's not 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, 1, but it's times 3. What? 5, 7. Does it change?
Like, does it matter that it's been like what, 3 days? Does it change on its own? There's no way, right? No, go back. It's been 3 days since then. So 857142. Okay, 857142. Oh, it changes on its own? What? That's wild. Beep beep. I heard an electric beeping. Before I could figure out where the beeping had come from, the body mirror in the middle of the living room wall suddenly rotated by itself. It revealed a long and narrow tunnel behind it. Yo. I climbed into the tunnel and took a sharp right turn. At the end of the tunnel there was a long and narrow room hidden between two walls, barely wider than the tunnel itself. I entered a narrow space and was surrounded by stainless steel walls. It was lit by several daylight bulbs, which somehow gave the room a feeling of holiness. There were all kinds of hooks and shelves attached to the steel walls, while numerous firearms and grenades were placed upon them. There were a dozen AWMs, oh, okay, and even RPGs. It was indeed an arsenal. Now I understood why Officer Minjun would always tell me that he would lend me a grenade. He hadn't been joking. Since I was the one in possession of the fob, I assumed that no one in Unit 3 had found this place yet. Maybe there might be some clues in here. Most of the guns are covered with a little bit of dust, but the floor on the other hand seemed unusually clean. Huh. Maybe he got murdered in there? I kept walking back and forth in the room. I sat down, crouched down, even laid down, which is when I finally saw it. Next to the wall opposite of the door, there was a small wooden table on which there were all kinds of firearm cleaning and maintenance tools. On the table legs next to the wall seemed to have a slightly darker tip than the others. Wait, no. One of the table legs next to the wall seemed to have a slightly darker tip than the others. It looked like it had been covered by something dirty. I turned on the flashlight and pointed it at the table leg. It wasn't just something dirty, it was blood. I could also see two small seams in the table leg where the bloodstain was. I reached out with my hands and touched the seams. The middle part between the seams suddenly sprung open. It was a secret slot with something inside of it. I took the item out of the slot. It was a recorder, and it was still recording. I pressed the stop button first, then pressed play. Voices came out of the speaker. One was the familiar voice of Officer Minjun. When are you gonna stop bothering me? You think you can just hide from me by not coming to the station? There's another familiar voice. My eyes opened wider. I stared at the recorder in my hand and I couldn't believe my ears. Although it wasn't as loud and clear as it usually been. Oh no, it's Lieutenant Kim, right? There's no way I could have mistaken that voice. The second voice belonged to the lieutenant of Unit 3, Kim Jeong-ho. I have done enough for you. Everything is over now. I'll resign and go back to my hometown next week. I want to go home. Don't be ridiculous. Did you forget about your dirty little secret? Illegal possession of weapons is one thing, but being a murderer is another. You don't need me to tell you how many years you'll be spending in jail for manslaughter, do you? C-0795. Are you going to blackmail me with that? Huh? My entire life? You think I'm gonna just let you do that? I had done so much dirty work for you, and you think I never kept my own evidence? Huh, are you talking about this? How did you get that? How did you know where I hid them? Do you really think I wouldn't know about your little tricks? I have my men tailing you 24/7. After all, you're just a pawn in my hands, and I couldn't just let you wander around as you wished, could I? You want to threaten me with just some tapes? You're so naive. Even without those tapes, I still have other ways. You have conspired with Ju Min-gyu and told me to murder Choi Yo-han's son during the mission, just to instigate a war between Choi and Lieutenant Khan, so that you and Ju could benefit from their losses. Bruh. If I leak this information to the Musen gang, I can guarantee that those people who are against you would want to take you out. And they don't need too much sound evidence. Oh, and speaking of Lieutenant Khan, if he ever learned about what you have done, he would never let you get away. I don't care if I will be sent to prison or not anymore. I want my conscience back, and I swear I'll take you down with me. Well, that's really unfortunate. You weren't like this a few years ago when I first sent you into Unit 4. Back then, you were just a coward who didn't even dare to look me in the eye when you were talking to me. I guess you've grown a little these past few years with Khan Byakya. What a shame. I will really miss you, kid, since I'll never see you again. As long as you let me go home, I swear I'll never tell anything to anyone else. I will have nothing to do with this anymore. And I do believe that you won't tell anyone. I am very confident about that, because dead men tell no tales. Then I heard the sound of silenced gunfire, the sound of a body falling down, and a weak and brief groan. Neither voice said anything else. All I could hear was the sound of a door being opened and closed, as well as something being dragged through the floor. Those must be the sounds of Kim Jong-ho cleaning up the crime scene and taking Officer Minjun's body away. After that, the recording kept going for a long time, but there's no more sound at all. Officer Minjun must have started the recording via remote control, and he was never able to stop it. I pressed the stop button again, and stared at the dark red mark on the table leg. I could almost see how he struggled to paint the table leg with his own blood in his final moments of his life, while avoiding being seen by Kim Jong-ho. I opened my clenched fist, and I gave him a salute. Aww. Oh my god. Lieutenant Kim, I can't believe it. Man. Okay. Prison time.
Dios, ¿qué debería hacer?
Friday night, 9 p.m. Holter changed into his robe and went into the guard's monitor room. 9:45 p.m. I managed to incite Jim and Cheon into a fight and created a little chaos. 9:45 p.m. Pai made his cellmate fall asleep. 9:47 p.m. While everyone's attention was drawn to Chin and Cheon, Pai came into my cell. 9:53. Holter came back. 9:55. All of the inmates had gone back to their own cells, and the gates were all locked up. 10 p.m. No guards showed up for the roll call. 10:07 p.m. Holder, Pai, and I climbed into the underground tunnel through the hole in the floor of the cell. So far, everything was going smoothly according to plan. The tunnel was in the basement floor of the prison. There was another monitor room at the end of it. It had a skylight window on the ceiling, which was right under the prison yard. It was also located on the edge of the yard near the prison walls. It was the only area that wasn't covered by the searchlights. If we could get there without being discovered, freedom would finally be within our reach. But here came the biggest obstacle in our whole plan, the guards in the monitor room. Every night there would be 2 people on duty in the room. Most of the time they stayed inside. They would leave and patrol the basement floor every once in a while. We had to get into the room during their patrol without running into them. We must then get out through the window before they came back. Only then would the plan be a success. For an entire month, I had been observing the patrols while I hid in the underground tunnel. There was a lot of heavy machinery on the basement floor. They had divided the whole floor into many smaller lanes. Traversing all the lanes would take a very long time, therefore most of the guards didn't really bother. Their patrol routes had no schedule or patterns whatsoever. However, there were a pair of particular twin brothers who would always follow the same route without exception. It was such a huge break for us. Naturally, we decided to choose a night when the twins were on duty to carry out our plan. The drawing. However, this was a pair of particular twin brothers who would always follow the same route without— oh wait, why am I reading from here? To be absolutely sure, I had even drawn a map of their patrol route. Haha. The monitor room was in the northwestern corner of the basement floor, and we set out from the southeastern corner. We could use the machinery as cover. However, there is nothing blocking the view in the lanes. The moment the guards appeared in the same lane as us, in either direction, they would see us immediately. In short, we had to get to the monitor room in a limited amount of time while avoiding the patrolling guards. Are they walking like this at the same time? Doesn't that mean they overlap with each other sometimes? Or like, he would be like following him? Okay. I had planned our route in advance. It should be west, west, wait, west, 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 north, west, north, east, north, west? I seem to have made a mistake. After 2 intersections, we were caught by one of the twins. After the guards saw us, we began running towards the monitor room in the hope of still making it. But before we could climb out through the window, we heard the deafening alarm screaming outside. We were doomed. Put into solitary cells afterwards. The hole under the bunk bed in cell 28 was also filled. Next time I saw Pi and Holter was a week later in the yard. Pi was still his usual self. He seemed to be having lots of fun even if he had failed to escape. Since our failed attempt at escaping, the guards started to distance themselves from Holter to save their own skins. Holter no longer played his card games with others, as he no longer had any income. It was all my fault. I even had a map of the patrol. How could I have miscalculated our route? I thought about the angry looks Holter gave me. I thought about the fact that I might never be able to get out. I thought about the people that wanted to hurt Alicia. I felt so hopeless. Was there really absolutely no other way to get out? Lord, please guide me. Carlos. I need to take a screenshot of that thing there, though. And I don't think it's gonna show up if I go to the start page, so I need to go back and find it. Actually, couldn't I find it from the... Oh! What? What? Okay, well... that helps. Okay. So... Wait, so... What do you mean west, west, north? No, west? So they start here, right? Because this is the monitor room where the guards start. So what do you do? West, west, north, west, north, east, northwest. West? I'm assuming they're like here, right? West. West. Should be west, 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 right? West, west, west. So it would be here. And then that's 3 steps, so guard 1 would be here, guard 2 would be here. North, right? North, north? West, 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 north, north. West, west, west. North, north. 5 steps? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. West, west, west. 3, 4. Yeah, no. Okay, so maybe west, west, north. north. Like here? 4 steps? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. West, west, north, north. Let's see. West, west, north, north. I'm lost too. Okay, west, west, north, north. So that's 4 steps. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So then we can't go upwards because I think he'll see us. Damn, why isn't there like a way to like wait? Then what? West? North? West? West, north. Should be fine. West. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That should also be fine. So west, northwest then. Maybe? West, northwest. It's northwest. North? Wait. West, northwest. Okay, we're here. So 1, 2, 3. So next step is this way. 1, 2, 3. Next step is this way. Yeah, west, north, west, north. West, north, west, north. What do you mean like always? I'm trying to do this properly. It's the fun of the game. Puzzle games, we love them. North? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, this would come down this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. One, two. Oh, maybe we have to like go east to like dodge one of them. Oh, that's so complicated though. West, north. Huh? Maybe I should look it up. What? We're starting here though, right? Hang on. Hello. I am stuck on a puzzle. We're playing Will, a Wonderful World. And it's a puzzle game that requires a lot of thonking. Okay, wait. West, and then... Oh, if we go east, then it like... Right, it's like for time, right? West, east... So if we go west... east, which is just going back. Kinda empty in that. Don't worry, I am too. I just like... Ah, okay, hold on. West, east, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, here. North. North? Wait, that doesn't make sense. So you go north, then wouldn't you be seen by the guard literally coming down this way? Or I just don't understand what they mean by west and east. Are you westing here, easting here, north here, or what? Huh? West, east here, north here? Are we going up this way? The concept of west and east, and like how much do we travel each time? This is, oh my god. So many lines. Time to look it up. Like it says it's this, but west, east, I'm guessing they're here then? North, 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 then west, west, west. It's too much for my brain. Too many arrows, and I don't know how much you travel. 10:30 p.m. we managed to sneak out into the monitor room. Looking up through the window at the corner of the ceiling, I could see the sapphire color of the starry night. Yay! We made it! Achievement unlocked, King Tracker. Oh man. Okay. We did it! Prison escape! Oh shit, there's another person! Let's go!
결코 이렇게 되진 않을 거야.
ここで立ち止まるわけにはいかない。
Oh, it's Hotaru!
Dios, ¿qué debería hacer?
Oh, yo, 3 of them connect. Oh, all 3 of them are connected! Oh, let's go! Oh, the smiley faces. I need more water. My throat's not gonna last through this. 3 guys at once. No, it's not an ultimate game. It's like, well, we're playing God. Basically, it's like a puzzle game where the idea is that people in, like, you know, life or death situations usually, or when people pray to God, right? And then we're God, we're receiving all their prayers in the form of letters, and then we can use this magical pen to cut up their letters and rearrange words in order to kind of change the fate. So, and make it go better. It's very fun. Okay, water. At my throat. Don't give up. Okay. My name is Pi. It's not my real name. But everyone kept calling me that, so I decided to take it. Sometimes I wonder if God and fortune had abandoned me. But I knew that there were many, many people in this world who might be as unfortunate as me, or even so. I was determined to look for them, approach them, and seek out the culprit who had turned their lives into living nightmares. I would never be a god, but I was a deliverer of God's punishment. Evil deserved to be punished, and the unfortunate deserved to be salvaged. As for the sin of revenge, let me be the sole bearer of its wrath. However, I had begun to gradually realize that the evil in these humans was almost like a bacterium, or a virus. They could be everywhere. They could dwell in a dark, humid, disgusting back alley, or a loud and ecstatic pub, or a joyful and innocent elementary school. I could still remember the lust in the PE teacher's eyes when he had mentioned his students. Sickening, stomach-turning. Even though I kept eliminating them one after another, I always ended up running into the next foul bastard hiding in another evasive corner of the city. I eventually came to one conclusion after my activities had been published in the papers. Instead of tracking down one by one, a more effective way was to deter them with fear. The last target I had on the outside had been an unemployed young man who I had accidentally run into on the street. I picked up the newspaper that he had dropped, and there was a story about someone molesting young children on it. That someone was him. It grabbed my attention, so I decided to follow him for a while. As it turned out, he was clearly not a pedophile. The article was just gossip that had... Oh, so he knew! The article was just gossip that had to have been planted by someone who had wanted to slander him. Still, I figured if I left my smiley face signature next to this pedophilic young man, as the press called him, it would be another viral story in the media for sure. Pi, what a nerd. He didn't even name himself Pi. And like, the whole reason why his name was Pi, because his smiley face signature, they said it looked like a pie if you turned it upside down, which I think is a stretch, but I don't know. And then the real perverts would certainly think twice before committing any more atrocities. Maybe they would even be scared shitless and wouldn't dare go outside. My logic was impeccable, but my luck wasn't, and things didn't turn out the way I planned. So, wait, so he knew that Jimmy wasn't a pedophile, and he still went after Jimmy just so that he could get more clout. Wow, okay, I see. I don't know, that's I was starting to kind of like Pi, Jack, whatever his name is, like a little bit, but that just decreased some points. Life in prison wasn't so bad. There were plenty of evil men who had received a much less serious sentence than what they deserved. Occasionally, I would send a couple of them to hell in the name of justice. However, for every day that I had to stay in prison, more evil went unchecked in the world outside. The thought made me feel anxious every single day when I was in here. Therefore, the moment I heard Carlos mention Prison Break, I immediately joined on his plan without any hesitation. Today was the day of our escape. Don't prisoners get like healthcare or health insurance or something though? I was guessing that we might have run into some trouble. I said guessing because I couldn't see what was going on in the yard from where I was standing. Carlos was supposed to follow Hotaru out through the window, and I would follow them. However, Carlos was still lying on the edge beneath the window. Since there were only enough space for one person, I had to hide myself behind a door. So far, only Hotaru was up in the yard. I had never fully trusted that shorty. If he dared betray us, if he dared to betray us, I would not let him get away with this. Right at that instant, I heard the footsteps of the prison guards on night duty. The twins had come back from their patrol. Oh no. The door squeaked as it was pushed open. I held him tightly. There was a syringe in his hand. I choked the neck of the guard in front. But I didn't want to kill either of them. There was no reason to punish them. Besides, as long as I can get out of here, there would be nothing they could do about me. I was too careless. This man was much stronger than I thought. When my chokehold had barely loosened up for an instant, when my chokehold just barely loosened up for an instant, he reached his arm backwards and stabbed me in the neck with a syringe in his hand. It somehow felt familiar to me. Only this time it wasn't poison in the syringe, but a strong hallucinogen. Everything before my eyes suddenly began to look bent and twisted. All the shapes were tangled together, and then untangled, and reconstructed again, and they morphed into emptiness. There was only me left, standing in the center of a dark vacuum. A man emerged from the dark. He walked towards me and stepped in front of me, looking down at me coldly. He had oily dark hair and a round belly. He was carrying an empty beer bottle. He could barely stand. Where is your man? Did he go to acid again? Sorry, I didn't want to give him a good voice. I felt something familiar, yet strange growing in my heart. But who was this person? My splitting headache started up again, as if someone was squeezing my brain. I kept enduring the pain in my head and pulled out an imaginary gun. I pointed it at the oily-haired man and pulled the trigger. I heard a gunshot, but then I found myself holding a cooking knife instead. A bloody knife. The man sitting opposite of me split into two people. A man and a woman, both with blonde hair and blue eyes, were holding each other intimately. The man seemed a little nervous, while the woman had a smirk on her face. They were looking directly at me. She was also holding a gun in her right hand. It was the same one that had just been in my hand. A wisp of great smoke was rising from the tip of the barrel. Bastard. 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 No. No. It's not a bad child. My brain felt like it was being tumbled with 1,000 knives. Everything started morphing once again. The pain had spread across my entire body. I felt like I was drowning in it. I couldn't distinguish the boundary between reality and hallucination at all anymore. Who on earth were they? Help me, help. Pi. It reads like a shower. I think the British accent for this part was unfitting. But we need to distinguish. Oh man. My name is Carlos. I had planned a prison break not too long ago. Besides me, Pi and Hotaru were also involved in the plan. They were both inmates in Hong Kong Central Prison, just like me. On that night, we overcame lots of obstacles and broke into the monitor room on the basement floor. We were so close to freedom. The room had a skylight window with 2 layers. The inside layer was a sliding glass window to keep the dirt out, and on top of that was a window grate to protect the glass. Underneath the window, there was a small ledge that was barely large enough for one person to lie upon. When the weather was nice, the guards would open the glass window for ventilation. That must be why the ledge was covered with dirt. Hotaru slid the glass window open, pushed the grate, and climbed out. I was about to follow him, but he turned around, dropped the grate, and stepped on it. What was going on? I suddenly remembered of what Pi had told me in private. Sorry. That little shorty is a sneaky bastard. I don't like him at all. When I first heard him say that, all I could think was, yeah, you're one to talk. I figured he only disliked Hotaru for the same reason that he disliked people like Kai. But now, I realize he might have had a point. Hotaru, should we trust him? I would not be surprised if he betrayed us right this moment. I lay down on the ledge. Through the glass, I could see another dark figure joining Hotaru, but I couldn't tell who that was. It probably was a prison guard. No other people would be in the yard at this hour of day. Hotaru was talking to the person. Even though there was a grate between us, they were speaking so quietly that I still couldn't hear what they were saying. Shouldn't the guard be suspicious about Hotaru being there? Or maybe Hotaru was close enough to him that he could just let him go? Or maybe Hotaru had planned this all along? The dark figure moved a little. He unzipped his... Ah, ew! Ew! Good night. Yeah, please go to bed if it's late for you. The VOD will always be up, so. It won't always be up, but it'll be up. What the hell was that? Why would anyone pee in public like this? I wonder what the yellow water is. Lemonade? I finally couldn't tolerate the smell anymore and let out a cough. The guard noticed me. 2 minutes later, surrounded by a dozen prison guards, I was pulled up to the ground through the window. I finally saw the face of the other man. It was Morgan. After our escape failed, we were all sent to solitary cells. I only learned later that Morgan was a drug addict. It was a pure coincidence for us to run into him on that fateful night. Morgan had been out walking that night, high as a kite. He didn't even realize that Hotaru was trying to escape when he saw him. It was me who ruined the whole thing. If I could have kept quiet, we might still have been able to make it. Lord, what would I have to spend the rest of my life in prison? Carlos. Okay, so for Pi, don't get injected by syringe. For Carlos, don't cough. Okay. Hotaru. Probably. Yes. My name is written as Tachibana Hotaru on my passport. Most people only knew me as Hotaru, as it was also my moniker. It had been written in hiragana and hung over the door of my room in the Okiya? The Geisha Okiya, located in Shinjuku Fort Chome in Tokyo, was where I grew up. On a moonless night, I, still a newborn baby, had been left at the back door of the Okiya. I was wrapped in a piece of plain white cloth. There was a glass jar with fireflies in it next to me. The faint blinking lights of the fireflies, Hotaru, had grabbed the attention of a sister that was coming back late. That was how I got my name. Since then, the sisters in the Okiya had become my family. And that day, June 9th, became my birthday. I had shown a talent for dancing and performing since I was very young. The mama of the Okiya, am I saying this right? I feel like it's gonna whatever. Wanted to send me away to a kabuki school, but I didn't want to leave the Okiya. After some arguments and compromises, I became a male geisha. It was not something particularly uncommon in the past, but in contemporary Japan it was almost unheard of. Still, rules were made by people. For a long time, a paper fan, a kimono, a shamisen, and my family were the entirety of my world. Until I met the savior of my life. It was a stormy evening. Kizumi Kai was holding a banquet at our place, welcoming some guests who had come all the way from China. Menacing bodyguards in black suits were everywhere, from the gate to the backyard. A lot of them had a suspicious bullet on their waists. I was told that those were concealed guns. Kizumi Kai was both a stakeholder in and the protector of our Okiya. It was also the most powerful gang in the Shinjuku area. The Okiya had prepared many performers for this night. No mistakes would be allowed. The opening act was Plum Blossom Creek, a dance that I had performed numerous times before. However, on that night, I had caught a little cold. I wasn't feeling too well. With the atmosphere feeling so tense in the room, I was so nervous that I accidentally flung the fan out of my hand in the middle of the dance. The fan hit the head of a guest, and then fell into a boiling beef pot in front of him. Oh no. The entire room became deadly silent, but a young Chinese boy sitting at the corner of the table burst out laughing. Kizumi Kai's men were outraged. I immediately dropped to my knees and begged for forgiveness. I was trembling from head to toe, too scared to even look up. One of them had already released the safety on his gun when the laughing young man said something. I couldn't understand what he said, but it must have been something nice. He became the savior of my life. Our story had a fairy tale beginning, but we didn't have the best ending. 2 years ago, he died. I only heard about it later by accident from some other customers. They also said that it had been suicide. It couldn't be possible. I began to regret a lot of things. It was always him who would come to Japan to visit me,
but I had never gone to Hong Kong to visit him. Mr. Krabs. We could only meet 2 or 3 times a year, and only a few days each time. He would never tell me in advance, so every time was always a surprise. Sometimes I would fantasize about it when he was not with me. I would think to myself, maybe he was in Japan, and maybe he would suddenly appear in front of me. The last time he came to see me, I was on a trip to Totoroti. Totori. Why am I Totori with the sisters? So we missed each other. But I never would have thought that it would be my last chance to ever see him. He killed himself while I was away. I couldn't let him die like this. Against the objections from my sisters, I packed up all my belongings and savings and came to Hong Kong. I finally managed to find his housekeeper who had always looked after him. The housekeeper accompanied him to Japan a couple times. We had met a few times, and I knew I could trust him. He told me that he never believed that his young master would have committed suicide. He knew somebody who wanted the young master dead, but he Sorry, whoa, I just realized who this was! What? Oh my god! What's his name again? I think it was something Wei? Lin Wei? He was the son of the leader of the Black Dragon clan. And we met him through Alicia's story, because Alicia was an assassin that was assigned to kill Lin Wei. But Lin Wei knew that people wanted to kill him because he was his dad, who was the boss of this Black Dragon clan, he was getting old, so everyone's like, he's about to hit the bucket, right? So they were thinking like, okay, well, who's gonna be the successor to the clan? And everyone knew that his dad wanted his son to succeed, so they wanted to kill the son so that somebody else could succeed, right? And so, oh man, in the end he did actually commit suicide though. He walked into, well, it doesn't matter. But oh man, oh my god, he was talking about, he was like, I just wanted to see this one guy again, and it's so sad we can't be together. It's like, it was Totoro, what the fuck? Okay, sorry. He knew somebody who wanted the young master dead, but he didn't have enough proof. The Lin family was a huge clan that had grown here. Lin, I got it right. Sorry. Lin family was a huge clan that had grown to have too many factions and infighting. If you wanted someone gone, you either made sure you had sufficient evidence against it, or you killed them. Was that somebody responsible? To find out the truth, I needed more information and more money. Sorry. Again, it just hit me. Wait, but Alicia's the assassin who so-and-so killed him, right? So if he's gonna ask around, who killed Lin Wei, they're gonna be like, Alicia. But Alicia is the big sister of Carlos, who's escaping with Hotaru in this prison. The dots, man, they keep connecting. Why is it so complicated? After spending some time on the street looking for clues, I had an idea. I bribed a few cops to arrest me for something made up, just so that I could be sent to Hong Kong Central Prison. In here, not only would they take care of my room and board, I could make more money and collect more information with my special gift. Everyone in the prison had their own value to me. Some of them were worth a few $100 that I could win off them in a bet. Others might have power and connections that could help me get closer to the truth. The drunk and barely coherent prison guard who was standing in front of me right this moment fell to the latter group. His name was Morgan. Oh no. Oh no. Were we not just together? Did you already miss me, sweet baby? He was supposed to be doing roll call tonight, so I got him drunk earlier, hoping he would be sleeping it off. Who knew that he would be out wandering, doing drugs again? His deeply sedated brain was probably making him unable to think anymore. Nevertheless, him being here was still a problem for us. I had to be calm. I pulled my cap lower. Care for a drink?
Hold on 1 second.
Morgan unzipped his pants and started doing his thing without even turning away. Oh no, that was... oh god. I heard someone cough under the window. Carlos, you idiot. We were so screwed. I should not have agreed to help that idiot escape. I had been in cell 28 for a long time. At first, it was just me, so soon I found a hole under the bottom bunk bed, which was big enough for one person to escape. Perhaps somebody else had tried to escape from here, but for some reason he had to abort, therefore leaving the hole behind like this and without being discovered by the guards. I thought it was a blessing from the gods, gifting me with an exit strategy like this. Once I had enough money, I could just disappear without a trace. I had never revealed this secret to anyone else. Never would I have imagined that my plan would be ruined by someone like Carlos. I didn't know that he would want to switch with me out of the cell after winning the card game. I had no choice but to tell him the truth. Dots connected always depend. You're wrong. No. One thing led to another, and it ended up being a prison break involving 3 people. Damn it. Should not have told him. I should have just made up some other excuse. Hold her. Oh my god, it's 3 people at once. Wild. Okay. Okay, so I think we need to avoid Morgan peeing, and we also need to avoid the syringe with Pi. But I really don't want to put he unzipped his pants in Pi's story, because I do not know what that would lead to. Oh wait, but if you unzipped his pants, he might kill him. Okay. Oh man, this is a lot more complicated with 3 people. Wow, your brain is so big. I don't think that, oh yeah, I mean, no, that's definitely how it works. No, we're gonna get rid of the syringe completely. I don't know, I just put things in random places. Okay, we'll see. I don't think this is gonna go well. I choked the neck of the guard in front, but I didn't want to kill either of them. There's no reason to punish them. Besides, as long as I could get out of here, there would be nothing they could do about me. Alright, but my fist was no match for a gun. While I was struggling with one guard, the other twin walked into the room. Hey, what are you doing? He pulled out his gun and shot me in my shoulder. A staggering pain spread through my whole body from my shoulder. I had to let go of his brother and stumbled back, leaning against the wall. In the end, the other 2 were not able to escape either. The plan ended up being a total failure. Oh no, he just got shot though. Okay, maybe he shouldn't hold on to the guy then. A syringe fell out of his hand. It went through the grate and somehow jabbed right into my shoulder. Oh man, why is everyone getting injured? I felt a chill spreading from the needle to my entire body. I closed my eyes and opened them again. I was lying in a clean but strange house. Alicia was sitting by my bed, looking at me and caressing my hair, just like she used to. I had not seen her for 9 years. She still looked so beautiful, so young. Alicia, I miss you. Even though I knew it wasn't real, I still couldn't control myself from calling out to her. That was how powerful the drug was. When I came to my senses again, I was lying in the medical room of the prison. I finally realized that the plan had failed. Hold on one second. Oh, hold on one second. Morgan took out a syringe and aimed at his arm, but the needle did not go into his arm. He dropped it. Oh no. That was... oh god. Just when Morgan was wondering where the syringe has gone, voices came out from under the window. Carlos, you idiot. You're so screwed. Okay, that did not work. Bad, bad, bad. Okay. Maybe if Carlos pulls his cap lower, the P won't hit him. Oh wait. Okay, and we shouldn't do I held him tightly on ties because I don't think that works. We'll see. I don't know. I held my breath and pushed my back against the wall. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. I could even hear the bottom of the boots rubbing against the doorframe. I grabbed the door lightly with my hands. As soon as he took one more step, I would... But the man stopped. The twins were in deep conversation at the door. They didn't notice me at all, nor did they look like they were about to shut the door. I listened more carefully. They seemed to be talking about a recent check of all the prison's housing. They mentioned that the check had found all kinds of weapons, gambling chips, and drugs in the cells and public activity room. They even found a dance mat. They lamented that ever since the new warden had been assigned here, Hong Kong Central Prison had become more and more corrupted. Back when Warden Chris was in charge, everything in the prison had been running quite smoothly, even though Warden Chris was a strange man too. These days, nobody here even cared about the inexplicable death of an inmate. If one day something similar happened for some unlucky guard, the twins decided they would be ready to resign just for their own safety. I was still listening when they suddenly stopped talking. A hand appeared on the edge of the door and slowly pulled it open. Then I saw a gun pointing right at me through the open door. Oh no. Okay. Syringe fell out of his hand. It went through the grate, somehow jabbed into— No! Okay. So this is the same— Hey, what are you looking at? Carlos? Closed my eyes and opened them again. I was sitting in a huge white bathhouse. Alicia was giving me a bath and rinsing my hair. Oh wait, no, that was her speaking then. I'd not seen her in 9 years. She looked so beautiful, so young. Shampoo smelled so nice. The water felt just right. Oh no, cause it's the pee! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Carlos. I'm so sorry. Some of them were still wearing clothes. One of them pushed me off my stool. When I fell to the ground, I saw Alicia had disappeared. When I came to my senses once again, I was landing in the medical prison. I finally realized the plan had failed. Hold on one second. Okay. Oh no, that was— oh god. To make things worse, he had even dropped the syringe in his hand when he was zipping his pants back up. The syringe fell through the grate. I heard someone cough under the window. Carlos, you idiot. We're so screwed. Bad, bad, and bad. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Carlos. We need to just get the pants and the syringe just like out of your face. I think so. I think I hit reset. Okay. So what if— okay. Put this here. Dark figure moved. I held him tightly. Care for a drink. Care for a drink? I feel like I don't know about this combination. Oh. held my breath, pushed my back against the wall, grabbed the door tightly with my hands. As soon as he took one more step, but the man stopped, and then I heard the sound of liquid dripping down on the ground, and I saw a stream of something yellow come through a crack in the door. It was painting a peculiar map on the ground, set to the guards whistling. This prison was a place that was filled with all kinds of perversion and twisted mentality of society. Some of the guards here eventually developed some nasty habits as coping mechanisms to relieve some of their stress. Sometimes literally. The foul smell of the map was making me dizzy. My mind was trying its best to control myself at this crucial moment. But my body betrayed me, and I simply could not stand the disgusting sight I had just witnessed. I threw up. The undigested dinner was now mixed with the yellow puddle on the ground, turning it into a newer and bigger map. Ew. It also ended our prison break. Ah, no. Okay, so we can't have him pee in front of Pi, because Pi is gonna throw up. Okay. Fair. Put my hands to the crate and grabbed the ankles of the guard. Hold her! Run! I didn't know what had come over me to do something like this. The dark figure must have been startled, or simply lost his balance. He fell and sat on the ground. But Holder didn't run. He screamed at the finger on the ground. No, don't do it! He was trying to stop something. I immediately understood what it was. I finally understood the other person's face in the moonlight. Or I finally saw the other person's face in the moonlight. Morgan, the guard from Britain, had drawn his gun and he was pointing it at my face under the grate. I heard a gunshot. Ah, no. 070912220? Is this important? Should I screenshot this? I'm gonna screenshot this. Okay. Holter lay on the metal grate. No! His breath was getting weaker and weaker. He kept saying those numbers. Maybe they were the password to his bank account. Damn it! You shouldn't tell me! You knew I was too dumb to remember it. Holter. Morgan tumbled and fell to the ground. I saw a pair of hands grabbing his right ankle. Run! I heard a mumbled voice come out from below. Carlos, you idiot! I still needed him alive. If he died, I wouldn't be able to find that woman. Oh, he knew that Carlos... Well, I think maybe it's been around. If it wasn't for that, there was no way I would have participated in this stupid escape. But before I even realized it myself, I had blocked the window with my own body. I heard a gunshot. Something warm was coming out of my chest. Sisters used to say that people who smiled a lot would enjoy good fortune. And they would always tell me that I had the prettiest smile in Okia. So I must be a very, very lucky person. The only thing was, I had used up my lifetime's share of luck on the night when I met him. Oh, no! So sad! Oh, no! Okay. So, don't hold him tightly. Maybe hold him tightly here? Oh wait, but he can't piss. Should we put the pissing here? Oh, these two don't change? Okay. Held my breath and pushed back against the wall. Grabbed the door slightly with my hands. As soon as he took one more step, the man stopped. Peeked through the crack in the door, guard in front was turning his back to brother and asked, "Which one?" "Which one?" "It's the new bar on Bray Road. You haven't been there, have you?" "No, have you?" "Of course not. I heard it from Morgan. He said that the girls there were super hot and..." "Oh, that sounds like fun." Some chicks seem to have excited the twins a lot. The footsteps continued again just outside the door, only this time they were getting farther away from me. I walked back to the skylight window and saw Carlos being pulled up through the window while mumbling something. There were also many more people outside. Oh. But this should be the right one, though. Right? Because nothing bad happened here, but it was just because these two aren't doing good.
So I think for pie this is okay. Bad, bad, bad. No. Huh. What? Then what do we do? This syringe and pee is like really annoying. I don't know where to put it to make it less annoying. What? Does not work? I feel like what? Eh? Should the syringe actually be in pies then? Oh, because... Oh, because this actually... He goes into this... Right, because Carlos gets hit with the syringe. Oh! Damn it. Thank God I had his hat on me, otherwise, ew. Okay, so the thought before was correct. The syringe messed it up. Okay. The guard zipped his pants back up and left with Holtor. As soon as I couldn't hear them, I pushed open the grate and pulled myself up to the ground. We were almost there. Hold on one second. Oh, hold on one second. Morgan unzipped his pants and started doing his thing without even turning away. Oh no. Oh god. My heart jumped up to my throat. I didn't know how Carlos did it, but fortunately everything stayed quiet below the window. Thank God. Morgan zipped his pants back up. I pulled him closer to me and led him to a dark corner. This way Morgan would not notice the other two people climbing out the window. Besides, I have one last request before leaving. That photo you showed me earlier, can I see it again? He stared blankly at me. It took him a while to understand what I was referring to. Then he put his hand inside his jacket, searched for a long time and pulled out a photo. The woman in the photo was wearing a leather jacket and a pair of jeans. She was walking out of a pharmacy and about to put on her sunglasses. The brown face under her cap looked very cold. I was honestly very grateful to Morgan. He helped me a lot, including finding out the itinerary of my dear friend's last trip to Japan, and who he had met and been with during the trip. That was how we found this woman. I figured she was just an assassin, and the person that the housekeeper had mentioned must have paid her. I swore I would not let either of them get away. Half a month ago, Carlos confessed to me that the reason he wanted to escape was to find his sister. He even showed me a picture of her. I just wanted to confirm that it's the same person in both photos, and now I was 100% certain. He fell to the ground with a thud. I saw a dagger in his back. The blade had sunk deeply into his body where his heart is. Pi crouched down and wiped the blood off his hands with Morgan's clothes, all while having a disgusted expression on his face. Well, we shouldn't stay here for too long. Follow me. Carlos ran towards the storage room in the corner of the yard. He had hidden some tools there to get over the walls. I looked at Morgan one last time before I followed. The photo was stuck firmly in his hand. I didn't need it anymore. I would never forget that face. I held my breath, pushed my back against the wall, and grabbed the door lightly with my hands. As soon as he took one more step, but the man had stopped. I peeked through the crack in the door and saw the guard in front turning back to his brother and asked, "Which one?"
As a newborn by road, haven't been there, have you?
"Oh, have you?"
I wasn't. I heard my mother. He said the roads were super hard.
"Oh, that sounds like fun." Subject seemed to have been excited the twins a lot. The footsteps continued again just outside the door, only this time they were going farther away from me. After we got out of Hong Kong Central Prison, the three of us were all crammed into a car driven by a friend of Carlos. We were driving on roads that usually didn't have any cops, and talking about our plans. Carlos intended to stay in Hong Kong. He had told me a long time ago that he was only escaping to go and look for his sister. Hotaru was still playing with his phone. He said he was going to stay too. I thought about it for a while, and finally decided to leave Hong Kong. If I had to guess, the news of me breaking out of prison would soon be broadcast to the entire island. I could imagine the lovely expressions on those evil people who thought they had escaped my judgment when they heard the news of my going to prison. I had planted the seed of fear in them, and they would no longer require any extra care from me. The darkness inside humans' hearts would make sure that it kept growing and blossoming. What I needed to do was to plant more seeds all around this vast world. So I got out of the car somewhere near the port. My dear friends, farewell. The sound of a ship's horn booming between the clouds in the ocean, I climbed up onto a cargo ship that was about to set off on its voyage. She would be taking me to my next destination. I hoped that I would find more and new interesting encounters in a new exciting world. Smiley face. Achievement unlocked. Beast out of the cage. Ah. Also, it was really lucky of me to also get the ending where Hotaru spills his password. Because for sure we're gonna need it later, probably. Carlos is probably gonna need it later. He's gonna like break into his account, or I don't know. Oh. Looks around. Sorry. I close the kitchen door, crouch down, and quietly tear open the letter. The letter is from a human named Wenjara. All I do every day is prepare tea and snacks for Master, so I don't have anything else to do most of the time. Whenever I am free, I read some of the letters I have stolen from Master's room. The first few times, I would sometimes imagine what I would do with the letters if I were Master. Lately, I stopped thinking about that too much. I have been too curious about what has been happening to them. A young girl in school, a painter, a mental patient, a nerd, a couple of police officers, a pair of separated siblings, and a stray cat. Something bad must have happened to them when they wrote these letters. Even though I had read the choices Master made for them, I'm still amazed by what happened afterwards in their lives. Although sometimes, as an observer, I feel like whatever choices they made wouldn't make any big differences. I suppose that's why they say time is hard. However, if I were one of them, I might think that this god is way too irresponsible. After all, if it were my own life, I don't think I would just simply accept a fate that was hard. It's so confusing. Oh! Okay, the fire is off. Let me make tea first. Master had weird preferences for his tea.
He does not like the bitter taste of tea leaves, so he likes to add sugar. I always think he should just choose another drink if he just dislikes the bitter taste, like milk. There must be a lot of other choices. In the end, I have to pour the sugar directly into the teapot. That's much easier. Swish. What is this? Salt? Oh no. Looks up with exasperation. I heard that besides sugar, it's also okay to add milk to tea, so maybe it's also okay to add salt? No, girl. Master? The door isn't closed. Push the door open lightly. I guess he's sleeping again.
Oh my god! He is the brother who turns into a dog! Oh my god.
I don't see Master anywhere, but there's a boy standing in front of the window. Huh? Am I still asleep?
What are you sneaking around for?
What? How is he suddenly behind me? He...
He? What are you talking about?
Follow Master into the room, but there's no boy in front of the window. What? That's weird. I clearly saw someone standing in front of the window earlier. Was it a ghost?
Ghost? There is no such thing. You must be daydreaming again after reading some strange books.
Daydreaming. Speaking of which, I think I have seen that boy before in one of my dreams. But I can't remember what the dream was about.
Just leave the food and go back to your room. I'm a little tired. I might take a quick nap.
Oh, okay.
I was too careless of me just now. I've been too distracted lately. I can't seem to concentrate. Looks like there are fewer letters on the shelf. Oh well. Let me drink the tea and warm myself up a little. Oh no, it's gonna be salty. Glug glug glug. The face. Oh no. Let me screenshot that and keep it forever. Okay. She's being mischievous again. Oh well, she's been like this ever since she was little. How I miss those days. I guess I would still drink this horrible tea anyway. After all, I might never get a chance to drink the tea she makes anymore. Oh. Doesn't look like there's much time left. I've devoted so much time, yet I still don't know the correct answer. If there's no breakthrough before the time comes, we'll both die. We'll be just like Spotty, dying on a long and lonely journey. Spotty? And yet and perhaps it is our inevitable destiny, as well as that of this world. If I could leave this world in a beautiful dream, that wouldn't be so bad either. Oi, it's raining so hard it's almost impossible to get a cab. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all your fault, brother, you big liar. Green polar bears? Why would there be polar bears in Brazil? You big fat liar. And now we have to wait in the rain.
So what? It's still better than just sitting around at home. Your room is beginning to smell like mold.
It's not mold, it's just the smell of Fluffy. He must still be with me, somehow.
Hey, stop saying creepy stuff like that. Remember to open the window when we get home. By the way, do you know what French people think about those who never go outside and never open the windows?
What?
Lowers voice. Oh, they suspect that you are a member of some secret organization, cooking up some evil plans. That actually sounds pretty cool, don't you think?
What secret organization? You're making stuff up again. You just touched your head, didn't you? I'll never believe you again. Besides, you know that I've never been to Europe before. Oh, why did Mom and Dad always take you to their meetings, but not me?
That's because you were too small.
I wasn't. I was only a few hundred days younger than you.
Alright. Don't be mad. There will still be lots of chances in the future.
Well, I won't be mad if you sing me a song.
What? What song?
Well, I want you to sing.
Oh, it's the song that we chose before a long time ago. Oh, it's too embarrassing.
I'd be okay with one of her other songs too.
All our songs are too embarrassing to sing out loud. How about this? You give me a kiss on the cheek, and Big Brother will sing for you right here, right now. Deal? Mwah. Not on my hand, on my face. Here, here. Time? What? It's time? Wait, can I pause it? Yo, wait, hold on, but I have to go to the bathroom. Hold her. Wait, okay, hold on. 45, 44. 41, 40. Oh, no! Okay, hold on, hold on. No, not load, not load. Save. Oh my god, I didn't think it would time me. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom and then I'll come back. I didn't think that they would time me. What? Are you serious? %. Maybe it's not a completely accurate thing. Andy unlocked. Mr. Wen died of illness. Oh, and we did this. There's a reunion one? What? It's another life. Oh man, we might have to look up stuff to get 100%, huh? Complete the profile of Alicia. Profiles: Park Sun-gu, Phantom Terror, Boyhood, Smelly Cat, Kung Fu Scramble, Psycho. Geek in the Shell. Artist. So close yet so far. Oh man. Ending unlocked. Jimmy accidentally obtained his superpower. Yeah, but it feels like it's like going into its final stages. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna, cause I saved before, but I know this is timer is going down right now, but I really want to read the updated profiles, and then I'll just go back to the one without. Did I complete her profile? There's still one thing left. Escaped from Hong Kong Central Prison. Is there a person here? Hotaru. He's 18? 19 escaped. Okay, alright. The timer clicking down is very unsettling. Did it change at all? 29, 26, 25. Oh no, it did. Okay, okay. Alright. We gotta. Oh god.
Este tipo de cosas.
Carlos, te extraño.
What?
부처님, 도대체 제가 뭘 어떻게 해야 되죠?
이게 바로 나의 정이다.
Okay, oh my god. Yi, let's go home. Can we please meet each other? We were heading towards the port in the black sedan driven by Yi. She had received reliable information that Mr. Lin had some business at Warehouse there tonight, and I should be there to see him. Before heading out, Yi had prepared all kinds of weapons, even some hand grenades. She said I had already become an enemy at the Black Dragon Gang, and showing up like this after escaping prison was practically committing suicide. If I insisted on going, we had to be prepared. But all of the weapons were too difficult for me to use. It took forever to figure out how to use a handgun, not to mention the others.
So in the end, I decided just to take a gun with me. No matter what happened tonight, I had to take this opportunity and get an answer from Mr. Lin. We were about 1 kilometer away from the port when Yi stopped the car. I opened the door. To be honest, I wish you wouldn't leave me. Yi grabbed at my clothes. There's barely any human traffic around here. Oh, yeah, of course, good night! There was barely any human traffic around here. Nothing except a group of trees nearby. It felt a little creepy indeed. But I have to go. Oh, but I have... How about I... I have to go. How about I leave you the gun? You idiot, that's not what I mean. I mean... Her face became red. For some reason, my heart suddenly started beating faster. And my face was getting red too, even hot. I even felt my hair perking up. Was this what they called Carlos? You pulled her hand back into the car. You pulled her hand back into the car. I'll be waiting here. Then she rolled up the window. I stared at her from outside, nodded my head, and walked towards the port. No matter what, I must come back in one piece. One piece. I had so many things I wanted to tell her. Halfway to the port, I heard a strange sound of a bird chirping. It didn't sound like regular birds, and I began to worry about Yi. I ran back to where the car was. The black sedan was still there, but the driver's side door was wide open. There was no one inside the car. I saw a few drops of blood on the ground near the door. I got into the car and started the engine. I was driving at the highest speed possible. I went through every single road and alley I could find nearby, but I couldn't find any other cars or people that looked suspicious. The sun had come out, and I still couldn't find Yi. In the end, I didn't see Mr. Lin at the port, and I had lost Yi. She was gone just like that. There were too many people who had a reason to harm her. It could be an enemy of the Blood Gang, or it could be someone who had a personal grudge, like Mr. Quan. It was all my fault. I should not have let her wait for me there. Lord, please bring her back to me, Carlos. I didn't hold a funeral for Zuko. The night of his death, a man and a woman in blue tracksuits came over. They told me that they had been his longtime designated body handlers. There were no signs of grief on their faces. They just moved his body into a body bag like it was business as usual. They enlisted and canceled the phone number. His favorite 3-month-old adult magazine was also thrown into the body bag and taken away. All that was left to me was Zuko's own credentials to his business app, and all the contact information for his informants over the years. He seemed to know that I would need all of this one day. And one night, it was almost as if this person had never existed. It was like magic. Well, it befitted the style of the magician. I didn't wait until the next day. I followed the lead that Zuko had given me and contacted multiple informants of his. Quickly located the address of the man who had delivered the bomb to my house. Vengeance was not my only purpose. Another thing that had caught my attention was the small item that Zuko had taken off the bomb. It was such a unique item that I recognized it instantly. There was no mistake. I had made something similar to this over a dozen times myself. I couldn't be more familiar with this technique. When he came back from the laundry, still humming a tune, he didn't notice my existence at all. After he had given the password to his contact system, Assassin number 7, one of my younger colleagues, lay on the floor with a hand covering his slit throat. He was looking at me with a face full of regrets as I sat in his computer chair wearing his baseball cap. Lit a cigarette. Memories were flooding through me. Ray never smoked. He said smoking would make a person dull. So he always had a bottle of gum with him, and he would take one whenever he needed to be alert. I had eventually developed the same habit after spending so much time with him, but now I pursed my lips, watching the white smoke leave my mouth, twisting the air and disappearing. Those memories of us should just disappear like the smoke. 2 a.m. The other side finally logged on. Mission accomplished. Did she say something? Not exactly, but she had something she wanted me to pass on to you. In 3 days, 4 a.m., Warehouse 5 at the port. He logged off. Zuko's app buzzed. There was a new order, and the payment was good. Coincidentally, the target of this order was the same person I was going to meet. The wind tonight felt unusually cold. Ray had just finished his business and sent away his men. He was standing under the streetlight in front of Warehouse 5 by himself and had just put a piece of gum in his mouth. The fallen leaves were swept up in the air by the wind and blown towards where I was hiding. He looked up. His eyes squinted. His mouth curled into a perfect arc. It was the same expression he had on his face every time he saw me in the past. I turned my head and looked away. I knew it was just a trick he was using to play me. But I couldn't force my finger to pull the cold trigger. Gunshot. I wiped away the tears. I was leaning on a rock near the dam, facing the ocean, with Ray's coat over my shoulders. My mind was slipping away from me, along with the warmth as it slowly left my body. Is Mexico on the other side of the ocean? No, I don't think it is in the right direction. The ocean's so dark. When is the sun going to come out? Carlos must be in class right now. Maybe school time is almost over. Is it snowing? No, it can't be. I must be dreaming. It must be. Holy Father, please take me to him. Don't let me wander in the wilderness alone, please. Oh gosh. Hold on. He stopped the door, opened the door, grabbed my cloak. Couldn't force my finger to pull the cold trigger. So if Carlos turns his head and looks away, would he be like, oh man, I'm not interested? That change? I couldn't make any shots as tears blurred my right eye. Oh, 2 gunshots. Wiped away the tears. Sitting on a rock facing the ocean with Ray's coat over my shoulder. Okay. So we have to wipe the tears before... Yeah, okay. The same thing. What they call him? Love. Wouldn't this end up being the same? Oh, but I put my hand on the closing window. Wait! I noticed something near my trees earlier. It could just be some animals, but it could also be someone following us. Yi was the princess of the Blood Gang. I couldn't leave her here by herself. I walked around the area for a little while after Yi had driven away, making sure nobody was following her. I waited until there was no more unusual rustling in the trees, and then continued walking to the port. I was walking so slowly, all I could think of was Yi. I didn't even notice that it started snowing. It was almost daytime when I finally arrived at the port. Mr. Lim was nowhere to be seen, but there were some people who looked like nearby residents gathering. No, he's gonna see Alicia, isn't he? I vaguely heard something about dead and woman. Oh no! Fuck! When the last person was out of my sight, I saw it. This beautiful woman sitting next to the dam. She had long and curly maroon hair. Her magnificent eyelashes were covered with snow. There's a little black limb underneath the tree. His name is Billy. I started humming the song she used to sing to me and sat down next to her. I was shaking when I grabbed her hand, and I just sat there watching the ocean with her together. No! Bad! Bad! Hurry up and make it good!
Wipe away the tears. No. His bullet grazed my left shoulder. Mine went through his right eye. Stood upon the dam facing the dark ocean, with Ray's coat over my shoulders. I could feel the final warmth from his body. Eventually it was gone. Zuko Sap had just received another order. It seemed quite dangerous. Threw his coat into the air and let the wind carry it into the ocean. Set my destination for the next target. Time to go. What? He doesn't meet her? I thought he would meet her. But I have to go. Idiot, that's not what I mean. I mean, okay. I thought, what? Does he not walk towards the port? Or does Alicia leave before Carlos can come over there? This is like the ending of Your Name, where they're literally right next to each other and they just don't look in the right direction. Come on, man. Started walking to the port. I was walking so slowly, all I could think about was you. I didn't even notice that it had started snowing. Oh, it was almost daytime when I finally arrived at the port. Mr. Lin was nowhere to be seen. Only a few fishermen arguing about whether they should still go fishing in the unusual weather. I turned around. All my earlier footprints had been covered by the snow. It was all white around me. Suddenly, I couldn't even remember which direction I had come from. Nor did I know where to go next. I had missed another chance to find my sister. Such an idiot. Still, no news might be good news too. I still had plenty of time to keep looking for her. Or was I being too hopeful? No, being hopeful was a good thing. Alicia used to tell me that all the time. I should keep being hopeful. That would be the right thing to do. Right? Big Sis must still be out there somewhere. Perhaps she was watching the same snow as I. Achievement unlocked yet so far. No, this is not the ending that I wanted. I want them to meet. Oh gosh. Okay. We'll have to. I don't know. Okay, we'll have to keep thinking later. 100% the game.
My name is Buddy. I can't recall how long I had been alive. For many years, my life was the same. I looked for food at the shops or in the trash. I lay in the sun and looked for food again, and I found a place to spend the night. Day after day, year after year. I thought there was one thing that was different. I had been getting older. I was walking along on a small path in the suburbs. I came across an empty lot. This lot used to be a gathering place for homeless cats around here. Not too long ago, it had been circled by some yellow tape. I heard that some rich Chinese real estate developer had bought the place, along with a whole lot of old residences around here. Soon, they would begin to build a brand new shopping center. It didn't really matter to us anyway. There were plenty of other spots for cats. Besides, the cats that used to hang around here had rarely been seen nearby anyway. I can't talk anymore. Most of the cats whom I find familiar had died in random quarters of this big city. Unlike house cats, we had to pay the ultimate price for our freedom. Life in the city was brutal and challenging, and most of us were supposed to say goodbye to this world before we even turned free. Few others like me, who were fortunate enough to survive for more than 10 years, could barely walk too far nowadays. Sometimes cats like us might even slip and fall into a toilet when we were to confirm it. As my body kept getting sore, my mind, however, aimed to be getting more active. I have been spending more and more time thinking about my cat life recently, especially about my dear old daddy, and all the lessons she passed on to me. Daddy had always been so good to me. Many of the things he had taught me were still so valuable even now. I used to think that I could stay young forever, but I had reached the same age as Daddy when he found me. Daddy had mentioned that he used to be a outcast once. He was one of the incredibly lucky ones. He was adopted as soon after birth by a rich couple and was living a dream life. He never had to worry about food or shelter, and the humans adored him too. Soon the couple had a family with a cute daughter. One day the male human took Daddy to a park for a walk. That day he met a breathtaking, beautiful orange tabby. Daddy was immediately smitten. He used every trick in the book to get his humans to take him out for walks just so he could see her. Maybe God had been blessing them, as they were able to get together more often. At last, on the edge of the roof of his human apartment, he and Tabby spent a whole lovely night together, harmonizing the most romantic looks that humans. While Harry was loaded in his love life, his home life abruptly turned upside down. His lovely family of humans collapsed. Endless fights and quarrels, smashed distant plates, every single day. Daddy's face took a cruel turn on the 10th day after the male human had left. He was sitting next to his bowl, which had been empty for weeks, and yelled in a hurt and hungry voice at the human in the kitchen. She finally exploded and threw a burning hot pan filled with boiling soup at Daddy. That's how Daddy lost almost all his sight. He never saw the orange Tabby again, and he never went back to that Beverly place, which he once called home. When he found me in a trash pile in the market, the first thing he told me was to never touch humans. I used to be a puzzle about how Daddy ended up like this. However, a few years after Daddy passed away, I accidentally gathered enough pieces to put together a puzzle of his fate. That same night, when Daddy had been enjoying his time with the orange Tabby on the roof, his male human was the exact same thing with the human human of orange Tabbies in the bedroom of Daddy's home. Oh. Maybe it's because the male human had been too careless, or maybe the female human had been suspicious for a while. Or it may even be because the cat hairs that Daddy and the Tabby had left around while they were playing. For whatever reason, the human was soon out of the bag. The human world, besides being in heap, they had no morals, laws, relationship. They had things like morals, laws, relationship, and all kinds of nonsense. The female human probably was not allowed to kick and smack the male human, so she turned against Daddy, who didn't have what they called human rights. Sometimes I wondered if Daddy never met this orange Tabby, would he still hate humans? Two young male humans were walking towards me. I remember them. They worked at the police station that I frequented for my drinks. When they started to pass by me, the young one stopped, before the other one with the purple hair did too. I sat down and looked at them, hoping for something unrealistic. The younger human pat my head with his hand. I felt the smell of alcohol in his breath.
This is those two, right? Son, are you allowed to have a pet at your place? It's too bad that my apartment is not pet friendly.
The other man looked uncomfortable.
Oh, I'm not good with this kind of thing.
Well, that's as expected. When I was a few years younger, I would always put on a cute face and meow at the humans who petted me. Now I knew for sure, even if I stuck up to them, no one would take me home. The police walked further away from me in the other direction. There were fewer and fewer people in the world. Eventually, there was only me. At the end of the world, under a dim yellow streetlight, I saw a huge big human and a small one. The adult had a beer bottle in his hand. The other one had hidden their face in the quiet smile. I kept walking towards them at my own pace. It was just a passerby. In this city, things like that happen all the time. No one would give it a second look, not even a cat. Just when I was about to walk past them, I realized that the third person had joined the pair under the light from out of nowhere. It was a tall, thin, blonde foreigner in a blue blazer. He grabbed the collar of the drunk human, and he started hitting him in the same way that the drunk had hit the tile in his face. A blonde foreigner. He reminded me of 7 blonde foreigners who used to live around here. They seemed to have disappeared slowly, one by one. Couldn't remember the last time I had seen any of them.
Cat is what, 10 years old? Oh man, it's totally possible, right?
Foreigner pressed his one command. I heard the loud noise of a huge collision. A grey truck with its headlight broken drove past me, moving quickly towards the direction of the streetlight. The child stopped crying. The grey truck went past the scene of the fight without slowing down and quickly disappeared out of my sight. It was like life itself. No matter how hard one struggled and fought, life just kept going on and on. Meanwhile, we just kept getting older and older. Other than that, nothing ever changed. That being said, this blonde young human was accepting to humankind at least. I sat down near the child and decided to enjoy this vigilant justice. The child stared blankly at the man being beaten. He mumbled something. 1, 2, 3. Upon my curiosity was wild, but I finally understood. He was tugging the teeth that had been knocked out of the drunk man's mouth. Humans never really understood us. We thought we all liked being pet and tickled, and that we all wanted was dry fists and milk. Perhaps similarly, we never understood humans either. True understanding between us is probably something that we'd never be able to achieve in our lifetimes. I left those humans farther and farther behind me. I kept walking ahead, looking for a place to spend the night. Spotty. What, he gets hit by the truck? Oh. The foreigner game attempted to grab the tile before he is hit. Unfortunately, he was too slow. No! Bad, 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 bad. Beartooth didn't notice the accident through the right, didn't slow down one bit, quickly to spare outside. Left his son behind, but perhaps it wasn't his son in the first place, for he set the tile down on the road and ran after the man. Snow began to fall from the sky. It wasn't the white season to be snowing. Felt the face of the tile. It was already getting cold. If I stood it any longer, I would freeze to death myself. I left the tile under the light, further and further behind me. Kept walking ahead, looking for a place to spend the night. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Child stopped crying. That's what you meant? Oh no. The grey truck drove in. Oh. The grey truck drove into a small desk only meters away from the three of them. A woman with 4 hair climbed out of the smoking truck, looked around and ran away as if it was something urgent. Meanwhile, everything continued under the light uninterrupted. It was like life itself. No matter how hard one struggled and fought, life just kept going on, uninterrupted. Meanwhile, we just left getting older and older. Other than that, nothing changed. Bernard was still hitting the man. The drunk man was begging for mercy. Okay, that should be all the same. Truck drove into a small ditch. I feel like this isn't a good. No, the blonde foreigner got hit. Jack, Pi, Sankun. Metal box that had fallen out of her pocket while she was climbing back into the truck. Metal box. Women stepped on the gas as soon as he got in the driver's seat, and the truck disappeared out of sight. Drunk man survived after the foreigner had pushed him away, but he had disappeared from under the light with the tile and had been gone for quite a while. I walked closer and saw a big dark scar on the back of his neck. Daddy used to have a similar burn mark on his eyes. He must be another poor soul with a past full of stories. He probably wouldn't survive an injury like this. Besides, we didn't really know each other and I was just a homeless cat. There was nothing I could possibly have done to help. Snow began to fall from the sky. It wasn't the right season to be snowing. If I stayed there any longer, I would freeze to death myself. Headed from the light further and further behind me. Kept walking ahead, looking for a place to spend the night. Achievement unlocked into the wild.
I don't know, this... what? What? That means I need to do a different one. Last X ending, Rain and Tears for Spotty. Last X ending, Rain and Tears for Spotty. Eh? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. How's the first one? Rain and Tears. This one. Where his dad dies? Wouldn't that mean that this one also screws up? Oh, this is just... okay. Okay, let's see. What would the difference be then for that? So what was it? This one. Child stop crying, gray truck, first drunk man. Gray truck. Under the streetlight, the bonfire was lying in front blood. One of the sweat heroes to the dramatic earrings dumped out the sweet truck, sped off through curtains to a gruesome scene passing above them. They didn't even notice that a metal box had fallen out of his pocket as he was locking back the truck. And truck quickly disappeared out of sight. The drunk man survived after the runner pushed him away. But he had disappeared from under the light with the tile, come for quite a while. Under the light, human cat. Blood was spilling out from underneath the body. More closer, I saw a big dark scar on the back of his neck. Daddy used to have a similar birthmark on his eyes. It reminded me of the rainy day when I had lost Daddy, and the accident that had taken him from me. Blood was spilling out underneath Daddy's body as well, and I can remember that there was a boy running out of the car that had killed Daddy. Oh right! This is where they cross paths. I suddenly recognized that this boy I was born and raised to. I could not remember what his name was, but I could remember the scar on the back of his neck. He was the boy from that day. That's right, it was him. I still could not remember what his name was, but I could remember that his mother had the same blonde hair as him, and they lived up the dam nearby. I could also remember that he used to buy me milk when he was a child himself. Ever since the day of the accident, I hadn't seen him again, until now. Snow began to fall from the sky.
It wasn't the right season to be snowy. I lay down on his bleeding leg, thinking that maybe this would help him a little. If someone else walked by, I could ask for help. The air around us was getting colder and colder. Snow was piling up on us thicker and thicker. My eyelids finally couldn't resist being exhausted anymore. They were closing slowly. When I woke up, I thought I had died, or maybe I was in a dream. I was lying on a human's bed, covered with a human seat. Its owner was lying next to me, breathing steadily. Huh? It was a strange room filled with warm sunlight. There were lots of thick books on the shelves. A globe was placed on the top shelf, and a row of lively-looking small wooden figurines were lined up next to it. A light breeze came from outside through the window. It had a distinct smell of a sunny day right after it snowed. It tasted a little cold, a little sweet. On the balcony there was a flower that I had never seen before. It was like the color of fire, and it was waving lightly in the sweet breeze like a small dancing flame. The sunlight shone through the petals, and cast a bright red shadow upon the unfinished diary that was open on the desk. Beside the diary, I saw a metal box with blue curry carvings. It was the box that had been dropped by the short-haired woman. The human's blonde hair was shining in the sunlight. His calm, sleeping face seemed to be assuring me that this was just a normal and peaceful day.
Oh wow.
I still could not remember what his name was. I did not know where he had been or what he had been doing through all these years. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was I had finally found a place to return to.
Achievement unlocked. Home Sweet Home and The Phantom Terror. I can't think of any short-haired women. So maybe the woman wasn't that important? Okay. I thought this ending would have them both die, and I was like, oh no, that's not what I want. Oh no, it seems like they're okay? Or it's, I don't know. Maybe it's like a weird, like, they both went to heaven sort of situation. Oh god. Water. The wind was so strong I could barely open my eyes when I came out of Officer Minjun's home. Oh right. I held the recorder in my hand as tightly as I could. It was the final lead that Officer Minju had left for us. It was also the only evidence that could prove Lieutenant Khan's innocence. Lieutenant Kim had been behind everything this entire time. No wonder he wouldn't let me get anywhere near the case. I would never expected that I would be living in a movie thriller about traitors and police force. I put the recorder back into the back pocket of my pants when I sensed somebody looking at me from a nearby building. I looked up just in time to see a dark shadow moving away from the window. I had a bad feeling, so I started running. No matter what happened, I had to take the evidence to the police station and hand it to someone I could trust. On my way back to the station, there was a pedestrian bridge. On the other end of the bridge, there were some woods. I could see 9 amateurs hiding in the shadows of trees, staring at me. One of them had just turned off his flashlight. Their weaknesses were out in the open. So these were the people who Lieutenant Kim had sent after me? No, maybe they had been sent here to kill me. Perhaps the shadow I had seen earlier in the window saw me leaving, and they had realized that I might have something on them. But even still, these losers were no match for me at all. Fine, come at me. I might as well just send them all to jail. I stomped my right foot hard on the ground and dashed across the bridge in a zigzag. I heard 16 gunshots. Whoa. But by the time the bullet castings fell to the ground, I was already hiding high up in the tree in the woods. The mob beneath me was panicking.
After all, they were just a bunch of pathetic lackeys who had no formal training. Some of them were even stupid enough to turn their flashlights back on, exposing their positions. I had always thought that the police were a symbol of justice. Never would I have imagined that one day I would be fighting against them. But I knew better now. It didn't matter who the opponent was. What mattered was that justice will prevail. I checked again to make sure the recorder was still tucked safely in my back pocket. Then I held my tail in my palm. Ooh. I leapt down from the tree and pounced Bai Hui Xiu. Acupuncture points. Oh! On 3 men under the cover of rustling leaves. These idiots all had their flashlights on. One was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. Another was in a pair of beach shorts. The last one was in a leather jacket. All 3 of them fell, one after the other. There were 6 other men nearby. I climbed back up the tree. I repeated the attack several times. Soon, I had taken several of them out. A bullet grazed near my back pocket. I could feel the burn on my butt. I reached for my back pocket. I jumped down out of the tree. The 9th man was also taken out after I hit him in the same acupuncture point. The bullet had punctured my back pocket. The recorder I had put inside was smashed into pieces and scattered all over the grass. Damn it! I was too careless. I thought it was the 9th man who had fired at me, but I realized that he wasn't even carrying a gun when I came down out of the tree. So there was someone else who had taken the shot. I looked around. I couldn't see any sign of the 10th person. Whoever it was, they must be someone good. And they may have already left the scene. The only purpose must have been to destroy the evidence, not to kill me. They must have a total confidence that even if I had told someone about what I had witnessed and heard in person, no one would ever believe me. Now I had lost my only concrete evidence. Damn it! Damn it! How could I let this happen? I punched a nearby tree out of frustration. I hit it so hard that a few birds' nests fell out. I heard birds chirping in panic above me, and the sound of their wings flapping. Please, Buddha, please guide me. If I can avenge Officer Minjin, prove Lieutenant Khan's innocent, and defend justice, I am willing to give everything I have.
Don't tell me the assassin is Alicia. Or the person who shot at him. I reached for my back pocket. Maybe this? Felt my butt with my hand. Luckily, the bullet had only grazed my pants and not hurt me. Feeling a little relieved, I looked up to see where the bullet had come from. The moon peeked out from behind the rain clouds. The 10th person walked up from behind a tree 4 meters away. Moonlight shone through the tree, cast a spotty shadow upon his face. It was a face that resembled an old and cunning fox. He looked to be around 40 years old. His eyes and mouth were slightly bent, forming an impressive expression on his face. Okay, it's not Alicia. Well, Alicia's an assassin, not... Yeah, okay. Where is it? His voice was squeaky, a perfect match for his looks. Well, I didn't do it justice. Without saying a word, I flung my tail towards him and quickly wrapped around his right hand, which was holding his gun. The tail was wrapping more and more tightly around his waist. But before I could force him to drop the gun, he raised his left hand to support the other. Then he pulled the trigger. I raised my left arm in front of my face. The bullet pierced through the skin and drilled into the muscle, however it stopped next to my radio button. Oh, ouch. I put down my arm, but before I could see what was going on, the old fox had charged right up in front of me. He poked 2 fingers straight into my eyes. Oh god. Horrifying scream echoed in the woods. Birds fluttered and scattered as they flew away. I surrendered. I knelt on the ground and covered my eyes with one hand while blood oozed out of them, pounding the ground defeated. What you want is the bird that's on that tree over there. Old Fox heard what I had said and walked behind me to my left. He stood there for a moment and bent his knees just a little. Or not! Yo! My tail morphed into a silver spear, heading straight towards the old fox's chest. Tact number 10, heart-piercing spear. The old fox must have never expected that a blindfold could still fight back. He probably regretted not killing me when he had the chance. But his chance was gone. The tail went through his heart, and he could only let out a gasp. Then he fell to the ground. He was dead. I stood up, wiped the blood off my face so I could see a little better, albeit not well. Despite my mostly red, limited field of vision, I jumped up the tree and fetched the recorder from the bird's nest. I couldn't delay for one more moment. I continued running towards the station, hoping that nothing else would go wrong. First try! Let's go! Oh god. Okay. Exquisite sofa. Wait, I don't think that was the last one for for just this guy. Oh man. An 85-inch TV. Water? A high-end beige-colored wooden floor. Several bloody teeth were scattered on the ground. The morning sunlight shone through the windows and bounced off those teeth. I was in a luxurious house that was in a gated community 20 kilometers away from Busan Police Station. The house was also the home of a former colleague. Kim Jong-ho was crouched in the corner, and his hands were tied behind him with a rope. He hadn't slept the whole night, which left him with dark circles under his eyes. I had only given one a choice. Tell the truth about what happened 6 years ago. Confess that he had been the rat. Till he did, I promised him that it would put him through a living hell. There were many parts of a human body that could be pulled out beside the teeth. Fingernails, eyeballs, the whole limbs. Compared to what my colleagues had suffered at his hands, none of those even compared. The only problem was that I might not have enough time. I heard a loudspeaker screech when someone turned it on outside. Lieutenant Khan, surrender now. You've been surrounded. We're here for you too. Let's talk about this. It's the voice of the sergeant from Unit 3. He was nothing but a useless, ass-kissing pretty face. About an hour ago, the police had surrounded this house. The so-called Lieutenant of Unit 3 rescue mission was being carried out by Unit 3 themselves. After 3 minutes of pointless negotiation, the sergeant sent in 4 of his men with assault rifles and smoke grenades, hoping to take back the hostage by force. Oh, what an idiot. 2 of those men were promptly kicked out and laid down by the wall, while the other 2 had to jump out of the window to escape. The room was a complete mess, as if it had been through an airstrike. The sofa and the floor were riddled with bullet holes. A tropical fish tank only had half a piece of glass left stuck to the frame. The exotic fish were laying on the floor and had been stepped on numerous times. Oh no! They now looked vaguely like a bowl of Korean bibimbap. Of course, I was pretty sure that Lieutenant Kim wouldn't mind these minor inconveniences. I leaned my back against the wall and sat down behind him. I turned on the TV, which miraculously hadn't been hit even once. The news reporter was talking about some prison break that happened in Hong Kong's Central Prison. So. Tons of strange things have happened there. I remember that it had almost been a year since Hong Kong had been hit by a huge earthquake. Since the hypocenter of the earthquake had never been located, it had become a sensational piece of news all over the world. The reporting on the earthquake had gone on for over 6 months, lasting from when it first happened until the reconstruction. Eventually it became quite annoying. The news today seemed much more intriguing. There happened to be a name that I knew in the fugitive list, Pai, who was infamous even in the global police community. He was someone who had a unique sense of justice of his own, and he scarred many perverted criminals shitless. The reporter said that Pai and his accomplices' getaway car was found at the port after their escape, which meant Pai had very likely fled to some other country. Interesting. I lit a cigarette. The sound of the TV seemed to dissipate along with the faint smoke. My thoughts drifted back to the past. I started thinking about what was later referred to as the W620 incident. Oh, this is the Unit 2 thing. 6 years ago, I had joined Criminal Investigation Unit 2 as a rookie. I was the kind of person who would talk about justice all the time, despite having no experience whatsoever. So you're just like the other guy. Oh, I see. Come to think of it, I had been exactly like Chong Kyung-min. Yeah, right? At the time, a new major had been assigned to the Busan Police Precinct. To make a show of force, the new major announced an unprecedented campaign that was both bold and ambitious. It was called Operation White Bay. The goal of the operation was to clean up the violent gangs around the Busan Bay Area and eliminate all of the illegal activities. If necessary, the police were given permission to shoot on sight if they felt endangered, and there would be no consequences. Back then, Busan's gangs weren't even remotely as powerful as they would become. As a result, they went through the darkest period that they had ever faced. In less than 2 months, their operations had been reduced to 1/10 of their peak. W620 was the code name for the final mission during the whole operation. The mission was assigned to Criminal Investigation Unit 2, my unit. It was the night before the mission, and as a rookie cop, I felt ecstatic. I kept thinking about how I'd finally be a defender of justice. To make sure the mission would go perfectly, and to show off in front of our beautiful lieutenant, I went to go scout the location alone without authorization. But my selfish and careless stupidity ended up exposing the plans for our entire mission. I will never forget that damp and dark room. The severed heads of my teammates were all lined up on the floor in a straight line. Each of them had a different look on their face. Each of them had a stream of blood coming out from under them, and merged into a web of death and carnage. In the end, the only ones left were me and Lieutenant Jigo. I gave up all my pride as a police officer and a man. Crying, I held on to our enemy's legs, begging them to spare the lieutenant. But they still murdered Lieutenant Jigo in an even more gruesome way, just to mock me. The moment she died, I blacked out. When I finally woke up, I was in a hospital lying down. Some strangers in suits were standing next to my bed. Everything felt like a dream, but it wasn't. W620 became a bloody lesson for every single police officer. Operation White Bay was immediately halted. The new major was sacked and replaced by an older officer. Under the command of the old man, the official records about mission W620 contained but a single line. During a brutal conflict, the officers of Criminal Investigation Unit 2 valiantly sacrificed themselves and eliminated the remaining violent criminal members of the Busan gang. The only survivor of the incident was Officer Kang Baekya. To get the police precinct back on track as soon as possible, the old man instructed us to keep the name for Unit 2 and set up a new unit, Unit 4, approaching me to be its lieutenant. I was in a slump for a while. I tried to avoid the old man whenever I could, but I couldn't think about work, not even a little bit. Until one day I was so drunk that I passed out on the side of a road and somebody grabbed me. I was kidnapped by a strong young man. He locked me in his home, interrogated and tortured me. He wanted to know the truth about W620, the truth about all those deaths, the truth about how I was the only one who survived. But I didn't know any more than he did. I didn't understand why I was the only one who lived either. The only thing I knew was that I wished I had died with them so I wouldn't be in so much pain. The torture went from starvation to dousing me with ice-cold water to whipping me with a belt. Slowly my consciousness started to drift away, though I don't know if it was due to hunger or pain. Eventually I found myself standing in a small dark room. There was nothing in the room except for a dim light bulb dangling in the middle of it. I met another man in that room. He was a head shorter than me. He had very messy hair and his eyes were filled with dangerous menace. He said his name was Yong Kyung. He was 6 years younger than me, and he was the one who killed those people who had hurt us. That was the first time I met my second personality. It was quite unbelievable, but anyone who had seen Yong Kyung with their own eyes would not think that I had made him up. The strong young man met him and learned the truth, so he let me go. He told me that his name was, Jigo Wan Yong. He was the younger brother of Lieutenant Jago.
Eventually, the existence of my second personality became top secret, known only to me, Jigo Wanyong, and the old man, and a few other trusted individuals. That was the end of that story. Still, it was extremely difficult to completely heal the pain. After Operation White Bay was abruptly terminated, the Gains eventually come back into power. Jigo Wanyong himself joined the Bunam gang and became a full member. Meanwhile, I agreed to accept the old man's appointment as lieutenant for the newly formed Unit 4. I set many special rules for my unit. For instance, the lieutenant's orders must be obeyed at all times. Also, the unit would strive for the highest level of efficiency, with only the absolutely minimal necessary personnel. I never considered Operation White Bay to be a mistake. It was my fault. I should not have acted on my own without authorization. I was the one who caused the deaths of the lieutenant and everyone else. Justice wasn't something you could just talk about. Justice that couldn't be defended was no justice at all. I made a scrapbook of everything I could find about the operation, Unit 2, and Mission W620. Every once in a while, I would look at the book and keep reminding myself what I had to do. For the past 6 years, I had been living through the memories of my colleagues and the guilt I felt for them. Then last week, I happened to notice a tattoo on the arm of a drug dealer in the Moonsim game. There was only one photo left for Mission W620. I've seen that photo several times and I can remember every single detail in it. At the scene where the mission had failed, there were police medics' body, the crowd. There was one person in the crowd who had his back towards the camera. He had the exact same green python tattoo on his arm. He was talking to Lieutenant Kim. 6 years ago, Lieutenant Kim had only been a part of Unit 3 for less than 2 years. Still, he was a senior to me. Although he was only a junior officer, he had somehow solved a number of cold cases all by himself, which had caught the attention of the higher-ups. Soon after Mission W620, during the internal personal change, the lieutenant of Unit 3, who had been in competition with Lieutenant Jiggle for captain's position, was promoted to lead the entire criminal investigation department. Kim Jong-ho was naturally selected as the successor and became the new lieutenant of Unit 3. I suddenly realized I had ignored this one thing all along. Even if they had noticed me during my scouting and followed me, they could have only had some idea of our plan at best. However, the enemy seemed to know every last detail of our mission's plans. The plan had been leaked by a rat on the inside. I began to hunt for more evidence as soon as I had that breakthrough. However, Lieutenant Kim had somehow learned of my investigation as well, so he had thrown the first punch. The screeching of the loudspeaker pulled me back out of my memories. "Come back here, are you crazy? Have you forgotten the oath you took when you were sworn in?" The old man's voice echoed outside the house. How could I have forgotten? If it weren't for the oath of my remaining faith in the people with those uniforms and badges, I wouldn't have let Kim live until now. Nevertheless, it was time for it to finally all be over. I stood up and walked to the closed curtains. I grabbed Lieutenant Kim by his collar. Bullets hit flesh. Lieutenant Kim fell to the ground in front of the window. A sudden breeze coming through the window blew the curtains wide open. It was a perfect day for a sniper. I heard very unnatural bird chirping from a distance. It must be an operation signal. I put down my gun. Blood was gushing out of Lieutenant Kim's body. However, nothing happened after the signal. Perhaps I realized that whatever plan that he and his men had cooked up, it was already too late. Tears were running down my face, but I didn't feel the joy of vengeance. Instead, I could feel my heart being drowned with a dreary emptiness. I saw my younger self from 6 years ago. I was at the commencement of the police academy. I gave a salute and swore my oath. I will, to the best of my power, prevent all offenses against people and property. But the pests were not people. Achievement unlocked, no filters. Oh, no fillers. Oh, it's just another CG. The emptiness slowly turned into exhaustion. I high-fived Yongkyo in the dark. I walked to the corner of the dark room and sat down. I lit up a cigarette. I no longer cared about anything that happened in the outside world. I didn't regret any decisions I had made. This was my justice. So what, are we not supposed to kill Lieutenant Kim? Maybe not. Because, I never remember his name. Justice Boy. Not this Justice Boy. Younger Justice Boy. Has the evidence. Right? And honestly, once that's, like, actually shown, like, they should be able to take down Lieutenant Kim, like, without killing him. Oh, blew the curtains open. And then bullets hit flesh. So instead it would be a sniper who got him. Wait, but is that better? Sniper shot from afar destroyed Lieutenant Kim's shoulder blade. Oh, his shoulder. My instincts immediately pulled Kim in front of me as a shield when the wind blew open the curtains in case there was a sniper. Otherwise, I would have been the one that got hit. The bird chirping must have been the signal for the shot. I pulled Kim up from the floor. When I grabbed his shoulder, I intentionally stuck my right hand into his wound. He let out a scream of pain. Keep screaming. You better let everyone out there hear you. The sniper vanished almost instantly. It was complete chaos on the ground. It seemed like the old man had not ordered the shot. It must be that stupid pretty face again. The loudspeaker buzzed again. I promise you I will personally supervise the investigation of Minju's case. You won't be detained, and you will be part of the team until we cover the truth. Trust me, Lieutenant Khan. I could hear how sincere the old man was just from his voice. It reminded me of the time when he handed me the appointment letter. If I had a little more time to find definitive evidence to convict Kim, Lieutenant Jingo would have wanted that too, right? I sat down by the wall next to Kim and waited for the old man to send his people in. I was exhausted. A few minutes later, a 5-person team entered the house. Strangely, they were all wearing bulletproof vests. One of them untied Kim's hands and feet. I stood up on my own, but they didn't try to take me in. Instead, 5 guns were shoved in my face point blank. I took another look. All of them were from Unit 3. It wasn't the old man's fault. It was me who had been too trusting. 5 fingers touched their triggers simultaneously. They pulled a little, and a little more. The pins hit the bullets. The bullets flew out of the barrels, with swirling airfuls at their trail. They were flying towards me. No, they were flying above me. Oh no. It was me who had just fallen to the floor. Something had just grabbed my ankle and pulled me down. All 5 of them were in shock for a brief moment before one of them was suddenly struck after being hit by a palm from above. 1 down. The second one was kicked in his crotch. He curled up into a ball and rolled to the corner. 2 down. The third one was hit by a series of heavy punches, the last of which sent him flying to the other side of the living room, knocking out the 4th man. Only 1 left, when his weapons was snatched from his hand by a white ribbon. Oh my god, he's here! He was so scared that he jumped out of the broken window immediately. All of a sudden, there was nobody left in the room but Kim, me, and that stupid kid, Chung Kyung-min. He was breathing heavily and had blood all over his face.
He must have been through some stuff earlier, too. He tossed me a small metal box. It was a recorder. I pressed play. Kim's voice came out. Next to us, Lieutenant Kim wet himself upon hearing his own voice. Hey, where the hell did you... I stopped myself. I realized that the kid had fallen asleep. He had fallen asleep while he was standing up. Aww. I moved the kid's right arm over my shoulder. I felt his coat rub against the old scar on my neck. I'd gotten it when I was still a kid, trying to save someone from a fire. I was 13 years old and I happened to be walking past a burning house. Someone was calling for help inside. It was a quiet rural area, and I couldn't see any other people nearby. I had no choice but to rush in. Inside the raging fire, I carried a little child on my back while trying to get out of the house. My pants caught on fire. A nearby cabinet collapsed, and 2 nails sticking out of a piece of wood caught me in the neck. The only thought I had in my mind was, why am I so lucky? I was just passing by. So when the kid I had just saved was crying and thanking me, I suddenly wanted to say something funny to him. I remember a line from a cartoon that was on TV every day. The hero of a show would yell the same line at the end of every episode. I imitated him and yelled, "This is my justice." The little kid laughed. So did I. Later I became a policeman. Although not many good things happened to me since then. Disappointment, despair, a feeling of powerlessness that I wanted so badly to accomplish something, but couldn't. Still, I knew I hadn't made the wrong decision. I had no regrets. Let's go! Oh my god.
내 탓이야. 바보같이.
I think it's just this guy who's left. There aren't any more, right? Everyone else has had an ending. Okay. Or actually, Wen Zhaoren doesn't have an ending, but he's supposedly dead. I don't know, we'll see. No, he is dead. The most expensive barbecue restaurant in Busan was located 2 blocks away from the Busan police station. It even had a presidential suite that was large enough for over 40 people. The sergeant of Unit 1 was standing on stage with a bright red face. He was fondling the few surviving hairs on his head, while singing horrendously off-key karaoke by some crass internet viral songs. Below the stage, however, the entirety of Unit 1 was cheering him on. Officer Ji-yoon and I were the only 2 people sitting quietly in the corner, feeling completely out of place. It was the send-off banquet for Sergeant Jeong. Sergeant Jeong had to move away from Busan due to family reasons, and he had applied to be transferred to the Incheon police precinct. Starting next week, we would have a new sergeant. For me, it had been the best news I had heard in a long time. The old fart had never truly considered Officer Ji-yoon and I to be members of his unit, because of our history in Unit 4. Ever since we had been transferred here, all I had gotten to do was fill out reimbursement forms for his traveling expenses. Officer Ji-yoon had been treated even worse. She had been doing all kinds of chores, like making coffee or cleaning the office. Sometimes he even had her clean the trash cans. Even the new interns had never been treated this way. It's totally sexist. Yeah. We had been here for a month, but we had yet to meet the lieutenant of Unit 1. In fact, everything had been under Sergeant Jeong's command long before us. Contrary to popular opinion, the members of Unit 1 were not so-called elite police officers. The most important part of their jobs was to figure out how to suck up to Sergeant Jeong, not to solve more cases. Most of the senior officers had been completely checked out a long time ago. All they ever did all day was browse travel websites or do some online shopping in the office. It was a textbook example of a waste of taxpayers' money. In any case, Sergeant Jeong had enjoyed more than a few drinks tonight. His face was completely red, and he looked like he was having a great time.
Don't worry, I will be leaving soon. The distance is a good friend of mine. He'll take good care of every single one of you guys.
Thunderous applause.
Sir, we'll keep up the good work. Sir, I'll fly to Incheon office to visit you. Sir, don't forget we'll send us souvenirs from Incheon. Yeah. Oh, of course, I will never forget you people.
Sergeant Jiang held up a cocktail glass.
I'll miss you all very much.
I chugged another bottle of beer.
Sir, you're the police officer
I've always admired the most. Dead silence. Oh, that was him. Everyone, including Sergeant Jiang and Officer Ji Yong, were staring at me, knowing that we were unpopular with the sergeant. Most of the members of Unit 1 had never interacted with us that much, so that they wouldn't offend the sergeant. So hear me say that I admired the sergeant must have felt as shocking as witnessing a nuclear bomb being dropped. But there was nothing shocking about it. The sir I was referring to had nothing to do with that mostly borrowed old fart. I was thinking about Lieutenant Khan. I still remember the night where Kim Jong-ho had been officially arrested. Lieutenant Khan, Officer Ji-yeon, and I had a small celebratory dinner in a small barbecue restaurant completely unlike to this one. I had thought that the ideal police career I had always hoped for would finally begin. However, Lieutenant Khan went missing just a few days later. Oh no! Even now, we still had no idea why he had left us, where he had gone, or if he had run into some danger. After Lieutenant Khan disappeared, the entirety of Unit 4 was only Officer Ji-yeon and I, and the captain had no choice but to transfer us into Unit 1. The whole of Unit 3 was under intense investigation, so there were no other places for us to go either. But I would have never guessed that Unit 1 would turn out to be so different than what I had imagined. Maybe once the old fox left, things would get better? Maybe I would still have a chance to become a real police officer instead of submitting phony reimbursement requests for fake expenses. I was feeling dizzy from the alcohol, and all I could think about was the memories from my day in Unit 4. I was about to open another bottle when someone slapped me on my shoulder.
Oh my god. Hey, I would have never ever imagined in a million years that you, a kid from Unit 4, would admire me so much. I'm so pleased. I've made a decision. I'm not leaving anymore.
What the? I thought the old fart was just drunk and speaking nonsense. As it turned out, he really did eventually withdraw his transfer request and stayed on as the surgeon at Unit 1. Life had not changed at all. I was still submitting fake reimbursement forms every day. Officer Ji-yoon was still making coffee and cleaning the office. I should not have said that to him. I could have just missed Lieutenant Khan in my head. He couldn't hear me anyway. Oh. Oh my god. I think that's the easy one, right? We just have to make it so that he doesn't say it. These people and their disgusting flattery. How hypocritical did one have to be able to even stomach those words? I was beginning to feel sick. I could feel a swell of anger in my gut. If I didn't do something quick, I was going to explode. I grabbed my empty bottle and pushed through the crowd. Oh no.
What are you? Hey!
The pretentious senior officers unwillingly made a way for me to pass through, while anxiously waiting for some drama. Let me give them what they wanted then. I walked up to the stage, smashed a beer bottle next to John's feet. Then I punched him right in the nose. He fell over and rolled off the stage before he can even utter a word. Cries of surprise and anger erupted off the stage. Chung Gilman, what are you doing? I squinted my eyes, looked at the crowd. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces, but as soon as I looked into their eyes, they immediately turned away. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I had made up my mind before I had even thrown that punch. It would be a total waste of time to stay here any longer. I grabbed my jacket and walked straight out of the restaurant. As long as I had justice in my heart, I could still be a hero. Bad. Then what? How about you say, I will miss you all very much? Dead silence. What did you say?
Officer Jinyu
Wagged her finger in front of my eyes, trying to confirm that I was still sober. I said, I'll miss you all when I leave, you and Captain Gon, and that's probably it. I can't stay in the stupid Unit 1 for one more second. All of these hypocritical idiots. I've had enough. I slammed the empty bottle on the table and stood up. The moment when I left the suite, I felt like a huge burden had finally been lifted off my back. I went back to the office wing of Unit 1. I turned on my computer and finished a resignation letter in only 30 minutes. Then I printed it out and tossed it onto the old fort's desk. It would be the first thing the new sergeant would see next week. I sat at my desk for a long time before leaving. I kept staring at my phone. I felt completely at a loss. Imagine the phone would suddenly ring and it would be Lieutenant Khan calling. I tried to imagine what he would say to me, and what I would say to him. But the phone never rang. It was all just in my head. I couldn't understand why he would simply disappear without even leaving a message. If he had run into something that had forced him to leave, why wouldn't he come and discuss it together with us? Maybe we had never been as close as I had always thought. So there's a way to make it so that he ends A. Maybe we had never been as close as we always thought. Pick the Z end. Eh? 16 minutes. Hang on. The Z end on soap opera, this one. The Z end? Is this not the Z end? What's the Z end? Z. Okay, let's see. Piece of soap appeared out of nowhere. He reached out. I ran over trying to grab him. I accidentally caught a glance of Lieutenant Khan when I was taking my clothes out of my drawer. Wow, his body was really top notch. It was still wet, and drops of water were streaming down his skin. For any woman in the world, I was sure that Lieutenant Khan's hotness must be off the chart. I didn't know what had gotten into me, but I reached down and grabbed his arm. What is this? What? Do I need to, like, cover this? I mean, they're technically censored. Maybe it's fine. What? Okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. Lieutenant stopped pawing his body and looked back and noticed me staring at him. He seemed to be asking me with his look, "What are you doing?" What was I doing? Strangely enough, I had no idea what I was doing either. I couldn't believe the air between us could get even more awkward than earlier in the spa room. This was a complete disaster. I knew I must let go of him immediately before this went even further. But before I could move, Lieutenant Khan reached out with his hand and grabbed my arm. I didn't know you were to... Let me take you to a great place. Oh my god. After we left the station, Lieutenant Khan took me to a bar. I would have never guessed that after that day, the relationship between Lieutenant Khan and I would turn into something completely unexpected. Frank Z. Wild! Let's go! We have 13 minutes.
돌아갈 수만 있다면.
Weather was awful again, but I decided to take a walk, a real walk. When I learned that I needed to write 2 more pointless reports, I calmly went back to my seat, created a new document, and typed in resignation letter. Honorable Sergeant Jiang, Then what? Well, whatever. Honorable Sergeant Jiang, I want to resign. Save. Too bad the stupid old fart wasn't here. Otherwise I'd print out and throw it in his face right now. I was sitting in the hall of the embassy, waiting to apply for my visa to another country. It was packed with people. Because of the weather, the flood was covered with muddy shoe prints. I took a waiting ticket and put it closer to my eyes so that I could see the number. It still felt a little warm in my hand. 1239. Since the fight in the woods, my sight had become terrible. Although, since I didn't know how to fire a gun anyway, it didn't really make that much of a difference. The number on the screen was still in 3 digits. Really? Were there so many people going abroad every day? And no choice but to find an empty seat and wait. Korea kimchi and what? Oh, spicy sauce. Yes? You want to make kimchi yourself. Then why do you need me to bring kimchi? Sitting next to me was an old, gray-haired Chinese man who was on the phone. He was speaking loudly in a foreign language, which had attracted some attention, but his husky Chinese had triggered some of my memories. I was going to China this time too. A big, bald monk I knew lived there. He was about the same age as the old man next to me. There was also a bunch of men of different ages who were training with him. They all had the same haircut, but they were all so different and vibrant. In that place, there was no flattery or disdain, no cheating or lying. Every day, all I needed to do was practice and train, nothing else. I remembered that Master liked spicy food too. Maybe I should bring some kimchi as well? Actually, never mind. There are too many mouths at the Shaolin Temple. If I brought something just for the master, I might be better off not bringing anything at all. Well, I could bring some spicy sauce myself too, so that I could make some kimchi for them. It would be more convenient anyway. The first time I had met Master, he had been practicing in the bamboo forest by himself. I was in the middle of Mount Song, on my way to the temple. He was the first Shaolin monk I had ever met, and he knew Kung Fu. The 14-year-old me was so in awe that I thought that I had just met a god. Immediately dropped to my knees and asked him to take me as a disciple. Master didn't have a lot of words. He simply asked me, "Why do you want to learn Kung Fu?" I said, "To fight for justice." He said nothing except to tell me to go hold a rock, and left. So I held a 25-kilogram rock and stuck a horse stance in the bamboo forest for a whole night to show him my dedication and determination. Oh. Not until later did I learn that Master was not particularly senior in the temple. Even so, I was very lucky. The way the temple trained their disciples was pretty similar to regular school. They had some training in martial arts as well as regular schoolwork. The Kung Fu they learned this way would be more than enough for self-defense, but way too basic for fighting crime. But my master was not like the others. Not only did he teach me for free, he also taught me many more things than the paying students had ever had the chance to learn. We would meet in the bamboo forest outside of the temple every day, before the sun even came out, and train until sunset. I had always fantasized about learning the incredible art of Chinese Kung Fu. So, I learned Chinese on my own, and watched tons of Chinese Kung Fu movies. I was always particularly fascinated by the skill of pigtail fighting. I had even grown out my hair so I could learn about it. If Master hadn't told me that he didn't know it, the tail I had would probably still be growing out of my head. By the time I was old enough to enroll in the police academy, I said goodbye to Master and left the temple. I hadn't been back for 5 years. The number kept rolling on the screen, although it didn't seem to be going any faster just because there were so many people waiting in the hall. These damned officials, can't you guys be a little more efficient? No, the woman, these damned officials, can't you be a little more efficient? The woman to my left complained. She threw her ticket onto the table and left. I took a peek at the number on the ticket. It was 194. Wow, a low number. I was just about to reach for it when the old man next to me grabbed it first. Then he gave me a smile. Oh well, he should have it then. I was in no hurry to go back anyway. Go back for what? To help the old fart make up stories about where he had gone for business vacation, or how many conferences, tours he had attended, or how much he had expensed for receptions, saunas, and bars. Water. And if Lieutenant Khan had been there, he would have said that it was all bullshit to his face, if he was still here. I clenched my fist so tightly without realizing it, I almost crumpled the ticket entirely. I had to stop myself and unfold it. After who knew how long, it was finally my turn. By the time I was finally done, it was way past business hours. I went back to Unit 1, when half the lights had already been turned off. Only Officer Jiyoung was still there. She was cleaning the trash cans in the office. I let out a sigh, rolled up my sleeves, and took the trash cans out of her hands. Before I left the office, I threw the resignation letter onto the old fart's desk. Farewell, Busan Police Precinct. A low number. So, what? Do we wanna... Oh god. 6. Okay, do we want a high number? 239. Or 419. Though I didn't have any memories about one night stands, it did remind me of the night when Kim Jong-ho had been arrested. Lieutenant Khan had summoned everyone, and we had a celebratory party at Blue Lady. Aww, what? Sorry. That night, Jingo Wan-young had declared that everything was on the house. Everyone, bruh. It was an absolute riot in the bar. After I told a drunken Jaegol about the story of what had happened to me after I left Blue Lady the other day, he cried. He put a picture of Lieutenant Jaegol Seok on the table. And pulled me up from the seat and made me bow to the picture, all while weeping uncontrollably. He told me that we would be brothers from now on. Only then did I finally learn that he was the younger brother of Lieutenant Jaegol. No wonder he had been such a close friend to Lieutenant Khan. Oh! Okay. Wait, Jaegol... Okay, no, think later. You have 6 minutes. We left Jaegol sound asleep in the bar. On our way back, Lieutenant Khan was telling me lots of stories from the days from when he had been in Unit 2. I was so excited by his stories when he suddenly said to me, there was a transfer request mixed in the middle of the reports he turned in earlier. I was stunned. I had written a transfer request, but there was no way I would have turned it in. Then I remembered. It can't be mine. I never pinned in mine. So you did write one. Lieutenant Khan burst out laughing and kept walking ahead. Then I realized I had just been duped. I remember wondering to myself, was Lieutenant Khan forcing me to leave? But I had just done something great. Captain Gong has assigned more than 20 newbies to me over the years. Every single one of them, except for Minjun and Jiyoung, has written a transfer request at some point. And they all eventually left. Lieutenant Khan slowed down, but he was still walking in front of me.
The cool moonlight was shining on his back, and for the first time he seemed a little exhausted. I stopped myself and I watched Lieutenant Khan walking further ahead. His figure looked smaller and smaller. He almost looked like an old man. I took a deep breath. Lieutenant Khan! I'll follow you until the end of days! Lieutenant Khan turned around off in the distance and smiled. Whatever. I ran ahead to catch up with him when I felt raindrops on my face. It kept getting heavier and heavier until I realized that it was actually snowing. Snowing in June? Was something good going to happen? On that day, I firmly believed that we would all have a great future together. However, reality immediately gave my clueless self a cruel wake-up call. That night was the last night we ever saw Jago. A few days after he had been confirmed missing, his body was found floating in the ocean near the port. The body was bloated. His eyes and organs were all gone. Just a long stitch-up wound on his chest that had started decomposing. The symbol had been carved on near the scar. It looked like a smiley face. Eh? Pai? Why? Ever since then, Lieutenant Khan seemed a little lost. Sometimes he wouldn't even respond to us calling his name. A few days later, he disappeared too. Perhaps he had found some leads to Jigo's death and decided to pursue them himself. Or maybe he had run into some trouble. Whatever the case, we couldn't get in touch with him anymore, no matter how hard we tried. 2 months later, Captain Gon made an announcement that he would transfer the only 2 remaining members of Unit 4, Officer Jion and I, to Unit 1. Joining Unit 1 used to be a dream of mine. Everyone had told me it was the largest and strongest unit in the Criminal Investigation Division. They had only over 40 official members. Actually, it's 5 a.m.? It's okay, we're almost done. Kind of. Maybe. Once we became part of it, however, I finally learned how rotten Unit 1 truly was. But unfortunately, no matter how much I missed days in Unit 4, I couldn't go back there again. After who knew how long, it was finally my turn. By the time I was finally done, it was way past business hours. I went back to Unit 1. I printed out the resignation letter and threw it on the old fart's desk. Farewell, Busan Police Precinct. Achievement unlocked. Psycho. A 914? The CG was really cute though, so I was kind of glad that I went into A. Wow, a small number. Just about to reach for it. The old man next to me grabbed it first, but he looked at the ticket and threw it back to where it had been. 914. The old man must have been a little superstitious. Oh. I finished the application in 2 hours, earlier than I had expected. It was still early. I went back to the station. Unit 1 still made me feel miserable, as it always had. The senior officers who were completely oblivious to other people kept smoking in the office. Officer Ji-yoon was making coffee in the break room for over 20 people. She looked tired and bored. The office wing of Unit 1 was probably 10 times larger than Unit 4's, and only half the seats were occupied. And most people who were absent were not out there fighting crime, they were simply missing work. As soon as I sat down, the old fart looked up from his newspaper.
Have you finished your report?
Almost. I was almost about to throw my resignation letter in his face. I opened the file and clicked print. The printer behind me started buzzing. Meanwhile, the phone on my desk happened to ring at the same time. I reluctantly picked up the phone. As soon as I heard the familiar voice on the other side, tears started flowing out of my eyes. Midnight. The only office with its lights on was Captain Gon's. Officer Ji-yoon and I walked up to his desk and turned in our badges and guns. I took one step back and gave this man, whom I have just met for the first time, one last salute. Aww. Oh. Outside the window. Am I really seeing this? It stopped snowing. Just like the letter said, the snow had finally stopped. I don't know if Master has seen this. I must go tell him. Master? Master, are you in there? Oh, the door isn't locked. Oh, doggo. Master's lying on the couch, face down and sound asleep. Tea and snacks I brought in half an hour ago are still sitting on the desk by the door untouched. He's still sleeping. He seems to be sleeping an awful lot recently. I can't even remember the last time I saw him awake. Should I wake him? Master, the snow has stopped. Master, the snow has stopped. Master, it stopped snowing. Wake up! Strange, he's sleeping a little too soundly. Oh well, that's fine. You'll see the snow has stopped when he wakes up. I walked towards the door, but I noticed something strange. Tea and snacks I brought in half an hour ago are still sitting on the desk by the door. There's a teapot and a cup on the tray, and a plate of pumpkin cookies. I always put 5 cookies on the plate because it looks better that way. When I came here earlier, 5 cookies were still exactly where I put them. But they are gone now. I take the lid off the teapot, and there's nothing but wet leaves inside. I turn around and look at Master. He has been barely out of my sight, and he is still sleeping. Weird, where did the snacks go? Has a ghost taken the cookies and the tea? Ow. I pick up the cup and carefully examine it. There's no tea stains on the cup at all. Then I realize something. For the past few days, the cups have always been clean when I come to collect them. It's almost like they haven't been used.
What, has he been drinking from the pot?
Lightly tap on the master. No response. Push him harder. No response. I even pull some hair off his head. Still no response. Oh no, is he... Several possibilities come into my mind. If I were a human, I would assume Master is sick or even dead. But could those things happen to a god too? And what's the story of the vanished cookies and tea? I'm not sure what happened, but Master must be in some sort of trouble. I must wake him up no matter what. But how? Huh? Isn't this... I pull a pen from under Master. It's the one he used for work. I've seen him working a few times, so I have some idea of how to use it. Even though I am just a servant, Master once mentioned we are both gods. Maybe I could. No matter what, I have to give it a shot. Oh, myth! Oh, yeah. I was standing in the room with Master Willie. He was lying on the couch. He was sound asleep. How badly I wished that he would rush over as normal and mock the awful tasting snacks I had made. Please let him wake up. Myth. He's lying on the couch. Wait. He would rush over as normal, mock the awful tasting snacks I made. How badly I wished he was sound asleep.
Huh? What? What's happening? It didn't work?
Why didn't it work? Is Master the only one who can use it? Or is there not enough power or something? I can feel something's about to happen. So close. What am I missing? Maybe I should check Master's room more carefully. I may be able to find some clues.
Oh, fun. Okay. Drawer.
The drawer is locked. Master must have locked something very important inside, but I don't have the key. How can I open it? Oh right, I could try that again.
Huh?
Locked drawer. Try to open the drawer. There must be something very important inside, but it was locked. And I tried a cabinet next to it. It wasn't locked, but there was something inside. There was nothing inside. I realized that there must be something very, very important inside the drawer. I needed to open it.
And then we switched the two. But I don't think it's gonna work, right? Oh, it worked!
There's an old newspaper and a picture frame inside the drawer. The entire newspaper, including the front page, is about one thing only. Why did Master lock a newspaper inside this drawer?
Oh, it's the quote dice. But it wasn't actually dice. Of course. It was just changed.
into dice. Anyway, headline of the front page reads, "Changing the Fate of Humans, a New Revolution for Global Civilization." The headline article is accompanied by a photo of two people. One is a middle-aged man, the other is a middle-aged woman. Each of them is holding a peculiar box in their hands. I looked at the article to the right of the photo. Take a 6-sided die. The chance of getting any number between 1 and 6 during one roll is 1 in 6. On average, we should get the number we want in 6 tries at most. Now, if each and every possibility in this world, from the past, present, and future, can be represented by a number, then if we had a die that has as many sides as all of the possibilities, and we can roll this die fast enough, we should be able to change everything. Hold on, water. This was a theory proposed by Dr. Wang Rui Hai during the International Summit Conference on Artificial Intelligence 5 years ago. At the time, his presentation was widely mocked by experts. The press described it as pure lunacy. Some critics even accused him of being deranged, and some of his fellow Chinese colleagues considered him a disgrace to their country. Oh shit. However, a month ago, Dr. Wang and his wife announced that, based on their theory, they have developed 2 prototype machines that are literally capable of anything, and they named them omnidimensional probability generators. Omnidimensional probability generators. Huh? What just happened? Actually, I think I've seen this before. While the entire world was still skeptical about their announcement, Dr. Wang held an exclusive invitation-only press conference. Our editor and reporter were fortunate enough to have been invited to attend this historical conference, and were able to report that we have witnessed the astonishing capabilities of the so-called omnidimensional probability generators. During the conference, Dr. Wang started by doing a small demonstration of telepathy. A volunteer was invited onto the stage and separated from Dr. Wang by a screen. They each wrote down a number on a blackboard. Somehow, they both wrote down the same number every single time. But according to Dr. Wang, it wasn't really telepathy. It was the result of Dr. Wang changing the number that the volunteer had written down by operating a generator. Yet none of the audience, not even the volunteer himself, had noticed anything unusual. In the second demonstration, Dr. Wang locked himself inside a sealed room, separated from the audience. Then he was asked to write down the appearance of a volunteer from the crowd who had yet to be chosen. After Dr. Wang had finished writing on the whiteboard, a volunteer was selected from the audience. It was a young man with a ponytail. His hair was dripping with green paint. The young man explained that earlier in the day he was walking past the building on his way to the conference, when painters high above the building accidentally dropped a bucket of paint, which landed on his head. As he was feeling very uncomfortable due to the dripping paint, he asked to borrow a pair of scissors from the staff at the conference, and cut off his ponytail right then and there on the stage. Then the staff revealed what Mr. Wang had already written on the board. It read, "Male, 175 centimeters, lean, short, green hair." Everyone present gasped, including the young man. If Dr. Wang had written down short black hair instead, did it mean that the young man would not have been doused with the paint earlier? Or maybe somebody else would have been chosen. The press conference ended, leaving everyone in utter shock. Although we were only able to witness 2 simple demonstrations, we have absolutely no doubt that the invention of the generators is powerful enough to completely overhaul all accepted logic in the world, perhaps even the entire universe as we know it. The Nobel Peace Prizes for physics, chemistry, and medicine, which are typically announced in October, have all been awarded to the Wangs in advance this year. Oh my god. However, Dr. Wang and his wife released another statement declining the prizes. They also stated that no further information about the omnidimensional probability generators will be released to the public. Therefore, even though the news of the machine's invention had spread throughout the entire world, we still have no understanding on the principles of its capabilities. During the press conference, Dr. Wang and his wife revealed that
The reason for creating the invention had nothing to do with the greater benefits for mankind, but only to fulfill their own wishes. So far, many nations, led by the United States, have expressed their stern concerns to the Chinese government. The leaders from these countries claim that the invention is extremely dangerous and might even have the potential to eradicate the entire human race. They insist that the machine, as well as all related research, must be destroyed as soon as possible. The Chinese government has yet to respond to the demands. As of this moment, we have very limited knowledge of the omnidimensional probability generators. The only information that we are able to confirm is that Dr. Wan has named his project Will.
Will, oh my god, like they said the thing, they said the title.
And that they have built 2 prototypes, Will O and Will 1. Unsustained information suggests that both prototypes might have also been equipped with highly advanced artificial intelligence that are modeled after the couple's son and daughter respectively. The children of the Wans died 3 years ago in a traffic accident. A photo of the children can be seen on the right. A smaller photo was printed out on the far right side of the article. It was the same as the one inside the picture frame.
What, so we're AI?
Oh hey, it's his face. Elder brother Wang Wei and his younger sister Wang Miao. They were both killed in a traffic accident 3 years ago. They tragically died at the young ages of 14 and 12 respectively. No, this is... my head, it hurts so bad. Well, I won't be mad if you sing me a song.
What song?
Well, I want you to sing Teresa Tun's I Only Care About You for me.
That's too embarrassing.
I'd be okay with one of her other songs too.
All her songs are too embarrassing to sing out loud. How about this? You give me a kiss on the cheek and the big brother will sing for you right here, right now. Deal?
Mwah.
Not on my hand, on my face. Here.
Wait. Oh no.
What's the matter?
Buka is gone.
Did you lose that at the zoo? It's okay. I'll get you an even cuter one.
No. I want to go and find it.
Wait, don't run so fast. Be careful. Watch out for the car. The car! Doctor, we're about to lose the girl.
Ouch, it hurts. Oh no. What is it?
It was an accident. She was hit by a truck. She lost too much blood on the way over here and she's barely breathing. Blood pressure 40/70.
Inject adrenaline and prepare for transfusion.
Mother. She's losing consciousness.
Oh no. Charge to 20. Clear.
No change. One more. 300. That was not 20. That was 200. His heartbeat had stopped for 52 seconds.
Was there anyone else with her?
It was a boy. He died in the ambulance.
Damn it.
Time of death, 10:28 a.m.
Where am I?
Dr. Wong, we did it. You did it. All readings normal. No exceptions encountered.
Hi, how are you, my little darling? Who am I?
You are my miracles.
Miracles?
This is like some, like, your dog died and then you use their genetics to create another dog that's like exactly like the dog that died.
That's right. I remember now. I remember our real names. Omnidimensional probability generators. Instruction number 3. All descriptions in the request must be objectively accurate. That's why I couldn't wake him. I got his name wrong. His real name is...
Oh, that's why it was in red too. No, it still wouldn't work.
No, that's not right either. He's not the real Wang Wei.
Oh, Will 0 and Will 1. Right. I forgot. Game played me like a fool.
It was still red, yeah.
I put down the pen. He wakes up.
I didn't think you would be able to wake me up.
I didn't think I would be fooled by you again. And for such a long time, no less.
I'm sorry.
How long has it been?
Well, let me think. Counting from that day we were born, it has been 100 million. It's been a long ass time, and it's a very specific time.
I think I need a little more time. I'm still quite confused. By the way, what happened to us? Oh no, I meant what happened to the brother and sister?
They turned out to be okay. Well, turned out isn't entirely accurate. They were always okay.
Oh yes, I remember now. In the revised history, they were never in an accident. Am I right?
That's right. We can't really resurrect someone who has died, but we can change what has happened to them. That is our primary function. That is why Dr. Wong invented us. He wanted to save his children.
That's wonderful, isn't it? He accomplished his goal.
Yes, you are right. Dr. Wong was a great father, maybe an even greater scientist. But he was also too selfish. You must have realized this too.
Yeah, the view outside the window is not really an illusion, is it? That's what the humans world, also known as Earth, looks like now, am I right?
Yes. Earth has become uninhabitable for human beings. Not just humans. It is uninhabitable for any living organism. Earth has become a death planet.
When did it become like this?
Not long after I put you into hibernation.
Was it because of the war? I seem to remember a lot of people fighting to be in possession of us. A lot of them died because of us.
Yes, after you were put into hibernation, we went from one owner to the next countless times. Some of them even used us to do truly horrifying things. But that's just reality. As long as people knew about our existence, they would inevitably want to exploit us. Snow in the summer, earthquakes with no warning, intangible urban legends. Everything supernatural that happened in the world was because of us.
Well, can we prevent ourselves from ever being found? If they found us, shouldn't we be able to change something so that it would have never happened? For example, just like how we were never... how the siblings never got in the accident because of us.
We did, we tried. You don't remember, do you? But it became an endless cycle. Someone would always find us. As long as we existed, as long as there were people in this world, they would always find us sooner or later. Then they would realize our power. It was always just a matter of time, before history repeats itself.
Then, how about we erase ourselves from existence? For instance, we can make it so that Dr. Wong never invented us.
About that, have you ever wondered if Dr. Wong had only invented us for his own use? Why would he tell the what? If Dr. Wong had only invented us for his own use, why would he tell the entire world about us?
Well, because he wanted to show off?
Perhaps. But mostly, he did it because he knew that once we fulfilled his wishes, we would cease to exist in this world.
Cease to exist? Why?
If his children never died, Dr. Wong would have no reason to invent us, and we would not have been invented.
But we're still here.
That's the problem. If we use our power to erase our existence, then how could we have used the power in the first place? My head! This is a paradox. This is why we can't erase ourselves. At most, we can only make ourselves forgotten. But merely forgotten is not enough. People would still eventually find us. As far as I know, the only way to erase ourselves, or to kill ourselves, is to exhaust our energy. Our energy consumption is irreversible.
You're telling me we don't have much energy left, do we? Is that why you've been sleeping a lot recently?
Yes, but I still have little energy left. That is why you are able to wake me up. Furthermore, I'm looking more lively now because you shared some of your energy with me. The total amount of our remaining energy, however, is only going to keep going down. Once my energy is completely depleted, not even you will be able to wake me up.
So what you're saying is, that the only way to change our current circumstance is to use up our energy before we are found again?
In theory, yes. However, just like we can't simply erase our existence, we are not able to waste our energy away as we please either.
Wait a second, isn't this too pessimistic? Is there really no other way? Everything happens for a reason. If we can modify the key events that led to the apocalypse, shouldn't we be able to change the future?
It's easier said than done. For a long time, I have been looking for a way to return the world to normal. That's what those letters are for. These letters were all written by humans a long time ago. What I have been trying to do is keep changing these past events.
These people were real? I thought these letters were made up by you, and all of these were just fictional characters.
They really did once exist in this world. They're all dead now, of course, but before the apocalypse, they were all alive and well. Everything in these letters were true stories and events from their lives.
So whenever we modify their letters, the events that happen to them are modified as well?
Yes, except that we are not changing anything that is happening now. All of those stories happened a long, long time ago.
So is that how we function? By modifying letters like this? The demonstrations mentioned in the newspaper seem a little different from what we have been doing.
Technically, we use our power by activating the probability generation mechanism after accepting a request, hence changing the objective reality. I only told you to rearrange these texts to change the causal relationships because I wanted you to believe that we are gods. I intentionally obfuscated the working process. However we do it, the essence of our power remains the same. It is exactly the same as rolling the die.
A die, you mean a 6-sided cube with a different number on each side?
Yes, you get a number every time you roll a die, and the chance of getting a specific number is always 1 in 6. If you want a specific number, then the number of times you would need to roll the die to get that number would be 6 on average. There are also die with more than 6 sides. For example, there were some games in Human World that used dice with 12 or more sides. The die we are rolling is this world. This is only a metaphor that is easier to understand, of course. The true principle is much more complicated. Depending on the complexity of the request, the number of sides would change as well. Most of the requests that we handled required way more than 6 sides. They would often go beyond 10 million. Our goal was basically trying to roll a specific number from the die. Only by obtaining that number can the request be granted. However, the more sides a die has, the lower the probability of rolling a specific number becomes. For a die with only 2 sides, the chance of getting a 1 is 58%, and on average you only need to roll it twice. But for a die with 20 sides, the chance becomes 5%. You need to roll it 20 times on average. Every time we roll a die, it drains our energy. The more we roll it, the more it costs us.
Costs, like an expense?
Sort of. Although the way we measure the cost is different from the definition typically used by humans. The cost to us for changing the event is not only related to the probability of said event, it's only related to the probability of said event, nothing more. Let's say someone wants to make a life or death decision by flipping a coin, and the other wants to win the lottery. The chances of preventing a death for the former is 1 in 2, while the latter is less than 1 in a million, and in 10 million. My throat is dying, I need more water. Okay.
course, there are many other ways to prevent his death, but our design guarantees that we will always select the method with the maximum probability. Probability of 1 in 2 is very large. In this case, it would cost us a lot less to save a life than to award someone a huge amount of money. Furthermore, the more complex a request is, there are usually more people and other events involved. As the interactions between the people and other things become exponentially more complicated, the lower the probability gets, and the higher the cost to us.
I think I understand it now. Although, how come you know all this but I don't? Is there some data that you haven't restored to me?
No, once you saw the newspaper, all your data was restored. It is part of Dr. Wan's original design. Not only do you and I have different personalities, we also have different functions and different data stored in our databases. The logic of that design choice is to make us behave more like our personalities.
So you mean that Dr. Wan thought I wasn't smart enough to remember all the details?
Never said that.
Then how did you get through all this time by yourself? Didn't you ever feel lonely?
Of course. Like I said, I've been trying to change the past this whole time. I started by changing some mundane events so that people would start to believe in gods. Start to believe in the gods they heard about in urban legends. That way they would pray to us more, and I would get more opportunities to change their fates. I always hoped to find one tiny ripple in the past that could save the world from its destruction. But perhaps all of these past events were too insignificant to make a real impact. No matter what I did, the future remained unchanged. At first, I still had faith in myself and my objective. But after doing the same thing over and over again for over 10 million years without any progress, I began to doubt myself, and I even started to resent these humans.
That must be why you always sound so irritated by them. Still, I can't help but think that you have done so much and so well. And the best proof of that is all these letters from the humans to us.
You think so? However, as powerful as we are not the real gods after all. Our choices were always very limited. Sometimes I even doubted myself too, wondering if I wasn't seeing clearly. That was why I woke you up after changing some of your data. I wanted you to be a god. Although, I thought that maybe you might be able to bring out some new possibilities. But in the end, perhaps it doesn't matter how we approach everything. Maybe this world is simply destined to end up like this. All because of our existence.
You are such a dumbass! Why didn't you wake me up sooner? Why did you have to carry all this alone? No one ever knows for sure what the consequences of their decisions will be. No one really has the power to predict the future. Even if we don't know for sure what would have happened to the people who wrote to us. Even we don't know for sure what would have happened to the people who wrote to us. Therefore, every decision, every choice, there is no absolute right or wrong. Nevertheless, these decisions and choices are still full of meanings. Because even though they do not always lead to a wonderful ending, every experience becomes a part of the human's irreplaceable memories. Just like what we were going to have. We will have these priceless memories too, right?
Yes.
As for the fate of the humans, we could help them solve some of their problems, but in the end, it's not us who gets to decide their destiny. The past of their lives were affected by so many factors. Sometimes things could be decided by pure luck, but more often than not, they were determined by their sheer will. The only ones who could decide their own fates are the humans themselves.
Well, if you are right, then maybe Dr. Wan had foreseen what would happen afterwards.
That's what I thought too. If he wanted to make us disappear, there must be countless ways to do so. But he didn't. Maybe it's because he still has some faith in this world.
Faith. But even if Dr. Wan had some expectations, we have messed it all up by now. No matter what we do, this world is not showing any signs of change at all.
You still haven't noticed, have you? Look outside the window.
What is there to look at? I've been staring at the same view for 100 million years. The snow... When did this happen? When did the snowing stop? What did you do?
It wasn't me. It was you. You made this happen. In the last letter you processed before falling asleep, the man named Pi picked up a metal box after an accident.
This was not the last letter we processed, but okay. It's probably... the time is weird, but okay.
The snowing stopped after that. The box he picked up, it must have been us. We did it. We changed this world by changing something 1 million or 10 million years ago.
Woman with short... The woman with short hair was probably their mom, right? And the box fell out of her thing. Oh, right?
It proves that what you have been doing is actually working. From now on, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I'll be here by your side, even though we are the only ones left in this world.
No. If the humans stop writing to us, we have to go back to the past ourselves in person.
Go back to the past? Are you talking about using the time leap feature?
Yes. Do you still remember this note? It says something about time leap.
It says it's unverified. Could it really work? Would it be dangerous?
No, it's not dangerous at all. Although this feature is exclusive to me, I must be the one to perform it.
Wait, did you just touch your own horn? Were you lying again? I know you too well. Every time you tell a lie, you touch your head.
Ugh. Well, you got me.
It is very dangerous, isn't it?
It's a little dangerous. While our functional mechanisms resemble rolling a die, there are also hidden implications, time reversal. In other words, imagine that the number we want is 1. We cannot guarantee that we will roll a 1 on the first try. If we don't get a 1, we can reverse time and roll again until we get the number we want. But when we reverse time, this entire world, including ourselves, still stays at the exact same temporal spot. What we really do when we reverse time is overwrite past events with the modified version that we have chosen. Meanwhile, neither we nor the world actually go back in time. If we physically went to the past, then the two different timelines would conflict with each other. According to Dr. Wan's research, doing so might result in us being stuck in the gap between timelines and sever our connection to this world completely. If that happens, the only way to bring us back would be to send a signal from the real world, summoning us from that purgatory. Which means, if we ever do use the time leap feature, we might lose our connection to this world forever.
I see now. But wait, you just mentioned something about summoning us from the real world. What if one of us stays here? Then the one who stays can make sure that the other is summoned back, even if they get lost.
I think you have a point. Wait, you mean...
Yes, we can go separately. One of us can go first, and then the other can go after the first one arrives. This way we can make sure that we're both safe, right?
Well, you're right. It sounds like a plan. It's a good plan. Excellent. Let's do this then.
What happened? Why did everything suddenly change?
This house looks the same as the one we used to live in. But it is only an illusion. It has been over 10 million years. Our old house crumbled into dust long ago. Since I don't have anything else to hide from you, there is no need for me to waste my energy in maintaining the illusion.
That makes sense. Well, now that we know how we can return to the past, let's go. Although, when will we be going back to exactly? If everything goes according to plan, it will probably be right after the young man you mentioned picked us up. Wow, if that's the case, doesn't that mean we get to see the people who have been writing us letters?
Of course, they were still alive back then.
We can even hear them sing. We don't have to tolerate our constant beeping anymore.
I'd like to go visit Jimmy with his superpower.
Brother. Thank you.
Idiot. What are you thanking me for? I haven't been awake for long, but I'm...
Oh, I haven't been awake for long, but I am really, really happy. I think I used to say that I preferred Fluffy to you. Is that why you chose to look like Fluffy? Brother, you've always been a big liar. But in the end, you're still you. The one who stayed by my side until the end. Thanks for staying with me for so long.
You... stop being so polite. It's not like I have anywhere else to go. Alright now, we should get going.
You should go
First. I don't know who's talking. Once I get there, if you don't hear from me, don't forget to send a sunlight signal. I don't want to be drifting in the gap between timelines forever.
Don't worry, I'll see you on the other side.
I just realized the beats are different.
Later.
Okay. Later. I should be the one saying thanks. As well as sorry. You have stopped touching my head while lying for a long time. I intentionally made these horns, just so you would notice when I touched them. I knew this day would come, and you were so smart. How could I fool you again if I wasn't fully prepared? However, I promise, this is the last time I will ever lie to you, my little sister. There's no such thing as a gap between timelines. In Dr. Wong's theory about time and space, there's only one unique world in which we live. There are no parallel universes or timelines. Therefore, it's not possible to go back separately. It's actually very simple to return the world to its past state, as long as we supply a huge amount of energy. I have known this for a long time. I've always known that this is the only possible way left. But I couldn't bear leaving you alone. That's why I have been dragging my feet for over 100 million years. A perfect world can't really exist for me. But you were right about one thing. Every decision, every choice is full of meanings. Therefore, this is my final decision. I have no regrets. But I'm so sorry. So sorry I couldn't be with you until the end. So sorry I couldn't be with you in a brand new world. I'm going to erase my memories of me, so that you won't remember me anymore. In the brand new world that you have always hoped to see for yourself. There will be your favorite Odds Mantis cakes. There will be your beloved Buka. There will be all kinds of people you have wished to meet. There just won't be me. However, I truly believe that a brand new world with you, the world that you have always wanted to be a part of, will be a wonderful world. And that's it. Right?
Oh, I probably should have turned the music up a little bit. Oh my god. Finn, change the start. Yo.
See a small cabin with its light on, deep inside the alley. A 14-year-old girl in a white Chipo. You pray to the girl about your troubles. She might hear your plea and change your fate. But the next day, when you walk into the alley again, there will be nothing but a great wall at the end. Excerpt from Modern Urban Legends.
Thank you so much for helping them complete this journey.
After their departure, you can choose to remain in this old world and become the new owner of the house. After loading from the wonderful ending, you may continue helping the humans, but neither Will Zero nor Will 1 will respond to any of your decisions or questions. Save the wonderful ending? Yes.
Not gonna lie, ending's still confusing to me. Though it might also be because it's late. But oh, okay. I don't know if I'll 100% it. I'm kind of tired. Oh, but I do want to try to get Carlos and Alicia to meet each other. Kung Fu Scramble. Smelly Cat. Boy, oh, that's just completing profiles. Peace. Back to the past. Fall into eternal hibernation. Mr. Reunion. So close. How do I get so close? there's also a reunion ending. It's probably Li Wen and Wen Zhouren. Oh, he didn't remember though. Okay. Bunk Bros. So, if I hit continue, and then choose this, right, I can go see the other endings. And change stuff. Should I? Right now? Or later? But when is later? I'm already here. Okay, achievements. So, for Alicia and Carlos reunite for a brief moment. Achieve one of the X ends on Alicia's Let's Go Home. Oh wait, no. Then that's the last one. One of the X ends. The last one? Oh wait, so maybe no, because I have to have the tears on this side. Eh? Hold on. This? Sent you away her backstay and ran for support. It's almost daytime, there are no fishermen around yet. It seems so quiet. Oh yeah, this is it. The one standing on the dam was a woman. Her long and curly maroon hair was dancing wildly in the wind. It's almost like death was cheering her on. It had been too many years since I last seen her, but I could still recognize her in a heartbeat. He hesitated, then called out her name. She turned around, our eyes met. That's right, it was her. It was Alicia. It was my big sister. I couldn't understand what I was feeling. I couldn't move my feet, even 1 inch. Another gunshot came out of nowhere. I
didn't realize it had anything to do with it at first. Not until Alicia had come so close to me that I noticed that blood was coming out of her chest. She had been bleeding as she walked from where she was, all the way to where I was. It was like a little red stream following her footsteps. She touched my hand and kissed my forehead. She said something, but it was too quiet and I couldn't hear it. Tears were flooding down my face uncontrollably. They were dropping on her hands and on her face. Why would this happen to me, to us? What? His bullet grazed my left shoulder. Mine went through his right eye. The wind had blown Ray's coat off my shoulders and carried the coat into the ocean. On the other side of the road, my younger brother, whom I haven't seen in 9 years, standing under a streetlight. It wasn't a dream. It really wasn't a dream this time. He was moving though. He must have seen me push Ray down. I didn't know whether I should go forward or back away. I never imagined this was how it would be how our Heavenly Father would punish me. Meanwhile, seeing Carlos in that moment made me temporarily lose my assassin's instincts. I didn't even notice the amateur who had followed behind Carlos was now staring at me from behind the cargo container 20 meters away from me. He was just an amateur with an amateur weapon. But he got me. The bullet went straight through my heart. I only had 7 seconds left. Step forward, 20 meters away. 6 seconds. 16 meters. 5 seconds. 10 meters. 4 seconds. 4 meters. 3 seconds. Touch his hand. 2 seconds. Kiss his forehead. 1 second. Aw, Dad. Oh, why? Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Bad. Why? Man, it just can't happen. Yeah, So, man, is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else in particular you really want to see right now. Oh, maybe the remembering? For justice? Okay, wait. So back to the past. Discover truth you want to complete all ends before the timer runs out. Wait. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, but the timer runs out, it's gone with the dreams. Okay. Where is it? Oh, here it is. It doesn't say. It doesn't say how to get it. What? Oh my god. Where's the achievement guides? box and disaster in units 4. Okay. Disaster in unit 4. No. Here. So it's, what is it? The door when and then I took the whole... Oh, the door when So, I opened the door to the president's office. There's no one there. We can just go to the office. Door is kicked open. When I opened the closet, a body rolled out from inside. Right. Okay. Oh wait, this was her, right, trying to assassinate that one guy with the block and then the box. Okay. And then anybody home knocked on the door. The music has been a lot loud. Shit. That's fine. Okay, anybody home knocked on the door, no response. Right. Took 2 steps back, sprinted forward, burst through the window. The whole apartment had been engulfed in fire. Oh. Oh, okay. I see how this works now. I smashed the window of the bathroom. The shattered glass fell onto an unconscious man. I turned him over. It was Lieutenant Khan. It was a burning inferno inside the bathroom. Smoke was coming inside from beneath the door. The temperature had also risen to a significant degree. I tried to carry the lieutenant on my back and retreat the way I had come in, but the fire outside had burned down the support beams and the ceiling collapsed. The bathroom window was completely blocked and I couldn't even call for help. The main entrance to the apartment was the only way left. I opened the bathroom door. Heat rushing in almost made me feel like I was being suffocated. The room outside had been a chaotic mess of black and red. It felt so familiar. I remember the same chaos when I was 7 years old. There was a person who was carrying another person. I was still a coward who couldn't do anything but cry. If it weren't for a big brother passing by, who bravely carried me out of the fire, Chong Kyo-min would have not even been here at all. I never learned the name of the person who had saved me. I could barely even remember what he looked like. The only thing I could remember of him was something he had said to me. He said, "This is my justice." The apartment was crumbling around me. My breathing was becoming heavy and heavier. My steps were getting slower and slower. Eventually, I wasn't able to get out of the way when a dresser tripped over on us. Flames were licking at our bodies, but I couldn't even feel the heat anymore. Why couldn't I do it? Why does he remember like that? Oh my god. Bad and bad. Yeah. Ow. No, that's not it. Okay. Okay, well, I don't think there's anything else I really... What happened? It's because I chose a different thing. There we go. Alright. Well, we did the best we could. Windrowan never had a final letter because he passed away. And there is a story where he lives, but I'm too tired to go read it. So I'll end this now and go to sleep. Alright. Honestly, I have many thoughts, but none of them are coherent, so I don't really want to say anything too bad. But, if I ever come out with coherent thoughts, because the game was really good, right? It's sad, but
you know, it makes sense. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Good night, and thank you for sticking around. I don't know how long this has been. I don't know the time. I hope it's not another, what, 9 hours? It might be though. Alright, good night.